Every anime season that comes around, I expect two things to happen. I expect about 85 isekai to drop, and I expect at least one anime to come out that's not talked about that much, but it's probably one of the best ones of the season. And as far as I'm concerned, Undead Murder Farce is that anime. I really love this show. Undead Murder Farce has a super unique premise. I've never watched anything like it, and it's super refreshing to see a new and original idea like this. It's a supernatural murder mystery show. Undead Murder Farce is also another one of those shows that really make you think, so I feel like this show was pretty much made for me. So pull up a chair, let's chop it up. Today we're going to be talking about Undead Murder Farce. So, and we ain't done this in a while. No, we do things right here. First we start off with the story. The story in the show is really enjoyable. It's a series of murder mysteries that leads them towards a bigger goal and conflict. Our story follows our main protagonist trio, Suguru, Aya, and Shizuku. Suguru was sort of a circus performer before he met Aya and Shizuku. We learn early on that he's half human, half Oni, and he was experimented on and turned into that by this guy named Professor Moriarty. When Aya and Shizuku pay him a visit, we learn that Aya is another supernatural being called an immortal. We learn that Suguru doesn't have much longer to live, and we also found out that the professor ended up stealing Aya's body. Aya also has means of keeping Suguru alive, so they make a deal, and the three form this detective unit and solve mysteries with the intention of getting closer to him, so eventually they can get Aya her body back. That's pretty much the basis of the story. So I really like how they handled this because everything connects and the dynamic during these mysteries change so much. It makes the show super unpredictable. The mysteries are only straightforward and simple to one person, that's Aya. Shuddy really got a good head on her show. Yeah. My fault, OG. But nah, for real, the three cases they showed us so far have all been super well put together, and I really like to see how Aya breaks down evidence and treat them like these cases easy as hell while I'm over here drooling and looking dumb as hell trying to figure it out. So far, we had three major cases, and each time we deal with a different kind of supernatural being. We have the murder of Hannah Goddard, dealing with the vampires. We had Lupin and the Phantom of the Opera robbery, and the third party from Professor Eminent's gang. And we had the last one of the season, which is the werewolf murders and the human murders in the villages that are very close together, and along with another Professor M third party. The murder of Hannah Goddard was really raw because Aya really broke that case down like it wasn't shit. She pointed out how unrefined this murder was. She pointed out things like the timing of the murder, how the murderer was able to completely conceal their presence to a point where a vampire with heightened senses couldn't even sense them, and the motive, since him and his brother don't agree with their father and trying to be friendly with humans. Aya damn near got Hall of Fame clamps because she had this nigga locked down. She didn't even finish her explanation and folks heard enough and tried to smoke her ass. After she completely dismantles this case, we got to see a fight between Suguru and Lord Godard's son Ryol. And boy, we gonna put fight in quotes because Suguru beat the spooky out of that nigga. Suguru a really funny nigga because he always acted like he weak as hell at first, and then he ended up embarrassing the nigga. Earlier, he let his son Claude straight up like bitch him. He just played it off like, yeah, you know what shit for. I'm weak as hell. It's cool. But I can assure you that his brother did not run into the same nigga. Suguru wasn't even taking this fight seriously. He still put folks in the holy water dip backwood. That beating was bad too, fool. That beating should have been on Svengoolie. He beat folks so bad that Marceline, her dad, and Count Von Count from Sesame Street attended his funeral just to see how bad it was. And to make it worse, he pulls her back to the room that they're in and says, my work is done. He said that fight was a light workout before breakfast. I was like, damn, that's crazy disrespectful, dog. The next case was a Lupin robbery case. This isn't like the typical investigation in the show because Lupin told them in advance that he was going to steal the penultimate night, and he told them the exact time he was going to steal it, which is some crazy ass confidence, but I digress. We actually got to see Aya butt heads with Sherlock Holmes. Niggas was having a smart off, but I was over here sitting stupid as hell trying to spectate. This ended up being a big battle for the jewel between the main trio, the extra hired help that Royce sent at the mansion, and the third party kings themselves, Professor M's group. We got some decent ass fights here. We seen the fight between Sherlock and Sir Snapsalot. Sir Snapsalot got a lot of shit on him in that trenchy, fool, that big ass trenchy. Sir Snapsalot got a lot more shit than the sock man on the 9 Ashland bus. And the sock man be having sock, candy, lighter, cigs. And he was a booster too. I think I seen him pull up with a mirrorless 4K camera one time. Sir Snapsalot got a variety in that trenchy. Shizuku also fought that vampire shorty. He got hit with that venom, had her ass in a function freaky as hell. Her ass is about to let me lick you up and down till you say stop. She was about to do something mighty splendiferous, I ain't gonna lie. And we got to see Suguru fight for the possession of the jewel against Lupin and the Royce's homie until that beast Jack the Ripper pulled up. Jack pulled up as the honorary Thunky Man because folks pulled up on Demon Old Clock. Side note, Y'all do know this nigga Jack the Ripper was a vicious and horrible murderer, right? Y'all stay making folks cool as hell in these anime. This is the second time that I've seen a cool ass iteration of Jack the Ripper. And if y'all make one more, I'ma feel like Melly, so please stop doing this shit. This case is pretty cool though. At the end of it all, Suguru found a way to come out with the jewel even after fighting that monster, and it leads us straight into the final case of the season. The werewolf case was hard too. This is probably one of the most chaotic ones for sure, and I loved it. The jewel that they have is supposed to lead them to this werewolf village, and they're going to this village to be a step ahead of Professor M because they know that he's headed there. This case was about these murders of young girls that were happening in the human village, and later on we found out that the exact same thing was happening in the werewolf village too. And the two villages aren't the best of friends, so that doesn't make it any easier to investigate. This shit eventually turns into complete chaos. This shit was like an Apex Legends lobby because Royce sent 2 more niggas to hunt down the werewolves, and Professor M's goons are back yet again. Royce need to stop saying these niggas though. They getting set up. We got to see a good fight with Victor and Suguru fight together, and they smoked wait, is that Depot? It's Bobby Lashley. Sockman from the 9 National Bus completely shit on Shorty that Royce sent. And we got to see a quick little fight between Shizuku and Carmella again. The finale was hard, I'm not gonna lie. Linking it back to the Rosa lady from the beginning of the arc and having Ju pose as Nora, and the couple's crippled daughter having her pose as her too, was genius. And later on find out that Ju and their daughter actually came up with that plan together because they both hated their respective villages was raw as hell. Then we got a quick little tussle that looked really good, by the way. The quick little tussle between Suguru and Ju. And then we found out that Aya didn't realize her true motive, which was she was trying to save all the wolf girls in the village because they were going to be turned into priestess when they turned 13. They were just going to be used to breed, pretty much. This shit was crazy. They set up the next season something nice too, because Victor told Suguru that Aya's body is safe and it's in London, and shit about to go down next season, and I cannot wait. I can't wait at all, man. Now, move on to characters and character interactions. Our main cast here is great, gang. I'm not gonna lie. They all mesh together so well. Everyone we've met so far has been great and interesting, so let's run through a few. Suguru is funny as hell. He's a comedic relief of the show, and his goofiness is extremely refreshing. I really like him being a part of the main core. He's always cracking jokes, and he lighten the moves during these really dark-ass investigations. He got jokes too, like he really got them jokes. I remember when Goddard first met Aya, and he was like, I didn't realize that the detective was a woman. And he was like, I understand what you mean. She don't really have a chest so you can tell. Folks be cracking jokes. He even made Aya laugh with that one, folks. Folks be acting like he weak as hell too, and he be beating the shit out of people. I love that shit. Folks really don't take anybody seriously, and for his situation, his demeanor actually makes sense. He's growing up as this monster and viewed as this like circus act. So to him, he's probably just keeping the show going on. That's probably how he lives his life. He's carefree, but he actually cares for the people around him a lot. He could be really going through some crazy pain, but he'll laugh it off and you'll never be able to tell. Suguru's a very cool nigga. Aya's really cool too. For a severed head, Shorty really just be chilling. I mean, I guess you've seen a lot at that point, but like she really don't be panicking or nothing, for she just be cooling. She got a really good sense of humor, and you kind of have to when you're around Suguru. Watching her break down cases is super entertaining, and she literally pays attention to everything. Nothing gets past her. I really like how she seen the error in her deduction and realized what Jute's motive is. And it was really cool of her to actually let her go after she deduced that. It was cool to see her sympathetic side. I like Aya a lot, I'm not gonna lie. She's a great character too. She really cold towards Suguru, but I don't think she fully hates that nigga. She just act like it. I'm actually kind of curious of her backstory with Aya and what happened on her day her body got stolen. She's super loyal to Aya, but there's gotta be a reason besides the fact that she's just a normal maid and that's her job. Naturally, being a maid, she's actually super nurturing when she wants to be. I actually wonder how much she's gonna change in the future, and I'm interested in learning more about her. I think all the side characters are pretty cool too. Sherlock was cool as hell, the Goddard family was cool as hell, Jute was cool as hell. Jute was amazing actually. The reporter girl is great. Professor M's clique is a really good like antagonist group and antagonist figure. I'm really impressed with the characters in this show, so shout out to all the voice actors. Y'all did a great job. Now let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. The show actually looks really good in my opinion. The fight scenes look really cool and creative. They actually tried to make this good and they succeeded. I really appreciate the effort. Certain fights really like look crazy. Like the fight between Jute and Suguru in the cave when they were fighting in the dark was super creative. I've never seen anything like that. I really like how they did the visuals in this show. The music is really good. Actually, when I was watching this show, there were several times where I heard something like in the background, and it'll sound hard if I actually sampled it, for I really wanted to sample some shit in this show. Not to mention that the intro and outro things are also phenomenal. So great job on the music. Great job on the whole team that worked on this. Overall, If you want something really fresh and thought-provoking, I think you should give Undead Murder Farce a try. This season didn't have a single dull moment, and it felt rewarding to actually sit there and try to solve the mysteries myself and see if they were right at the end. This show is super intelligent and offers some comedy and a good portion of action, so there's a lot that you can love in this show. This is a show that I think anyone can watch. It's only 13 episodes, a quick and worthy binge, so please go check it out. I promise you I will not steer you wrong. You will like this. Hey gang, these short anime haven't been missing lately, I'm not gonna lie. Kabeneri of the Iron Fortress was a hell of an experience packed into just 12 episodes. This is another one of those anime that I stopped watching for like no reason in particular. I think it wasn't bad when I first watched it. I think I just started watching Fairy Tail around this time and that's why I stopped. But once again, I'm glad I spun the block, cause this shit was raw. Kabeneri and the Iron Fortress left me feeling super satisfied, and I'm definitely gonna watch and review the movie eventually, but we're gonna focus on the anime just for today. So let's review it. You know how we do things around here. We start off with the story. The story in this shit is pretty great, man. The main reason why I call this zombie Attack on Titan is because of its story structure. Actually, if I give you an extremely vague description, you can essentially like roughly explain both of the shows at the same time. Actually, let's give this a try. So the show starts off with supernatural beings breaching a safety point and killing a lot of people. These supernatural beings are solely responsible for the death of the main character's loved ones, and from that day on, they vow to take revenge on these supernatural beings and exterminate them. But there's a twist. They are closely related to these very beings that they want to exterminate, and they actually have the powers to relate to. You get it, right? You see where I'm going with this, right? But all jokes aside, it's similar, but not like a carbon copy type shit, you feel me? But one thing both of these shows do extremely well is portray how insane and barbaric humans can be during these times of crisis. Some of the deaths in this show were wild. I think one of the worst ones are the suicide bag ones. So, to explain this, if you haven't watched the show yet, basically when you're bitten, you get turned into this zombie-like being called a Kabeneri. But there are cases where you can stop the virus and become a hybrid like the main character did, called a Kabeneri. With that being said, you actually have time before you turn into a Kabeneri to like stop the virus at the neck so it doesn't go to your head. But when people are bitten, they're literally held at gunpoint and given a suicide bag to off themselves before the virus spreads. My nigga, this shit is disgusting to watch. I think the worst one by far is that lady and her daughter. Like, that lady daughter got infected when they were invading the Shogun place, the Shogun little station, and without any hesitation or hope at all, she hugged her daughter and said, "Don't be scared," and just used the bag and killed both of them. He killed herself too. Like, I was like, yo, whoa. Like, some of these deaths in this are extremely wild. The story of Kabeneri is a bit more simplified, but that's not a bad thing, I promise. It's kind of wild to think that a lot of disasters that happened in this show were fueled by one man's attempt at vengeance on his father. So I thought that was a pretty solid story element. That's a little wild. It's a little extreme to go, but it was a cool switch up nonetheless. I also like the risk of them turning fully into a Kabeneri too. It adds more attention when you see them lose control sometimes. I think that was a really good story element too, and due to the lack of blood type thing. Overall, you won't be disappointed by the story in this show no matter what. So let's move on to the characters and the character interactions. The characters in this show are really cool. Our story follows our main character, Ikoma. Ikoma is basically he's a really good main character. He's another one of those elite strategist type characters that I like. He's extremely smart and he's really reliable, except for that one time, but that really wasn't his fault for real. His backstory is kind of fucked, gang. I ain't gonna lie. Cause he watched his sister get bit, watch her turn right before his eyes, and then he used a suicide bag to put her out her misery. He had to kill her. Kind of like how caring of a nigga he is though. He really cares a lot about Mume, even though Mume be moving like she don't even care about herself sometimes. And I like that we get to see how realistic Ikuma was. We legit saw him give up at a point and just sit there and weep. And usually some shit like that would be like annoying in an anime like this, but I completely understand in his scenario, his situation. At that point, he felt like he lost everything, and he felt like it was all his fault. Ikuma provides a really good balance in this story. He's definitely heroic, but it ain't like because he's just this macho, I don't need to be a hero anime nigga, like unwarranted, kind of like no personality dull type shit. He forced to do this shit. Like, he has no other choice. He's tired of watching innocent lives get mindlessly sacrificed when they could be saved with a little bit of problem solving skills. And like, it's really refreshing to see a character that's not just a hero with little to no personality. That's why I like Ikuma so much. Mume is really good in this anime too. I'm not gonna lie, this one self-destructive motherfucker. She's really naive sometimes, but that's because she's been led on to believe bullshit from her bitch ass brother. Bitch ass nigga. She blew me at that station. I ain't gonna lie. When they were trying to clear that pathway, she blew me. Her belief in that the weak die and the strong survive thing really pushed her brain away from reality. It almost got her killed a few times. But at least she came around in the end. I'm glad she finally realized that Ikoma has her best interest in mind. I ain't gonna lie. She raw as hell though, regardless of all that. She's a cool ass character. Her fight scenes are crazy good. She's just super skilled. Her motive's pretty simple. She's a really good person at the core. She's just misguided. That's the only thing about her character. She's just misguided, but that's how they wrote her to be, so there's no complaints here. The rest of the cast in this anime was really good too. Lady Ayame is really likable. Takomi is cool. Biba is a great main antagonist in my opinion. Yukina can have whatever she wants from me anytime she wanted. Kurusu was kind of goofy at the start. He was kind of an annoying lame ass nigga at the start, but he came around. Even a couple of Biba's subordinates ended up being pretty solid characters. Of course, like a lot of these characters didn't have ample time to be fleshed out for real because this anime is so short, but for the time that they were on screen, they definitely did a really good job with some of these characters, and it gave them a decent amount of depth too. Overall, the character writing is great in my opinion. I definitely enjoyed most of the dialogue too. So now let's move on to the looks, presentation, and music. This anime was done by Wit Studio, so it's no real surprise that this anime came out looking this great. Kabeneri looks really good. The fight scenes are pretty good and they're all fluid and very eye-catching. My favorite fights are definitely between Mumei's little timer moments and the final fight between Ikoma and Biba. Mumei only did it a couple times, but those action sequences look really good. It was phenomenal. The animation isn't like lazy and uninspired either. It looked like some genuine care was put into this show, and I always appreciate that 1000%. The characters designs are pretty cool too. Ikoma's like visual changes throughout the show are actually like raw as hell. Like he actually has a really unique and cool design. The music in this show was actually pretty surprising. I think it was the most surprising part about this anime because I didn't hear a song on this soundtrack that I didn't like when I was watching this show. All the songs are pretty much fire, every single one of them. And they did a little Your Name thing and the Weather With You thing where they put like some of the lyrics at the top right of the screen is relevant to the actual story. Like they did their shit with the music in this. Shout out to all the artists that worked on this and the animators and the voice actors. Y'all did a really great job with this. I love the soundtrack to this anime. I definitely recommend it to anybody that likes anime music or Japanese music in general. The music in this shit was fire. Overall, this is just simply another 12 episode anime that's simply phenomenal. Kabeneri was a really super enjoyable watch and it's short, so you don't have to dedicate that much time to it. I started watching it at like 8 this morning and I finished by 1. This shit was refreshing too. I wasn't fatigued from thinking too hard. It's a nice and simple anime that you could just binge through if you have a few hours to spare. So go watch it. Go watch it. It's good for any anime watching, no matter where you are in your journey. Especially if you enjoy Attack on Titan, I think you will love this one, genuinely. So I finished Takopi's Original Sin last night, and I'm not gonna bap. I'm not a big fan of how this show made me feel. Like, I don't think a show's been this effective at making me feel shit since like Plastic Memories. And that was bad. That was really bad. But don't get me wrong. This is a whole nother level of this shit. Cause like how disturbing and hopeless this show feels until the end. Like take the tone of like Grave of Fireflies. If y'all seen that one, I don't recommend watching it, sad as hell. Take the tone of that movie and put it on the story of like a silent voice. That's like the experience that I got from this show. Before we get into it, I kind of want to show you what lens I'm viewing this show through to kind of get you to help like better understand my review of it. So if this is your first time seeing me, first and foremost, what's the word, my nigga? You're a real nigga. Thank you for showing up. And second, like if you don't know me, you should know that I'm a pretty evil nigga. I'm a pretty evil nigga. And I be laughing at horrible shit. Like I ain't gonna sit here and bow. I be laughing at horrible shit. And I be saying some dastardly things. But like, I have a major soft spot when it comes to kids getting put through bullshit that they ain't got no business going through, you feel me? And that's literally like what this show is in as a whole. Like kids going through bullshit they ain't got no business going through. So this is damn near the whole show. And that's why this show hit me so hard. But that's enough yap. Let's get into it. So I'm not gonna bap. It's really nasty how they start this shit. Cause tonally it started off something like childlike and like lighthearted with the visuals of like Takopi and his narration. Gang, like this nigga's literally talking about like, they was talking about this nigga's literally like a Happian. Like that's the name of his race. He's an Happian. And his goal is to make people happy. I was locked in. I was like, all right, cool. Like this is gonna be some cool shit. Then we actually met Shizuka. And off rip, I knew the vibe was a send-off. I knew it, bro, just based off the first interaction they had between the two. So maybe this is just me overanalyzing shit, but am I the only one that got a real unsettling vibe from this first conversation between the two? There were glaring red flags here. So first off, her not being bothered by this whole ass talking octopus alien in front of her, like, hello, just conversing with her, gang. Like, am I tweaking here? You not a little freaked out by this, bro? Like, am I tweaking here, folks? And that's number one. I think the look on her face kind of strengthens that further, because look at how out of it she looks, like this whole sequence. It's like her life's so damn treacherous that nothing really surprises her no more. And oh yeah, not to mention the not so discreetly scribbled die on her book bag, twin. Like, yo, it confirmed my suspicion that she was getting bullied type shit. When she took that nigga home the first time, two things stuck out to me, bro. One, when Takopi asked her like where her mom was, and she was like, oh, she's out escorting. I'm like, fuck, yo, like that's not funny, but like, damn, straight like that. Like, these are fourth graders, my nigga. Like, no way you used to this shit and saying that shit like that. And two, her dog Chappie was like the one spot in her life, like the one light spot in her life where she could just be happy and like everything. Like, this is her escape pretty much, what I'm saying. Look, bro, I'm all for bullying. I know that sounds crazy. I'm all for bullying, but only for the people that need to be bullied. And yes, in my opinion, there are people in this world that need to be bullied out there. 1,000,000%. Like, for example, pedos. Bully them niggas, folks. Like, bully those niggas, bro. They need it. But in this case, I'm not a fan of how this is going on. Nigga, Marina was honestly disgusting towards Shizuka, bro. Like, disgusting. Breaking her shit, writing die and slut on her belongings and desk and shit, throwing away her notebooks, like, and with her homework in it, making her like do bad in classes and shit, making fun of her OG and being poor and shit because she get free lunch. Like, yo, like, why does that even affect you type shit? Like, it's a really nasty watch, bro. I've seen Silent Voice with an MC like bully Nishimiya and shit. Like, those scenes were very unsettling, but like these go on for way longer than that, and that's why these feel like so disturbing to me. As a proud hater, I must say, getting bit by her dog on purpose just to take the one thing out of her life that makes her happy is like some Hall of Fame level hating shit, and I admire it, but I can't fuck with it, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I just can't fuck with it, bro. Like, what did she do to make them niggas that mad? Like, I don't get it, bro. That's some evil ass shit. And it was funny low key, but it was kind of sick how she was like getting her ass hawked. Like, no matter what route Takopi tried to take, at what time they tried to take that route, Marina was there on maximum bullshit trying to get Chappie taken away. And she succeeded every single time. Nasty work, folks. That's the kind of hate that I aspire to have, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But anyway, and I still can't get that first shit out of my head. Like, the first day before they even like went back in town with the camera and shit, when it transitions from her smiling with her eyes like full of light, and then it cuts immediately to like later in the day where her face all bruised up, looking down, holding like Chappie's collar. Chappie's nowhere to be found. That's a nasty ass cut, gang. Y'all know what y'all doing, bro. That's a nasty ass cut, gang. I'm not a big fan, bro. Like, dog, this shit was disturbing to watch. Like, watching her be tormented like that the first day, and then when Takopi showed her that ribbon and she started smiling and said, let me use it, I was like, no. And we all knew where this was going when he gave it to her, but that still doesn't prepare you for like how disturbing the scene where he finds her ends up being type shit. Like, my nigga, I'm not usually the emotional type at all. If anything, I try to find comedy and shit when like fucked up shit happens so I can keep my sanity. But there's like nothing here, nothing to laugh at. The eerie silence, the sight of her dangling feet and shit, Takopi trying to teach her how to use it, telling her that she's using the ribbon wrong when she's dead, like just hanging there, and like nudging her and her lifeless body just falling down when he untied her and shit. Like, and him finally realizing that she gone like hurts too, folks, because like obviously he's genuinely confused about how it got to this point because he don't understand human nature like that. You feel me? I think around like after they did the camera shit a few times, this is where we found out why Marina is treating her this way, and it's conflicting because her whole story is like horrible as well. She getting abused by her mother and shit as a result of her mother's stress
and her husband cheating on her and shit like that. Like, it's a bad situation. Her mother's horrible, by the way, horrible human being. And like, she gets abused by her mother as a result of her father cheating and shit. And that whole situation is bad. But I'm not gonna bap. Part of me was thinking like, you need to beat your evil ass a little bit more. I'm just gonna say that, bro. I know I'm not the only one, bro. I know I'm not. The Understand Marina campaign was failing over here, bro. I genuinely, I was like, I hope she Killer Instinct ultra combo your little demonic ass, bro. Like, I hope she hit the Daigo Umahara Evil Ryu combo on your ass, nigga. And I hope she don't drop a single 1 frame link, fo. I hope she get perfects on all them bitches. Like, I get the saying, bro. Hurt people, hurt people. I get the saying. I understand the saying 1,000,000%. I get that. But it don't say hurt people, bully people into offing themselves. That's not the saying, bro. That's not the saying. That's nowhere near it, bro. And it's, bro, oh man. It's really difficult though, bro. It's really difficult to feel bad for her, but once again, like, I got a soft spot for situations like this, because no kid should go through no shit like this. I was abused a lot as a child, so this resonated with me personally. So I ain't really had no choice but to be empathetic, even though I feel like she's a real shitty person. Even though she's a kid, like, you bully somebody into taking their own life. Like, that's crazy, bro. Moving forward, cause like her losing Chappie was just a canon event, I guess, and they couldn't be stopped because Marina was on their ass. It's not much better, but the only positive you can really take away from this is that fact that Shizuka is at least alive, but she's completely out of it at this point. And I've had this feeling she's experiencing, and that shit is not fun to feel, and that shit is not fun to watch somebody who feels that. Like, that shit's horrible. The only thing that got her to show any kind of signs of life is when Marina came around again, you know, the superhero herself, and said Chappie's name. But apparently this convo had to be had in the forest. Giant red flag, my nigga. Giant red flag. And you guessed it, this led to more bullying. Telling her that Chappie's dead, which is probably true, but like, come on, folk. If that ain't enough, at this point, she was trying to like smoke her ass, like for real. Like, you were trying to get her up out of here. When Takopi intervened, though, I'm not going back for that shit was funny, bro. Cause I remember literally saying out loud, like, damn, folk just smacked the fuck out of her with that camera, bro. And I'm guilty. Cause I ain't gonna sit here about. I stood up and did an and one pose and I found out she was dead, fo. Like, I celebrated. Like, what Berlita say? I'm tired of her ass. Like, that's how I was feeling, fo. I was real happy when she got smoked, fo. After I got done celebrating, though, this show did what it does best and went right back to making me very uncomfortable. Bro, how happy Shizuka was did not feel right, gang, at all in the slightest. So at this point, we only seen her with immense joy twice. One time, when Takopi showed her that ribbon, and we know what that led to, and here when Marina died. Now, I'm no stranger to praying on my ops' downfall. Like, trust me. But at least I'm a happy person, regardless if they do well or if they perish. When it comes to Shizuka, it only feels like she's happy when some horrible shit is happening. And I mean, like, bro, shorty ass was like, Takopi, you're amazing. Like, folding them ass ain't just catch a hat, bro. Like, yo, what the fuck? Mind you, 4th grade, by the way. 4th graders, by the way, bro. And unfortunately, that one person that's actually been trying to look out for her, Azuma, is there and witnesses whole shit for seeing her body after following her concern for her safety type shit. And I hate this for my nigga, bro, because folks was completely innocent up until this point, getting into this bullshit. Folks was simping bad, bro. Folks was simping bad. There is no woman beautiful enough to alive to convince me to hide a body for her after she was involved with a murder, bro. Fuck no, absolutely not. But Shizuka was that for him. And like, you mix that with his shitty home situation and how bogus his mom is. Side note, what is wrong with the adults in this show? Like, something really wrong with these niggas. He was just in a bad spot. And he would have literally latched on to anyone that believed in him, no matter what they requested him to do type shit. Like, that's what he was mentally. He was just seeking that validation that he was missing at home. And in this sequence in particular, it just shows how bad of an influence Shizuka is for real. Cause she's seen that thirst for validation and she took full advantage of it. And she damn near like went as far as possible with it. Like, he gave her an inch and she took the I-97. Like, that's the type of shit Shizuka was on, folks. And that nigga Azuma mom ain't shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, am I tweaking? Or did one of those times I seen him had that test on that table, that host had a 95 on it? Like, fuck you mean Junior did better, no pancakes. Nigga, what? You don't put that hoe on the fridge right now, you fucking goofy goober. What is wrong with you? What's to you, G? I can relate to my nigga Ozma too, cause like growing up, like my brother was clearly the favorite child. It wasn't like to this extent, but my brother had privileges that I did not have, simple as that. And that's what's crazy is I was a smart one. But regardless, that's neither here nor there. This is when we was kids type shit. So me and my brother cool, like we cool as hell now, that's my dog. Me and my mama cool, and that's my dog. It's not really like that no more. And me and my mom had a convo about this some years ago, and it kind of is what it is. Like it's no use of putting energy towards that past bullshit, if you catch my drift. But I bring this up to kind of give you niggas insight on Ozma's situation. So imagine something breaks or something bad happens in your house and your brother is the one that caused it, but you know that his word is just gonna outweigh yours no matter what. Like, I mean, like to a point where they damn near start to convince you that you're inferior to that person, because that's what they're teaching you through shit like that happening. It's worse if that person knows that they're the favorite too, but thankfully Junior isn't like that. And honestly, nigga, thank God for this nigga Junior at his timing, bro, because Ozma was literally about to take the fall for that murder. My nigga was simping something crazy, nigga. Crazy. That scene when him and Junior had that little argument was probably one of the most heartwarming scenes in this entire show. And it was like pure. Like it's no evil shit behind this at all. Because this is exactly what brotherhood is supposed to look like. I'm glad Junior was so reassuring and adamant on having Ozma come to him when he's down, because it scratches that need of being one and itch perfectly for that nigga. And your family should be the ones that want you the most type shit. They should, but that's not how I always go down. That's why it's so heartbreaking when Ozma failed that test because he was too busy planning for that Tokyo trip. But his OG just straight up told him to his face, like, you don't have to try anymore because I'm done caring. Like, pardon? Like, I love my mom so much, bro. And I couldn't even imagine how I would feel as a grown ass man if my mom told me this, let alone as a child, bro. Like, what kind of sick shit is that? She bogus as hell, like utmost to the third power type shit. And I'm glad Junior threw in that little detail where he said them pancakes was ass, bro. I'm glad he did, the mid-ass pancakes. That made Ozma feel so much better, and I wanted to see my nigga win. So shout out that nigga Junior, gang. Like, real nigga. Probably one of the purest characters in this show. Back to Shizuka, and after she finds out that Ozma wasn't slow and didn't take that fall, shorty just went on a run to Tokyo, like just wanted fugitive type style. And I'm not gonna lie, her pop's a bitch. Like, gang, that shit was so crazy. This scene is so crazy. Not only do you actually say my name when I come to the door, letting me know that you instantly recognize me, but when your new family asks why is she calling you dad, you gonna sit here and lie and say I don't know. That shit's nasty, gang. I am not gonna lie. And after this scene with Shizuka, this is where Shizuka literally starts going like absolutely insane, like literally crazy, because shorty ass say maybe they ate Chappie, so I have to check their stomachs to see if he's still there. And I was like, ooh. Ooh. Like, you ain't no coming back from that, bro. And once Takopi knew that she was like off the deep end and he wasn't gonna help her, she started treating that nigga Takopi like Mariner treated her. Like, nigga, ain't that ironic, bro? Like, that shit's crazy. Like, doing Takopi bogus, fuck. Nah, low-key, shout out the writers, because that twist that Mariner had Takopi technically before Shizuka did was fire. It's kind of impressive how they literally showed us an alternate timeline in like all in one episode. Like, that's just crazy. But the wild thing is, in this timeline, Mariner's actually the one getting bullied and talked about and shit. And her mom, like, is still unfortunately her mom, and she's pretty much the same. Actually, she's probably worse here. Yeah, she's 10 times worse here, actually. In this timeline, Mariner actually meets Ozma and falls for folks, but too bad this simp power that he got is out of Versal, because the second he seen Shizuka, left their ass expeditiously, bro. Like, straight TYN action here, bro. That shit was crazy. Her mom ended up trying to smoke her because of this, I guess. Like, I don't know what exactly happened here. I guess her mom tried to get her up out of here, and she ended up defending herself and having to like get on that with her mom and smoke her shit. But all this shit instantly like just comes back full circle, because it's the exact same result. Her ass hates Shizuka. But in this timeline, Takopi actually went back to with the intention of actually smoking Shizuka himself. He lost memories of the past timeline or some shit. It's not really super clear why those memories came back, but they did. And we found out that Takopi is here to kill Shizuka to make Marina smile, which is a crazy twist. And it's really creative how they recreated the initial scene and shit. Like, this is a really crazy twist. I fuck with this. The finale of this shit was pretty good, gang. I think what I liked about it so much is that we finally got to see Takopi's side of things and his thought process through all this shit. Because up until this point, Like, we never really seen him have a say in this because no one really like took his input for real. And it's cool to see him kind of sort of get this situation and make it out for himself. I think Azuma gave this nigga the best piece of advice that he's heard this entire show. He said, people can be good and bad at the same time. I feel like that's what Takopi needed to hear this entire time. And it makes sense the way he views things because this nigga's an alien. So of course you're not going to be able to like see these niggas' morality on more than a surface level type shit. And it's going to make sense if you looking at like good and bad in this super black and white way. I feel like if he received this advice earlier, he could have handled this situation a lot differently. But this sequence is fire, nigga. Especially when he's confronted by Shizuka again. And he was like standing firm even though she was like abusing the hell out of him. Like, good Lord. And eventually she smiled again. But there was something really dark here that I wanted to point out. I don't know if I was the only one that picked up on this, but there was a quick newspaper article on the screen talking about 2 girls going missing. And it was only up there for a few seconds. But if you take 2 and 2 and put them together, it's implied that Shizuka actually smoked their 2 half-sisters in efforts of looking for Chappie. Yeah. Yeah, this show wild, fuck. And I think Shizuka actually got some closure in her last face-to-face with Takopi. But whole time I was like, damn, that's nice. Police! Police, nigga. Arrest her ass ASAP, nigga. What? It was a little confusing at the end. Like, I was wondering how, like, Takopi sacrificing himself to use the camera again was gonna work. Cause I know I wasn't the only one that was like, oh wait, so these niggas just go back to the original timeline where Shizuka offs herself? Like, yo, like what does that solve? What does that do? I'm like, yo, what kind of horrible ending is that, my nigga? Like, what's going on here? And it looked like that's what it was gonna be. But then like when Mariner was bullying her notebook happened to open and Mariner seen her little drawing of Takopi. And I guess their memories of folks were still there or like came back when they seen a little doodle of him. And their memories of him from their respective times having him helped them bond in the end. And I was like, oh, that's actually really cool. I like this. His sacrifice actually created the only possible happy ending, which is sad but happy at the same time. And Shizuka and Marina actually ended up being really good friends. Their lives still aren't the best, but they still have problems, but they have each other now, which is sweet. And I like that it wasn't just all like a positive ending, because these niggas still have underlying things that's happening in their lives that's making it bad too. It's not just her getting bullied and her getting abused by her mother and shit like that. Like it's not just instantly everything's good now type shit. There's still things that's going on that's bad. I really love this show now, bro. Like I really love this show. Mind you, this whole is only 6 episodes. Like that's insane. I like the root of this story, bro, so much. Like this whole story leans on Takopi's understanding of the human race and emotions, and things didn't turn out good until he got a better understanding of them type shit. If you catch my drift. Like this show does a really good job of making you feel bad for everybody, but like not too bad, because these niggas evil, bro. Some sick ass niggas in this show besides Azuma. Azuma's that nigga's a goat, bro. Glad my nigga got what he deserved, bro. Like you literally can't be too sympathetic to anyone in this show, because they're gonna do something that you aren't gonna agree with, hooking right back to Azuma's advice that he gave to Takopi, that people can be good and bad at the same time. This whole show is really just like a message of how our environments could shape out our morality, essentially. And it's genuinely impressive how they conveyed that without holding the viewer's hand the entire time until they got that message. Like this show got it, bro. Real shit. Like this is really impressive.
Horimiya ended up being an amazing watch. After watching More Than a Married Couple, I've decided to continue on finding a more wholesome slice of life anime to help me with the downtimes. I've been scouting out Horimiya for some time now, and I've been seeing clips of this show on TikTok for at least a year, and every time they came across my feed, I always stopped and watched the entire thing, so I knew I was going to watch this eventually. To put it shortly, Horimiya was a really phenomenal experience. Gang, outside of Spy Family, this might be one of the most wholesome shows I've ever watched, and this has left me with nothing but smiles and a healthy amount of laughter. And during this time of need, I really appreciate what this show has offered me. So, you know how this is right here. We start off with the story. The story in Horimiya is pretty simple and is executed extremely well. Our story follows our main high school duo named Miyamura and Hori. Miyamura is a social outcast who doesn't really talk to anyone like that, but he wants to make friends, but it's kind of hard because people around him already make up this image of him in their head before they even talk to him. Hori is a pretty social butterfly girl in the class, and she's very popular. She has a lot of friends, and she's admired by a lot of people. One day, Hori's little brother Sota hurts himself while playing and Miyamura brings him home, but she doesn't recognize him because he was flea as hell at that moment. She's used to him looking like nerdy with the school fit on at all times, but he looked completely different in this scene here. Once he reveals who he is, it piques her interest and damn near instantly. Sota low-key the MVP for real because he offered Hori a cover-up for this whole thing to see him. Sota wanted to play with Miyamura after that day, so she invited him to come over so she could eventually find out more about him as a cover-up of him actually going to play with her little brother type shit. That's the base of the story, and I'm not gonna lie, every interaction in between Miyamura and Hori is extremely satisfying. Watching them grow closer was sweet and simple. They actually talk about shit in a timely manner. Doesn't really have time to build up to turn into anything big, like a big argument or commotion. Their communication is pretty straightforward. Like, nah, I'm dead ass. Niggas don't tiptoe around shit in this show at all. They just let it out at random moments too, which is funny as hell. There's a few instances of this too. There was this moment where Hori and Miyamura was like looking at each other's hands, because I think Miyamura pointed out that she was double jointed. And so they started comparing hands and they started holding hands, and Hori just came out with it and said that she liked them. I was like, damn, all right. I could vibe with this. That's cool. Miyamura did it as well. When Hori was sick and she stayed home from school, he was like with her all day. He was like, all right, I'm gonna head out. Oh yeah, I told the school that you were sick. I bought you some food and drinks that's in the fridge. Hit my line if you need anything. I love you. I feel better. I was like, whoa, all right. Made Hori spring right the fuck up like the Undertaker when he left that room. That was funny as hell. I really appreciate two major things in this show, and that's its story structure and its visual storytelling. I didn't realize it until the end of the show, but the low-key end goal was to build up this big-ass group of friends that's with all vastly different personalities. After realizing it, I really appreciate the approach they took to do that. So the whole story revolves around Hori and Miyamura's relationship, right? So the story started off making sure that they were well established before they went in any other direction. But after they established it, it seemed like you didn't know where the focus of the next episode was going to be, and I really like that. It's a real mystery aspect of the show. They really emphasize the importance of every character and their relationship in this show with this approach. Literally everyone has some significance and become a part of the group in the end, or at least be a friend to Miyamura at the end of it. The niggas that even bullied Miyamura had pretty much an entire episode based around them. This show approach to its episode structure makes the whole watch more interesting because they already shown these characters up until this point. So now we're just guessing who we're going to learn more about next. The visual storytelling is actually pretty subtle and genius. Every time something important is said or there's an emotional barrier getting broken, there's a little visual that pops up with the characters with a white background, has a distinct color shadow pulling away from the character, and it kind of lets you know like, hey nigga, you need to pay attention here. I really appreciate that personally because I really be going blank sometimes when I watch stuff. So that really like pulled me back in and let me know like, hey, I need to pay attention right there. Like they handled this perfectly, and I really appreciate everything that happened in this story. And I'm glad that we got more with the missing pieces. I'm definitely gonna watch it. Now let's move on to characters and character interactions. Gang, they did their characters and this shit so much justice. There isn't one major or side character in this show that I felt didn't get enough screen time. With every character introduced, a new subplot is introduced that's fully fleshed out. So every character gets the love they deserve. It's not a crazy amount of characters, so we're gonna run through a few of them. Miyamura is a really great main character. Him and Hori are like really the glue of the friend group, and you can clearly see that he enjoys having friends, so he doesn't mind it at all. He's a really cool person. I really like how he has these talks with his old self throughout the show that really shows his growth from middle school. I love the scene where he tells his past self to hold on because the better things are coming in the near future. I also love the scene at the end where he told his old self told him that he would leave him alone, which is some really cool symbolism since his past has pretty much been haunting him this entire show. He's really open and considerate. He's always down to give out heads too, depending on if you want to help him or not. My nigga Miyamura know how to flip that switch, and I really love that shit. But that nigga headbutted Sengoku, that shit had me rolling because he ain't have a good reason to do that shit at all. That shit was funny when he was fighting Ishikawa as well. He beat his ass. He started talking about it was self-defense. Ishikawa was like, but bro, you beat the shit out of me. What do you mean self-defense? Grade A comedy, man. Every time he flipped that switch, it's funny as hell. He's grown a lot over the show. He went from being a shut-in to getting one cut and having the holes. My fault, folks. I like his relationship with Hori a lot. It's really like the perfect sacrificial, balanced relationship. He even does the things that he doesn't want to do. Hori be wanting him to beat her ass and disrespect her and spit on her, and he be doing that shit and just be guilty as hell after. He really don't like doing it. He's a good dude at the core. He's really nice to everyone, no matter what history that they have. Hell, one of his best lines in this show is, there isn't anyone that I think you can't be friends with eventually. And that's a cool philosophy to have, but shit, better man than me. Some niggas out there just had me like,
Boy, fuck you. Die today.
Nah, I'm just playing. I don't live with any hate in my heart like that. He's a cool dude though. I think Miyamura is a really amazing and phenomenal main character in this. Hori is really cool too. She's really understanding when it comes to Miyamura. And she don't play about that nigga at all. She's really protective of him. And she's super committed to him to the point where she kind of tweaks out when they don't interact like that. You seen that when Miyamura went to go visit family and he was gone for 5 days. She literally had to text that nigga like, hurry up and come back, gang, please. I really like her dynamic with everyone too. She's a good big sister, an understanding daughter, and a loving wife, and she has like the perfect balance. She reminds me a lot of me because she works so hard. Sometimes she just feels like she can't take a break. She even does this shit when like she's in no condition to do like anything, and she still try to get up and do work and help around the house and help with her little brother and all that. Her past is actually pretty sad. She's basically had to raise her brother on her own and like take care of shit around the house. Her mama took advantage of her strength and essentially forced her to live that life in general. She's low-key dealing with a lot under that pretty popular girl persona, but I love how strong she is, all things considered. Her relationship with her family is actually pretty funny too. Her family be acting like they want Miyamura around more than her ass. She's a little freaky ass motherfucker too. She like getting beat on. That kind of surprised me. Her beef with her pop's kind of funny as hell too. It ain't like a beef for real. She just be on that with his ass. She just super well-rounded, man. And I really appreciate every moment of her. I really do. Onaka was pretty cool too. She was a little weird at first. They revealed why she was weird later on. She lost a whole ass brother, gang, and she probably never even properly grieved, and she probably don't know how to properly grieve that. It's a big part of your life that she's missing. I love how she let Miyamura actually like indirectly fill that role and help her, even though she was kind of jealous of him. I love how they ended up being like cool with it and all that. I think that's a really cool touch. Ishikawa was a very cool character, and I'm glad that he ended up happy in the end, because man, my nigga took some Vegeta L's. He got the girl that he like snatched, and the nigga that took his girl beat his ass. The average nigga would have either transfer schools or he would turn to a supervillain. It's not safe to come to school that next day, but he actually kept it cool. It's kind of wild that he was able to look past his pride that much, cause gang, it couldn't be me. But I like how he handled it though. He ended up still being friends with Miyamura too, which is wild. He even let him know like, hey, it ain't no hard feelings, gang. And they ended up being like real life homies for real, and like Miyamura beat his ass. Like, that's kind of wild. I like his relationship with Yuki too. It's not that different from what they had going on originally, and that's nice because there's no pressure due to a major change, so it's not awkward or anything. He treated the whole Sakura thing the best way he could, and I definitely respect him and how he handled that situation. Yuki is cool too. The main thing I like about Yuki is how real she is with herself, especially in the whole situation with Sakura and Ishikawa. I strictly remember how mad she was at herself because what she was doing was selfish as fuck, and it really was. But luckily Ishikawa liked her back, otherwise she would have broke up a potentially decent relationship just because she couldn't face her own feelings head on. But at the core, she's a very good person. She just had that one problem, and she's had that problem her whole life according to her sister. Sengoku and Remy are surprisingly well written. If you think about their status and their position in the school, you would think they'd be like snobby and annoying and like uptight and shit, but they're not. Remy's a fun, loving, and a really understanding person. Sengoku is just like a good, balanced friend. And like Remy said, he's really weak, but he tries. And Remy's really strong, but she doesn't. That's kind of why they work so well together. I kind of like that dynamic in their relationship. Their episode with them two is actually really good. I actually didn't think they were going to dive deeper into Yora's character, but I really liked him. He was pretty cool. I actually was surprised that they actually gave him time in an episode of his own. I love his relationship with his sister. He just wants her to have balance. She studies so much. She studies to the point where her textbooks are wrinkled. That's kind of wild. And he really cares for her as well. She just wants her to like, enjoy life as well and not work too hard and not work herself to death. He tries to keep things lighthearted with her when things are looking bad. He's a really positive dude. I really like him. He's kind of loud and annoying, but he's really positive. He's a good friend to have around. Sosa is really that nigga, gang. He's the reason that things are the way they are. That one scene where he was sitting down and they was talking about inviting Miyamura over with Hori, and he told Hori that she needed to be more real with herself, it instantly made me like her more, because that was raw. I was like, talk to her. Talk to her, little nigga. He's just a carefree, cool little dude. He's actually pretty wise for his age. And I like how he just accepted Miyamura as a big brother. He's a really cool kid. Everyone else is cool too, man. I really love everyone's character in this show. There's not a character I don't like in this show at all. Even the bullies are cool. The way that they wrote these characters is super satisfying. I'm really glad that y'all brought these to life. Thank you to the voice actors and the manga authors for all this. Let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. I like the art style and the character designs in this show a lot. There's a decent amount of beautiful ass scenes in this show too. Like I said earlier, I really like that visual they do with something as important and something important as said. It's a really good touch. The show looks really good, so there's no complaints up here about the visuals at all. The music in this show does its job as well, and I'll tell you what, them sad ass piano pieces be hitting hard as hell for some reason in this show, and they show up so often, so you kind of think that you'll be used to them, but man, you just don't. They hit you every single time. It's kind of wild. I really like the openings in this show. I like the ending as well. I like the ending song as well. They're definitely on the Rigato playlist, link down below for that. They really spent their time with the music in this show. It's really creative, and as a musician, I definitely appreciate that. Overall, Horimiya made me feel a lot of positive emotions after the finale. It's extremely beautiful show. It's super wholesome, it's well written, it's filled to the brim with enjoyable characters, and I love that we're getting more of them with the Missing Pieces series that's coming out now, which I definitely will be watching. I think if you like slice of life, then this is damn near essential. It's extremely good. And if you don't and you want to try out slice of life, I think this is a really good place to start. This is like my fourth one now, and I genuinely enjoy every second I have with this show, and I'm glad that we're getting more of it with the Missing Pieces series. So try it out, man. As a musician, watching Bocchi the Rock was a perfect experience in my opinion. I found myself resonating with the full cast of this anime on numerous occasions and laughing the whole way through. This anime touches on a lot of problems that I personally dealt with in the beginning of my music and my content creation journey, and some that I even still struggle with now. This anime is perfect for musicians, but it's still super enjoyable for the normal people out there too. This show has actually helped me develop a different mindset about my music and my content creator journey, but we'll talk about that more a little bit later. Bocchi the Rock was a pleasant surprise for sure, and I'm really surprised that a music slice of life anime could be so fun and so expressive. So without further ado, let's chop it up. So, you know how we do things around here. First, we start off with the story. The story for this show is actually pretty simple. Our story follows a girl with a really bad social anxiety problem named Hitori. One day, her dad was watching this band on TV and she seen it, and from that day on, she practiced every day and vowed that she was going to be in a band one day and become famous. One day, she randomly meets this drummer named Nikija and joins her and a bass guitarist named Ryo to form a band called Kesoku Band, with Hitori's classmate Ikuyo becoming a later addition to the group. From here, the show is about them growing together as a group and essentially becoming the best band they can be. They learn each other as people, they spend a lot of time helping each other progress towards their dreams. While all this is happening, Hitori, now nicknamed Bocchi, is trying to conquer her social anxiety to somewhat become a functioning human being in society. She gets a job, she starts to go out, she starts to get comfortable in her own skin, all that jazz. Although the story is very simple, the execution of it makes it very phenomenal in my opinion. There are a lot of lessons in this show that are damn near like painfully relatable to me, and I'm talking shit that I juggle on a daily basis. And hopefully some of these lessons stick with me after I watch this show long after. Like when Bocchi was writing the band's first song, she was writing the lyrics for him, and she was struggling because she thought that she was being so genuine to the point where she thinks very few people will listen to it. So she ended up writing something very generic and very shallow so it could relate to a broader audience. She ends up showing this to Ryo, and Ryo reveals that inauthentic music is the reason she left her last band. She just told her at the end of the day, it may not relate to a lot of people, but the people that it does relate to is going to hit them very hard. My nigga, learning this was super important with my music and my content creation. One thing that I was not budging on from the beginning is I'm going to be me. I'm not budging on that. I'd rather be me than get everything being something that I'm not. I probably would be more successful in the short run, but I feel like your number one marketing point is always going to be you. You are the one thing that other people can never provide, so in the long run, the people that want to find you will, and want to find what you offer will. And I think that's for life in general. It's not just like a music and a content creation thing. Be 100% you 100% of the time. Or when Bocchi was down after watching Hirori's band Sick Hack put on a great show for all those people, Hiroi said something super powerful to her that hit me specifically. She said that chasing after numbers and immediate results brings nothing but pain. That hit me pretty hard because that's exactly what I've been doing lately. I often associate my happiness of my craft with the results that it produces, and that's not the way I should be approaching my passions. And honestly, it's been producing that pain that she mentioned. In my 6 months on YouTube, I've been chasing this big dopamine hit from seeing the subscribers count go up and seeing a greater number of views, when in reality, I should just focus on the fact that I enjoy making YouTube videos. Of course, I want to live up this eventually, but I need to focus on my love for it. This anime damn near feels like it was made for me. It's spoken to me multiple times throughout these 12 episodes, and it's made me laugh every step of the way. Anime storytelling doesn't get more fun and imaginative than this. Now, move on to characters and character interaction. Gang, the characters in this show are all perfect. They all provide value, they're all really funny, and it's damn near impossible to hate anyone in this show. Bocchi is a perfect main character. She's funny as hell, she's extremely awkward but super caring, even though it's seemingly impossible for her to express it sometimes. She's the perfect representation of an overthinker with social anxiety. Every moment with her on your screen is super unpredictable and super funny. Keeping this show fresh is an understatement. She be straight up tweaking, gang, and I appreciate every moment of her. Going into Bocchi's brain when she overthinking are probably some of my favorite moments in the entire show, because the visuals are so goofy and full of imagination, and her writing just feels so real. She really just be doing funny shit, like her sitting in those garbage cans performing in that damn box like she's Solid Snake or some shit. And don't forget her dolphin diving into the stands and smacking the ground. Damn near made me fall off my chair for real, I ain't gonna lie. Her social anxiety is a bit extreme, but at the end of the day, it's relatable and it feels super genuine. I've definitely seen some people like in real life that act just like her. Her character is spot on, and honestly, I think she's one of the most unique and enjoyable main characters I've seen in anime. Ryo funny as hell too. She be saying some of the funniest shit with the most blank expression and monotone voice. It's really funny seeing her freeload and try to make money off people, but she's not all jokes though. She's extremely real under all that, which is really cool. The authors were able to create a really good balance with Ryo. She's also an introvert like Bocchi, but she's actually alone by choice. And with her and Bocchi being both introverts, they actually understand each other on a better level than others might think. Ryo is actually a great character and the one that I thoroughly enjoy. Ikuyo is great as well. She's super positive 24/7, so much to the point where she's actually a bit naive, which is really great. She's such an optimist that she comes up with her own positive interpretations for other people's motives and actions. She always gives people the benefit of the doubt. She's super hard on herself though. She's just like me for real. She's actually really good at guitar already, but she's striving to become someone that can support Bocchi at the end of the day and the rest of the band. She's a hard worker who literally never gets complacent. She always finds herself by Bocchi's side, and she's always encouraging Bocchi to get out of her comfort zone. Nijika is really cool too. She's kind of the voice of reason of the group. She's like super positive, but it's like rooted into reality. She's super considerate of Bocchi, and she's actually like got to the point where she knows Bocchi pretty well. She's always wondering if she's putting too much pressure on her, and she actually takes time to reassure her, which is always a cool feature. She's even asked her, did she actually want to do this after her first gig, since when she first asked Bocchi herself to be in the band, Bocchi didn't really give an answer. She just kind of drug her along there. At the end of the day, she wants the best for Bocchi in the band, and she really enjoys the time that she spends with them. All the side characters are fire too, my nigga. Seika is Nijika's big sister, and although she seems very intimidating and mean, on the inside she has an abundance of love for her sister in the band, and she just wants them to succeed. Hiroi is a fun-loving alcoholic musician who's really hilarious, but at her core, she actually sees how talented Bocchi is, and actually she genuinely cares for her, even though she might be too drunk to let her know sometimes. PA didn't have that much screen time, but she's a great character too. She was really good at asking Seika those hard questions and getting those funny reactions out of her. She was another fun and outgoing character. The Sick Hack members were cool too. All the characters in this show are pretty much great. Some didn't get a lot of screen time, but they're all really good, and they all serve their purpose when they are on the screen. They're all likable when they're on the screen. All the dialogue and character interactions are pretty much perfect in my opinion, so thank you to all the authors and voice actors for your work in creating this world with these enjoyable ass characters. Thank you so much. Now, move on to looks, presentation, and music. You can tell that the animation team had hella fun with this anime. You can easily see that there's a lot of love put in this as you watch. Every episode, Bocchi has like this little episode, and it's followed up by some funny ass over the top visual that's going on in her brain. Sometimes the whole art style changes, and sometimes it's just super goofy, and sometimes you wonder how much budget this show actually got because it looks so good. But every time it's gonna be something creative. And this show is not just that, this show looks really good all around. All the movement in this show has this very alive and bouncy feel. Animation that during the actual performances themselves look crazy good. I really appreciate all the artists and animators that worked on this show, man. This shit looks amazing. And of course, come on, man, the music is great. I really been getting blessed these past few videos on music. All the music in this show is heat, especially the ones from the main band. So here's another soundtrack that I'm going to be listening to for a long time. Thank you to all the writers, composers, guitarists, drummers, and vocalists that put this together. I really appreciate you for what you did on this show, and I really appreciate you for what you do in general. All in all, Bocchi the Rock has so much to offer than your everyday slice of life anime. I think its character writing and references are unmatched, and I'm confident that Bocchi the Rock offers something that no other anime can give you. It's a one-of-one anime experience. I've seen a lot of anime at this point, and there's nothing quite like this. I would recommend this one to anyone that watches anime. There's something that everyone can appreciate in this anime by default, but especially if you're a musician or a content creator. Or if you have like an entrepreneurial mindset in general, I think this is a very good watch, and it gives you valuable messages that reach far beyond the music sphere it was going for. Watch Bocchi the Rock, my nigga. You will not be disappointed, I promise you. Gang, this one was special. I guess I've been really into the musical genre for anime recently. Unlike Takt Destiny, I had pretty high expectations going in for Vivy. The main reason is because the writers of ReZero also did the writing for this anime, and ReZero's goated, so this is an expectation to have for me. And gang, not only did this anime deliver on the great story, this is also arguably one of the most beautiful anime I've ever watched, and I'm not exaggerating. This anime was gorgeous, full of these grand emotional ass moments with its super flashy and well choreographed fight scenes, beautiful action sequences, and beautiful musical performances. Vivy has left me speechless numerous times throughout my watch. I'm happy to share my experience with you with this absolute gem, so without further ado, let's dive into Vivy Fluorite Eyes song. So, you know how we do things around here. First, we start off with the story. The storytelling of Vivy was actually super unique, and it presents itself in a very untraditional way. The story starts off 100 years into the future. For the past 100 years, there have been a few major events that's caused tension to build up between humans and AI. AI are a real big part of this story, by the way. There's this huge massacre that occurs with like 10,000 humans dying, I believe. Before this doctor dies, gets killed by these AI, he sends this AI named Matsumoto to find this songstress AI named Diva. In the past, 100 years in the past. Her goal is to sing on the main stage and to make everyone happy with her singing, and sing with all her heart. The doctor has this operation called Singularity that prevents the eventual war breaking out between AI and humans. And there are these events called Singularity points that need to be stopped to change the outcome. So it's Matsumoto and Vivy's job to stop these Singularity points. So we're going to talk about each of them because they're both their own section of the story. Well, they're all their own section of the story. The first event was the assassination of Aikawa Yoichi. This part was so fire in my opinion, and it was a great way to start the anime. We meet Vivy or Diva depending on who's in the body at that current point in time, and we're introduced to Matsumoto, an AI that's trying to help her prevent that unfortunate future from happening. The first mission was to stop the assassination of his AI enthusiast named Aikawa. He's being targeted by this anti-AI terrorist group named Takt. These episodes are pretty phenomenal in my opinion. This section pretty much gave us insight on the current standings between AI and humans and how things already look like they're going in the bad direction. This sequence was super action-packed, and it kind of planted seeds for the next sequence, which was really cool and a really nice touch story-wise. They ended up saving him, but in the process, Vivy ended up saving one of the members of Takt, which plays a big role in the next sequence, which is the Sunrise Space Hotel crash. So in this event, Takt is back, and their mission is to frame AIs for crashing the space hotel to make it look like AI shouldn't have this much control over stuff in the world. In the other timelines, this mission succeeded, and they labeled this hospitality AI named Estella a monster, and it furthered the discord between humans and AIs. But they're here to change that. There's this whole backstory about Estella's creation and how she had a twin sister named Elizabeth as a result of a cloning experiment. The cloning experiment failed and Elizabeth was scrapped, but she was still functional when a Takt member found her, the same Takt member that Vivy saved in the first Singularity point. He decided to take her in and use her to execute this plan. Vivy and her end up having one of the best fights in the show, and then Estella evacuates everybody on board and ends up being looked at as a hero. This sequence was beautiful. There are these really memorable scenes in this part. The scene where Elizabeth was breaking down from the virus was super emotional, and it was perfectly executed. It hit you right in the soft spot. The scene where Stella and Beth were sacrificing themselves and Beth was singing to the passengers on the evacuation ships was fire too. Elizabeth also disobeyed her master because his plan involved him dying on the ship. Thought he was going to die to frame her, so she had a hand in changing the timeline herself as well. This sequence definitely delivered in every aspect, and I really think this sequence is really cool and a really strong storytelling wise. The third singularity point was the metal float, which was this off-the-grid factory for AIs. Vivy and Masamoto's mission is to shut it down, pretty much. This sequence is where the story takes like a different turn. So, to lay out some background, Diva is the first AI of her kind. And there are a few AI that were created based off her design, and you already met two of them. They're called sisters. You met two of them. They're Elizabeth and Estella. In this sequence, you meet another one named Grace, who is a nursing AI. All of the sisters know how to sing, and they sing Diva songs, because Diva is like the prototype. Grace is married to this doctor that's basically the guy who created the factory, but he believes that AI and humans should evolve at the same rate, so he thinks that the factory can get in the way of that. There's a pretty big twist though. Grace is pretty much the factory, so Vivy had to kill her to stop the factory, which she does eventually. After the fact, Vivy meets with the doctor again in the same spot where the doctor proposed to Grace, and he kills himself. But when Vivy witnesses this, Vivy encounters a fatal error and shuts down completely. This sequence is pretty good. It's pretty emotional, and I think the scene where the doctor like actually guided Vivy to his wife was like pretty sad. I ain't gonna lie, because he eventually had to accept the fact that this was necessary, even if it meant that his wife had to die, no matter what. The sequence is fire, in my opinion. The last singularity point is Ophelia's suicide. This one's a little different from the others, because it isn't Vivy carrying out this mission, it's Diva. After the last sequence, Diva eventually took control of Vivy because Vivy was absent. At this point, Diva is a big singer and she's finally getting the audience that she deserves, and she's having a big concert where she's closing the show out. In this same show, there is another sister performer named Ophelia. In the alternate timeline, she committed suicide, sparking a lot of dialogues about how AIs could be considered being very close to humans. So Diva interacts with her and tries to make her reconsider, but after her performance, she sees this look on her face. So Masamoto follows her while Diva tracks down the same Takt member that she saved in the first singularity point. Well, Vivy saved in the first singularity point. The Takt member captures her and infects her with this virus that will completely erase Diva and leave only Vivy, since he wants to ask Vivy a question, but Vivy wasn't there. They have another one of the best fights in the show that I enjoyed a lot. Like, I enjoyed a fuck ton. Meanwhile, Masamoto finds out that Ophelia's old friend Antonio is behind her death in the other timeline, and he's doing it because he only wants her to sing for him. They both end up dying, and Diva puts on her last performance before she gets completely erased. They show her get erased in the archives in front of Vivy, was actually like a really gorgeous ass scene. This scene is gorgeous. Like, I'm really like, this scene left me speechless for a second, because this part has so much symbolism in it that I'm going to talk about a little later. This definitely shattered my expectations for the last like singularity point, and I thoroughly enjoyed this part in this sequence of these episodes. After Ophelia's mission, Vivy is now back and she's unable to sing because of a mental block, but she's also trying to combat that by writing her own song to help her sing. So now she's being used as this exhibit in the AI museum. What they did right here is super clever, I'm not gonna lie. So there's this boy named Osama, shut up, that visits her often, and years go by until they eventually reveal two things. It reveals that Osama is the doctor from the beginning of the show that put Vivy on this mission to begin with, and someone called him Masamoto, implying that he's also responsible for Masamoto's creation. This twist was actually pretty genius, and how they presented it was actually super creative. Now it's a good time to explain what the archives are, since there's another twist involving it. The archives are basically a place where AIs get information and they get updated. So most of the AIs use the archives pretty often. Now at this point, Vivy and Masamoto found out that these changes that they've been making to these singularity points haven't deviated enough from the original outcomes. Therefore, that same massacre from the first episode still happens. Plus, the archives is actually behind it, and they're trying to destroy all human life and have Earth occupied by AIs. So they link up with Takt. Vivy and Masamoto link up with Takt, and this is like a new, completely reinvented Takt, because they want AIs and humans to live in harmony pretty much now. So they link up with Takt to stop them, but it can only stop if Vivy sings a song that she comes up with, which is a good twist. Long story short, she fails the first time, but that same doctor actually sacrifices himself to send Vivy back to the beginning of the massacre earlier on in the day. It's also revealed that the archives left the faith up to Vivy. She was the first AI to create something out of her own freedom, so her song is the code to shut everything down, which is a nice touch. It's a really cool touch. I like what they did right there. On the second attempt, she gets another chance and ends up singing the song on the main stage that she wanted to perform at all this time, which is another great touch. This is definitely the best part of the show, easily. This scene was absolutely jaw-dropping. In the end, they stop the AI. Masamoto saves her from this fallen satellite, and Vivy ends up crashing. But in the after credit scenes, they show Vivy and a rebooted Vivy and Masamoto, and she ends up singing the same tone that she started with in the anime in the beginning. My nigga, the finale for this was beautiful. The storytelling in the anime as a whole was actually pretty masterful, and it makes sense that the authors of ReZero made this. This story is one of a kind, and it went far and beyond what I was expecting. The plot twist, the perfectly placed backstory, and this unique way that they told the story made this anime feel super refreshing. And honestly, there's nothing like it out there that I've seen, I should say. But the story in this is like phenomenal, like 10 out of 10. Like, story is really good. Now, let's move on to the characters and the character interactions. The characters of Vivy have a surprising amount of depth to them. Like, it's kind of impressive how much character development they pack within these 13 episodes. I love all the characters in this show. It's just like in ReZero when I was talking about every character has a vital role in the story. It's the same here. Everyone is vital to the story no matter where they appear. No characters are wasted in this anime, and I really appreciate that because a lot of anime can just throw away some characters. Vivy is actually, in my opinion, one of the best MCs of all time. She has an absurd amount of depth, and I like how the show kind of leaves the whole Vivy and Diva thing up to the viewer's interpretation. The whole Vivy and Diva dynamic was super cool too because they were two completely different beings. Vivy was a more timid and serious personification. She lived with a fear of singing even though that was her whole objective, but she wanted to help people anytime that she could, and even going as far as trying to alter the timeline to do it. Diva was what Vivy really wanted to be. She was fun, she was always smiling, she was confident, and she was an amazing singer. It was a cool touch having Vivy lock herself in a room inside the archives. I think that's some crazy cool symbolism. I think that when Vivy saw the doctor off himself, I think that she locked herself in that room because of her fear of her reality, creating the Diva alter ego in the process. And I think in the very end, when she was rebooted, I think they finally became one, which is goated. Is a goated way to present that. If that's what they were going for, that's really crazy. Like, that's really good. Vivy is an amazing character, and I would argue that she's definitely one of the best written characters in anime history. Like, it's bold, but man, like, they really roll her crazy. Masamoto is a really good companion. He's funny, he's realistic, and low-key, he's actually super caring. I love how laid back and comical his dialogue is, and I love the dynamic he brings to him and Vivy's relationship. He's the more calculated one, and that's always thinking from a logical standpoint. And he's kind of cold-hearted a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Especially when you consider the fact that he stopped Vivy from saving her friend. He always scolds Vivy for not sticking to the plan, but he understands and respects her decision because he knows that her actions come from a good place. Their dynamic is kind of like a beauty behind the madness type thing. On the surface, it seems really chaotic because it really is, but it works out and it's still super functional. By the end of their journey, we get to see them become super close, and it was definitely fun to watch them grow together and go on this adventure with them. The sisters were all great additions to the story. They were all based off of Vivy, so they all ended up being good people. Estella was super selfless during the Space Hotel thing. She deserved the hero title for what she did in the Space Hotel. Elizabeth literally got a whole ass redemption arc right in front of Vivy and Estella's eyes, and Masamoto's eyes. Grace was cool. Even though she was power in the factory, I don't know if y'all noticed this, but there was a very small detail when Vivy killed her. It was like she was smiling, so it's kind of symbolized kind of like an act of mercy. Like, I think that was like a really good touch. And Ophelia is a good representation of a lot of music artists out there. She doesn't have much confidence in her abilities, even though she's amazing. If you are an artist and you find yourself watching this, bro, snap out of it. Your work is great. You are great. And if you're not great right now, you can always get great. You have time. Put your time in. Her character was really amazing to me because she was super relatable. I've literally been in her shoes as far as my artistry goes, so Ophelia's character really resonated with me. Once again, I think that all the characters in this show are done extremely well. The doctor that sent him, Osama, shut up. Osama was good. The leader of Tok was good. Even the guy that Vivy saved in the first singularity point was great. Every single one of these characters played their role so well, and I just love it. I love when all the characters mean something in the show. All the sisters were good. Even the little girl in the beginning of the show that called Vivy for the first time when she was known as Diva. She had a big part at the end. That was cool. There was a little moment with her at the end where she was like, I know this isn't real because you will never call me Diva. And the girls calling her Diva. I was like, yo, man, like, y'all really showing out Y'all are really showing out, bro, and I love this. Every character in this show is so good. The character writing is something that people should take notes on. A lot of animation write their characters this way and present their characters this way. Vivy did a really good job with his character writing. Amazing job. And thank you to all the voice actors that worked on this. Y'all all contributed, and y'all all made this show one of the best anime I've ever seen. Now, let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. This anime was done by Wit Studio, and gang, they did their shit with this one. I'm not gonna lie. This is honestly one of the best looking anime I've ever seen. Not even talking about the fights, which is crazy. From the scenery, from the space hotel, the performances, and the AI tower. It's just some really jaw-dropping shit in this anime. I think my personal favorites are the performances though, because those visuals paired with the amazing music in this show just make for these perfect-ass, grand-ass scenes. The fight scenes are phenomenal too. They feature some of the best choreography. As far as like hand-to-hand fight scenes, they're definitely among the best, like among the top dogs. I'm talking like this is like on par, if not better, with like God of High School, like Jujutsu Kaisen and stuff like that. Like this is crazy. And the music in this anime, I got another soundtrack to listen to. The music in this anime is different. The music in this anime is on par, if not better, than the music in Your Name, which is crazy because I never thought it would get better than that. I thought Your Name was the best music I've ever heard in anime, and I thought it wasn't gonna get any better. It's not just a track or two too. It's an album full of raw-ass songs that are in this show. Every song in this show is good. None of them hit harder than Fluorite Eyes, though. That Fluorite Eyes song, man, that's different. Now, keep in mind, all these songs are in Japanese, so I don't even know what they saying for real. But this song just feels extremely grand. It hits me hard because it perfectly encapsulates the whole journey. Every time I listen to this song, it reminds me of this amazing ass show. Makes me think of the time with all these amazing ass characters. It makes me think of Vivy's beautiful journey and its conclusion, which makes my listening experience 10 times better. The music in this anime is crazy good. I'm glad they made music such an important element of this show. It just makes it easier for them to get emotion out of me while I'm watching it. And they definitely got a lot of emotion out of me when I'm watching it. This show is beautiful, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you to the whole sound team that worked on this and the whole animation team. Wit Studio, you made a crazy one. You made a crazy one right here, man. I didn't expect this to be this good. I definitely didn't expect to go into this anime expecting one of the best anime of all time, but man, that's what I got. And I couldn't be happier with this show if I'm keeping it a bean. This show definitely requires you to pay attention, but if you get the full understanding of the story like I did and you watch it all the way through, this can damn near bring you to tears. That's how special and beautiful this show is, in my opinion. This is one of those rare cases where anime does every aspect to damn near perfection. This show's story is pretty complex, but it's still perfect. I wouldn't change a thing about this story. The character writing is done masterfully. I wouldn't change a thing about this character writing. And the looks and the music are amongst the greats. I think the music is like at the top, in my opinion. I love this show. Definitely give this a watch. This is an experience that I'll never forget personally. And this is an experience that I want you to have too. I want you to have these same feelings that I'm feeling right now. Thank you to everyone that had a hand in creating this. You made something super special. Extremely special.
I ain't gonna lie, it might smell like bitch in here, cause anime usually don't bring tears to my eyes. They usually don't, but this is the first one that damn near like really made me cry for, like dead ass. I know that's not a vulnerable place in a safe space, but I'm gonna admit it. This anime damn near made me cry for real. And I know it's gonna be some nigga in the comments talking about it was pretty mid actually. It was pretty boring. It felt like I was missing something. And guess what? I don't give a what you think. Like at all.
Shut up, bitch.
If you ever seen my ReZero video, you will know that I like shows that really make me think a lot. Like this show does that shit with flying fucking colors, gang. Like I'm dead ass. I'm all for the plot twists and explanations for the plot twists. This show rewards you for paying attention, like a lot to every minute detail. This show rewards you for paying attention, and it drops little clues for you to encourage like you to theorize shit. And it's very exciting to see if you was wrong or right. Like it really encourages you to like theorize and like see what happens next and guess what happens next in the show. And my nigga, bro. This show's full of them. Oh, that's what that meant. It's full of them moments, bro. They explain every little detail to the T, my nigga. Like, This writing is so fucking good, man. Like, oh my God, bro. What the fuck? Before I get into this, spoiler warning, if you haven't watched it, this show did come out pretty recently. I noticed that a lot of people that watch my videos aren't subscribed, so I'm just gonna leave this time for you to subscribe and ask you politely, can you subscribe and like the video because it supports the channel a lot. Give you a second to do that. We cool? Alright. So you know how we do things around here. We go for a story first. And man, this story is crazy. This story is fucking insane, but man, it's just extremely beautiful. The storyteller reminds me of ReZero, like, but they went in a completely different direction, and you can't just be like, this is a ReZero clone. Going back to the previous checkpoint is literally the only thing that these two shows share. If anybody talk about that this is just a ReZero clone, they're literally just talking out their ass. Like, just tell them shut the fuck up. And they literally just talking. Just had to get that out the way. So, our story follows the main character named Shinpei, who's returning from Tokyo to his home island called Hitogashima. He's actively looking into the death of his best friend Ushio, which is kind of like his stepsister because her father took him in when his parents died. Spoiler, they got smoked by shadows. Shadows beat her ass. And I'll explain what shadows are in a second. But little does he know that these deadly phenomena called shadows are roaming around. And when I say deadly and dangerous, my nigga, I mean these things can copy you and everyone you know and love, and you can't tell the difference at all. Like, nigga, I fucked around and sized up my OG after I watched this show, and my brothers after I realized this. Like, I had to make sure they wasn't shadows for real, for them shit made me not trust shit. And they use this plot element to this fullest potential, my nigga. Like, there are so many moments in this shit where the shadow element makes you realize, like, oh shit, that's a motherfucking shadow. It got me in this bitch yelling like a nigga in a theater during a horror movie, for like, that's how, it's so fucking raw, bro. This show's so fucking good. Every character in this show fucking matters, and I love that shit. Like, every character has some kind of significance in the story. Even the one cop they have that has jurisdiction over the whole island. And yeah, you heard that right, bro. Like, that shit is insanity. Nigga, what? The Chicago nigga in me was flaring up, folks, because niggas already over here with RPGs, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, is that a motherfucking RPG? You got a motherfucking RPG? A RPG in a motherfucking backpack? Wait, can we talk about this?
One policeman, nigga? Nigga, boy, alright. I'm getting off topic. The whole premise of this show is them trying to uncover the mystery of the shadows, and they trying to fight back and take their island back. When you watch this show, don't assume that you know shit, cause you do not. I promise you don't. Like, you thought niggas was friends? Goof ass. You thought that was a regular nigga? Nah, bitch, that's a shadow. You thought you was about to win that fight? Stupid ass. Thought he was dead? Nah. You thought she was dead? Fat neck ass. Niggas got op-ass dads, op-ass moms, op-ass sisters, op-ass friends. You can't trust shit in this show.
Plotted on in between Tiana, Khadijah, Lenny, Carvel, him, her, him, bodies.
Cause everything might be a shadow, bro. There's plot twist on plot twist with a side of plot twist, and for the dessert, they serving another goddamn plot twist. Like, that's how this show is. And gang, if you haven't realized already, this shit will keep you on your toes. I'm not gonna lie, man, this shit damn near gave me a heart attack because they kept on ending episodes on fucking cliffhangers. And I mean, like, Attack on Titan season 2 or season 4 part 2, worse. Like, it's way worse than that, because it's like every episode it makes you not want to stop watching. Lucky for me and you, this show is already finished airing, so you don't have to worry about waiting to the next week. I would hate to watch a show week by week, by the way. I will absolutely despise it. I can't stop thinking about how good this show is, man. The supporting cast is amazing in this show, and they all have a significant role in the story, like I said earlier. But one of my favorites is Hirizu and her twin brother Ryunosuke. They're dope as fuck. So basically, I have to lay out this a little bit because it'll make sense in the end. When I really nerd out for this motherfucker, it'll really make sense. So basically, Ryunosuke was killed by Hein, which is the god of all shadows. When she killed him, the part of her that didn't want to accept the fact that she did it separated, and in that process, Ryunosuke in shadow form was transferred to his sister's body. So now Hirizu actually is Ryunosuke and Hirizu in one body, and they switch off and like trade off control of the body. So to lay out more shit, she dies before the final battle, and it's really super emotional ass scene, which was fucking gorgeous, by the way. Ryunosuke is transferred into Shinpei's body before the final battle of the show. So now that I got that laid out, let's talk about something else real quick. The villains are really fucking good too. Shide is a literal pure evil dickhead that you're gonna hate, but you gotta admit that folks is good at what he do on some real reluctant and real stubborn shit. Hein is a fucking amazing antagonist. Her backstory is really good, and the role she plays at the conclusion of the story is phenomenal, bro. Like, the storytelling of this show is really good, and the way they write characters is great. Speaking of the conclusion, this is where I laid all that shit out. The ending of this shit is what brought tears to my eyes. So, okay, bro. We at the final battle between Shinpei, Ushio, Hein, and Ryunosuke versus Shide. They fight. It's this beautiful, grand-ass conclusion, and the heroes win, but they're all about to die. So shadows have this ability to play back, like, video memory. So they can actually be inside of a memory, but in ghost form. So they go back to the beginning of the entire shadow epidemic, when the actual original guy washed up on the beach. And the original guy, what actually happened is he merged with this girl to become Hein. Like, that's not Hein, as you see her now, is not her original form. She was literally this god that washed up on the beach shore disguised as a whale, because they can turn into anything. At this point, Ushio is a shadow, because technically she's already dead. So if she destroys the god, which they're trying to do, if she destroys that god, then her and Mio Shadow, Ryunosuke, all the shadows, like the shadow epidemic, will never happen, basically. So she destroys the guy, right? And they have this real super emotional ass, beautiful ass moment that made me cry damn near again. That fucks me up, right? But my nigga, they don't stop there, bro. They go back to the first episode, and my nigga, this shit made me get out my fucking seat. So the way the anime starts off is this nigga Shinpei headbutts Hirizu in the titties again on the boat. So he does that again, and already one story beat. She's alive. I'm happy as hell, because that's my nigga, for I fucking love Hirizu and Ryunosuke. Mio's bike doesn't whack that nigga into the water because her shadow doesn't cut her brake and isn't trying to kill her anymore. So she just brakes perfectly fine. It'll make perfect sense if you watch the show. And then you realize again, like, okay, Ushio did this, so shadows never happen. Then you realize, you think about it, like, shadows never happen. So then the possibilities start opening up in your head. I don't know if it's just me, but when a show drops a hint, I like theorize and think about, like, what does that mean? Questions start forming up in my head, bro. And then one of his friends, I think So said it. So was like, Ushio go beat your ass since you've been going to Tokyo so long. I'm like, wait, Ushio gonna beat his ass? Oh, Ushio's still alive. Oh, fuck. I was like, yo, nigga happy as fuck, folks. Nigga never been happier. I was happy than a motherfucker, man. So then she sees him, he sees her, for they had this real cute ass moment. And then Ushio runs back to these people, like, that's far off in the distance. My nigga, it is Rizu, and his wife is still alive, folks, because his wife, he had a beautiful ass scene where he had to kill his wife because she's been a shadow for a very long time. This nigga wife is alive, bro. Oh my god, fuck. And just to think, and just when you think I'll get no more surprises, bro, like, okay, so he goes to this store that he usually goes to, Hein used another body as a shadow, like as a ploy, and it was this little girl named Shirio, and she's like completely normal now. Like she's still running the store for her parents, like she's helping out running the store and shit. So she's not a little fucking demon anymore, because during the show her ass was a crazy motherfucker. So he leaves the store and they get to this restaurant, the restaurant that her Ushio and Shinpei's dad cook at. And man, that's the moment right there, bro. It's one more after this, but this moment, it was the beginning of like, man, these writers raw as hell. Shinpei is in there talking to Hirazu about his experiences that he had, but he doesn't know if they are memories or if the shit actually happened. And one of Hirazu's childhood friend walks in, and someone walks in behind her, but it doesn't show him. You can clearly tell it's a guy. He walks in the door, and you just see his purple eyes was a real distinct feature that him and his twin sister have. My nigga, it's fucking Ryunosuke. And I'm like, yo, nigga, yes sir, my nigga, what the fuck? My nigga alive, fuck? So I'm hyping shit, fuck. Then one of his kids starts like tweaking out. He says something like, calm down, Hein. I'm like, he named his daughter Hein, fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? Stop doing this shit to me, gang, please. And they're not done yet, my nigga. They're not done yet. So they go on to the festival that they were all supposed to die at in the, like, when the shadows are around. They go off to the festival. And Hirazu's like typing out her next novel on her laptop because her story, or Shinpei's story, inspired him a whole fucking lot, or inspired her a whole fucking lot. And she just like, she has the creative juices flowing. And she's writing her new novel, and it pans to her laptop, and it shows a text document with her typing with a bunch of text on it. And you know what the title says? Fucking summertime rendering. Like, the streets is done, man. Like, please stop doing this, bro. Like, it's like oh shit. The moments are littered all throughout this show, bro, and I cannot get enough of this shit, man. Like, when I finished the show, I was tweaking, for this shit had me tweak out, because why the fuck is this show written so well, for all the symbolism, all the little details that they explain, like, they don't leave no stone unturned with this show, bro. But okay, let me finish up for Story Beats before I get off topic and nerd out about this shit again. This is the last moment here, folks. So early on in the series, when they was all going through stopping the shadow epidemic, Shinpei made this promise to Ushio when she was in shadow form, and she somehow remembers it and bring it up in a moment. And he's struggling, like, and they're on the beach at this point. They're actually watching the fireworks. He's struggling to remember it, but then something clicks in his head, and he says, "Oh, you meant the promise I made to you when I told you to go through that crack at the old clinic." And then it hit. I was like, wait, they both remember everything. What the fuck? It's like, bro, like, come on, bro. Like, come the fuck on, dude. Bro, I'm fucking done with this section, bro. Let's go to the characters, man. I can't do this shit no more. Alright, so, characters. This character writing is phenomenal, man. Like, these characters are perfect, and I don't dislike any of them that I'm not supposed to. Shinpei is a dog, my nigga. He's smart as fuck. Like, the plans this nigga be coming up with are insane. He's pretty much always one step ahead, except for when he's not, because, like, the shadows, these shadows smart as hell. Like, they strong as hell and they smart as hell. Like, Hein is, like, really intelligent, too. Shide is as well, I guess. Bitch ass nigga. And he's super tough. Shinpei is super tough. He can keep his composure in the shittiest situations possible. And he's like human. Like, this nigga reacts to shit like regular human beings. He isn't your perfect being, and that's what makes him so good. Like, if you really fuck with this nigga friends, so like, this nigga will literally get irrational. Like, he's super smart, but he has flaws, like clear flaws. And Ushio is a perfect companion for this nigga. I love her character as well. She's more like the loud, goofier archetype, but she's super loyal, and she loves the fuck out of this nigga, and she does anything in her power to protect him. And her shadow is super indistinguishable. She's the one that introduced that. Ushio was the first person to introduce the idea that shadows could be possibly like good. And I think that's like that opened up a lot of lanes, and it made me think even more, bro. Like I can't stop talking about how much I love this show's like encouragement to make you think and to theorize shit. Cause once I found out that Ushio was a shadow, I was like, whoa. So it's a possibility that a lot of people can be shadows and be on the good side. Mio's a great character as well. She's Ushio's younger sister. She's very shy and conservative, and her shadow form have like this little sis, big sis kind of relationship, and I love that dynamic so much, and she loves the fuck out of fucking Shinpei too. Like she'll do anything to protect that nigga, you know, even though he was like, yeah, you know, you family type shit, you know, he straight up Subaru rimmed her shit. But I really like love Mio as a character. I think her relationship with her shadow. Yes. You know how many times you killed me, gang? Right? Back the fuck up.
Right?
That's what I'm saying.
The only thing I wish they would have explored that a little bit more, but they kind of like I can't complain about that, cause like that wasn't even a possibility before, so I really can't really complain about that. Hizuru.
There goes my She is very gorgeous.
I think I said Hirazu. Well, Hizuru, the love of my life.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Is an aspiring author that comes from this island as well. She's super important to the story, which is crazy. I kind of figured she was because they show her so much. Like you see so much of her in the earlier episodes that like, and she's the first character you see besides Shinpei and Ushio. She's like the third character you see in the story. So I think like she would have some kind of significance. She was actually friends with Hein when she was little. Like she was actually friends with her before she turned like really crazy. And she's really crucial in Shinpei's story and character development. Like she was really like a kind of like a big brother, big sister figure, because you know Ryunosuke and Hizuru were in the body at the same time. So like they really helped him in his character development, and they helped him move the plot along. Like without them niggas wouldn't have won at all. Tokiko is a real cool character as well, even though she was on some real shicey shit earlier on in the series, but she redeemed herself, and the anime definitely shows her love and gives her the shine that she deserves, because she's a very well-written character. Actually, Soul's whole family, like, Soul's cool too. He just a little useless at times, but I think he displays that. So he really displays that he's frustrated at the fact that he can't do anything sometimes. But I mean, look at his situation, my nigga. Like, he's a regular ass nigga, and he's Shadow, strong as hell, fast as hell, smart as hell, and like everyone around him got some kind of power besides Mio. Him and Mio are like helpless, pretty much. And the whole Soul's whole family is like written into the story like really smooth and really well. Like the writing, I didn't think that they would have any significance. Soul's dad is shiesty as fuck. Soul's mom is like really forgiving and really cool, even though she been through some bullshit. Really like took a time, and they really took time and love to show these characters love. So like they really loved the source material in his anime. Like they really paid attention to the manga and made sure that he showed it justice, I should say. Rezu, aka my nigga Torbjorn, cool as hell too. His backstory is pretty fucked up. He had some very beautiful moments in the show. Like the beautiful moment where he killed his wife, like when he had to kill his wife. It reminded me of a moment I think it's Resident Evil 2, the remake, where the gun shop owner, the gun shop owner had to kill his daughter. Like it's a real heartwarming, like a gut punch. Like it's really sad. But it just makes that moment when Ushio walked back and you seen him with his wife, it makes that moment even more sweet. So a lot of people would argue that takes away from that moment. I don't think so, bro. I think it makes me happier for him that his wife is alive and he's happy. And small detail, his other eye is there too. That's another small detail. I keep on finding new discoveries in this show, man. It makes me smile every single time. These characters in this show are really good, and even the main villains are likable, especially Hein. Hines has a tragic backstory. Her separated form literally only makes you feel bad for her. Like, you can actually give her sympathy, and she's a really great antagonist figure in the show. And I guess she they bitch ass too. Pussy ass nigga, evil ass nigga, fucking bitch. Alright, that's cool on characters. Now, let's go on to looks, presentation, and music. Gang, the visuals in this show are beautiful. The show looks really good, and there are certain like visual representation scenes that are creative when it comes to Shinpei's situation specifically. Like his actual warping phase whenever he dies and goes back to his last checkpoint looks really cool, and I really like the visual aspect of it. Because they didn't really have to do that. They could have just did what ReZero did, just jump cut back to the last checkpoint, and not to say that that's a bad thing, just saying that they really like again, they really didn't have to do that. Also, the scenes where they visually show how close Shinpei is to actually the final loop, because you know whenever he dies, he gets closer to the edge of time, and that's kind of what Hein and Shide was trying to get him towards. They were trying to get him towards his final loop so he could actually die for good. The fight scenes are really good too. It's not as flashy as a Ufotable like the Tax Evasion Tyrants and Mappa, but the choreography is amazing, especially in Hizuru and Ryunosuke's fights. They make the fights look crazy, like even the less significant ones. Like the one time that she went to go to Shirio's family when they were all shadows, and when she went to go exterminate all them niggas. Like the choreography in these scenes and the way these scenes look are fucking great. Like, they really they show love to this show, man. Like, I can't say that enough. They showed a lot of love to this show, and I really appreciate them for that. And the aspect of sound design that I really appreciate is like the sound of impact when niggas get hit. I don't know why, but like when Ryunosuke be hitting niggas with that sledgehammer, it just make you be like, damn. Like even harder, bro. Like, damn, bro, what the fuck? You whacked their ass. A couple of times, like I damn near felt that shit. I ain't gonna lie. Side note, why the fuck the food looks so good in this show? It should make me hungry as fuck whenever I watch this shit. When they show me someone cooking in this motherfucking gang, bro, like I'm like, gang, bro, what the fuck? Like, stop. That fried shrimp that Uchiho's dad was cooking, it looked good as hell, fool. I'm hungry as fuck now, man. Shit. Let's talk about that music too, man. The music literally elevates these emotional ass scenes and make them even sadder or even happier. When that song came on when Uchiho disappeared after she erased the god that washed up on the beach, it brought me to tears. So I was literally like just fine until they started playing that music. And my bro Todd said that he about to mute this bitch and just read in a second. And I was right there with him for it. Cause bro, like this like stop. Like this is already a really emotional ass scene for you. Literally just putting these sprinkling tears on top, bro. Shit's so fucking sad. The looks and the music pass the vibe checks for sure in this show. And it looks and sounds wonderful. Like even outside of the music, the sound design in this show is phenomenal too, and I really like it. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. This shit was alright. It wasn't nothing special. Nah, I'm just capping, man. This is one of my favorite anime of all time, and I know it's a bold claim, but if you watched it and understood, and like you realize, like, you pay attention, and you understand how much attention to detail that the writers had in this shit, like you'll understand, bro. You will understand. The writers and the animators put so much love in this shit, and it shows. Like, them niggas heard me say I love Cyberpunk. Niggas said hold my beer. Fuck is you talk about? You will like this show, man, if you like ReZero for sure. Because like this is ReZero in a different direction, and it's way more complicated. Like you really have to pay attention. Like I thought I had to pay attention to ReZero, because if you miss something at ReZero, you're gonna be pretty much lost. But in this show, it's like missing a math class in high school, and they're using that same skill on the day that you miss for the rest of the unit and the rest of the semester. Are you just gonna be behind? This show is phenomenal, man. If you're actually invested in this show and you actively like you go on this show wanting to pay attention, wanting to find a new anime that you like, and not on some hater shit like a lot of anime fans are nowadays. I don't know why this hating epidemic is such a cool thing. I hope it dies out. Honestly, it's really lame. It's really stupid. It really makes people look like they can't enjoy anything, which is not true, because I enjoy a lot of the shit that I watch. Even the shit that's not that good. There's definitely something positive in every anime. Even if it's so ass that is good, Like, you can get a laugh out of it. There's something you can get out of every show. And this show specifically, I got everything that I wanted. I laughed, I cried, I got happy, I got sad. I watched some good fights. Like, it was nothing bad about this show to me. I got excited. Like, this show made me feel a lot of emotions that I haven't felt in a long time. And that's just some real shit. Like, this show did it. Like, this show was like the catalyst for that shit. A show never made me cry like this before. Like, to be dead ass. I know it's getting mushy, my nigga. My bad. But anime has never made me cry for, but this one definitely brought some tears to my eyes. Like, I wasn't full out like, yeah, I wasn't, nah, fuck all that shit, bitch ass nigga. But yeah, I definitely dropped a few tears, bro. And this show is very impressive for like getting that out of me.
It's very rare that I watch an anime and it genuinely makes me think about my life after I watched it. But man, Erasing these messages were so powerful that I actually couldn't help it. Erase was a phenomenal watch, and it's pretty shocking that they were able to pack so much story content into just 12 episodes without it feeling too rushed at the same time. This anime got a decent amount of emotional reaction out of me, which is impressive because I'm not a very emotional person. I've heard a lot about Erase, and most of them were good things, but nigga, y'all ain't say it was this good. Let's pull up a chair. Let's chop it up, gangs, and then we're talking about Erase. But before we get into it, as always, make sure you hit the like and subscribe button for more anime analysis and review videos just like this one. You know how we do things right here. First, we start off with the story. The story in Erase is really godlike, gangs, to put it simply. It's a big-ass murder mystery with a time travel element, and its execution is damn near flawless. Our story follows a 29-year-old aspiring manga artist named Satoru. Satoru experiences these phenomena called revives, where he's essentially stuck in these loops where something bad is about to happen. He acts on his first revive and prevents a boy from dying in an accident. During the second revive, his mother prevents his kidnapping from happening. But this backfires and ended up getting his mother killed, and it ended up getting him framed for it. So now he's on the run while looking for the real killer. His coworker Irie voluntarily gets caught up in this bullshit, in this whole dilemma, but she believes him and takes his side for it and helps him out. And it puts her in danger because the killer tries to burn her house down like not too long after he linked up with her. He eventually has another revive, but it puts him 18 years in the past around that same time where this traumatic incident happened when he was a kid, where his 2 classmates died and a girl from a neighbor's school dies too. And he believes that all these are connected, or otherwise he wouldn't have got put this far back. So he goes through his past trying to protect all 3 of the victims and find out who's responsible for all of this. This shit was perfectly done in my opinion. It wasn't predictable at all, and there are an absurd amount of scenes and sequences that just hit. All the scenes where Satoru and Kaio were just like talking. The scenes where Satoru tried to get cool with Kaio were so good, nigga. The scene where they're in that place that's in literally every anime ever was extremely powerful, strictly because how blunt and awkward the conversation was. When she asked Satoru could he kill someone for her, I was like, well, shit, initially. But now that I think about it, that one question told us a lot. They already let us know and like dropped hints that she was getting abused at home, but that question reveals things are way worse than they seem. She's completely desensitized to the beatings, and any form of attachment that she had with her mother is gone. And her mother caused her so much pain to the point where there's parts of her that wish she was dead. And that's really crazy to think about because they're like 9 years old thinking about shit and exploring things that are extremely heavy even for adults. I really vibe with and understand Kaio because that's the life that I lived growing up. I was abused like shit, and that was ass. That shit was terrible. Your home and your family is supposed to be like a safe space and your place of refuge, but come home to live in more fear than you have in the outside world. It's really wild. It causes excruciating pain since you don't get the break and relief that you're supposed to get when you're at home. And on top of that, the feeling that you're not seeing your calls for help aren't heard, no matter how loud they are, it's like some of the worst shit ever. It's some shit that you shouldn't have to experience as a kid, let alone as someone at Kaio's age. You dead ass wonder like why they had you to begin with. Her wanting her abuser dead was super real, and I understand because I wouldn't mind that. The scene at the park was really good too, because you can kind of see Kaio's true self come out. She tries to hide her smile and shit. You can see that she's still capable of expressing joy, which makes me happy considering all the bullshit she went through, which makes her really mentally strong now that I think about it. Seeing her finally get around the people that she deserved really filled me with joy. The scene with Kaio's grandmother pulled up was fire too, because it's a prime example of we don't do what our parents say, we do what our parents do. And it shows us that hurt people hurt people. Kaio's mom is still a piece of shit, but at least they showed us why. Her own mother abused her, and that was a result of her husband abusing her. So all this trauma just being passed down from generation to generation. One thing that I appreciated the story did was show us what failure looked like. We actually got to see Satoru fail twice before everything worked out. I knew the first time around the whole thing with Kaio was actually just too good to be true, and once I seen she was absent from school, I knew something bad was about to happen. How that nigga found out was horrible too. He literally seen her OG dump a trash bag out front of her house, and he seen that her body was in it. Shit was wicked and disgusting, and it made me feel extremely uneasy. He failed in the present too. He couldn't find the killer before the law caught up to him, and he even seen the killer on the walk to the squad car when he was in the cuffs, folks. He literally broke down and pleaded for another chance, showing that he had no other options at this point. Complete failure isn't something that we see often in anime, so it was actually cool to see what it would look like. I kind of had a feeling it was a teacher the whole time. That he was a constant in all these scenarios. He checked off every box. He was Satoru's safe space and a person that he saw as a father, so he got information out of him pretty easily. He was conveniently there all the time to help. I mean, all the time. So it seemed like he was on some other shit the whole time. The reveal was perfectly done too. The second Satoru opened that glove compartment and didn't see 4 pounds of lollipops come out that bitch, I was like, uh-oh. The whole scene had me like reacting like crazy. I was like, I knew it. But also I was like, wait. You dirty motherfucker. That reveal scene was so fire. It was so well done. Hats off to you niggas for that. That was so rough. The ending was super satisfying too. To see that he completely saved everyone and came up with that plan to get his teacher locked up and having it all work out was cool. I'm glad it didn't end there though when his teacher was getting arrested, because that damn near would have pissed me off. Because it seemed like my boy Satoru was getting like the shit end of the stick. But then they fast forwarded and showed that he ended up being a famous manga artist, showing that he's currently working on a story about his experiences. I was like, cool. That's cool. At least he living straight. But then I was wondering if Irie was like out the picture completely, because they technically never met at this point, because so much stuff changed from the past. But once they reveal her at the end, I was like, well played. Shit made me smell hard as hell. It was a perfect conclusion to this amazing ass story. I really love what they did with that. They did the story extremely well. The conclusion wasn't obvious, and there are a bunch of plot twists and fake outs that kept the story fresh and engaging, which I appreciated a lot. The story actually makes you think a decent amount. Now let's move on to characters and character interactions. The same justice that got done for the story definitely got done for the characters too, gang. They show love to everyone on the cast, so we're gonna run through a few of my favorites. Satoru is a great MC. He's super smart and extremely compassionate. Folks really ride for his homies and his beliefs to the point where he even breaks the rules and makes some questionable ass decisions in the process. He's dead as about to try to kill or at least physically harm Kaio's mom, that he would have done it if Kenya didn't stop him. And when the school lunch money went missing and Shorty tried to bully Kaio, after she planted in her bag, he blacked out on her goofy ass and she got her ass outcast just like she deserved. And it's crazy, because he still tried to protect her and put his life on the line for her after that little stunt. He's simply just a real nigga. He been one since a shorty. He's so loyal to his cause that you practically have to root for this nigga. I love how cool he is with his OG too. He's really honest with her most of the time, and he lets her know that he appreciates her. He also shared pretty funny moments with her too. When they're in the bedroom and she asked, he was like, hey gang, am I third wheel in here? He was like, hell yeah. And she make this shit. That shit had me howling. That shit was so funny. Him and his OG really like best friends, and their dynamic is extremely entertaining. Satoru is really goated. I'm glad everything worked out for bro. He really deserved it. Speaking of his OG goated too. She down to the coolest mom in all the anime. She's so understanding when it comes to Satoru, and you can tell that she taught him well, raised him well, because look at what her son has become. She don't care if her son break the rule, because she knows he's doing it for the right reason. And she's smart as hell too. All the stuff that Satoru was plotting and not telling her, she already knew it, and she just be helping him in the background, showing him that he got her full unwavering support all the way through, and reassuring that she's with him no matter what, constantly. And I'm dead ass, like, she don't play about her son. She cared for him during the entire 15-year span he was in a coma, and was always around when he woke up. She's truly a blessing. She's damn near the best mother in all of anime too. That's not a light statement. That's not a title that can be easily taken. Of course I think Kaio goated, nigga. That's me, nigga. Her story is way too similar to mine. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been happier for an anime character since Naofumi at the end of Shield Hero Season 1. I'm glad she got up out that terrible household and got to a loving home. I wanted her to win so badly, and seeing that she was happily married with a family in the present can only mean that it's safe to say that she did. And I'm glad she deserved it. Kenya is a GOAT too. I like how cool and grounded he was about this whole situation. His loyalty to Satoru is unbreakable. Like, folks really held it down. Bro has became a lawyer because of all this, which is really rough. He was there to help Satoru the whole time, and he made sure to let him know that he's never gonna fight alone again. He actually backed his words up. They really did everyone justice in this. I really love these characters and how real these characters feel. Usually a lot of anime characters feel real unrealistic in situations in their way of thinking, but not here. Everyone feels like you know a person in real life just like them. Good shit, y'all. Now let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. Not gonna lie, I really wasn't expecting much from the looks of this show, but I was pleasantly surprised. There are some beautiful ass shots in this show. They do the little camera shot thing where they like pan the camera to make it feel like a really big project, which is always appreciated over here. My personal favorite shot is the scene where Satoru took Kaio to see the tree. That shit was gorgeous. This anime actually looks really good, and I appreciate the effort they put in the visual aspects of this show. The music and sound effects are pretty good too. There's a few moments in here where the sound effects will throw you off on purpose, and I really appreciate that. It really keeps me on my toes 24/7, making sure I wasn't lacking when I was watching this. They really blacked out in the ocular and the auditory department. Hats off to the teams that worked on this. Y'all did a really good job. Overall, I think everyone should watch Erased. I genuinely think that there's something in here that everyone can appreciate, and there's a lot of good-ass lessons in this show. This show had me thinking about appreciating my life more since Satoru got 15 years of his life taken away from him for doing the right thing, might I add. It genuinely made me rethink things while being fun, thought-provoking, and sweet all at the same time. Erased is a really amazing experience, and it's kind of wild it's only 12 episodes. I feel like I got more story in this than some multiple season anime. Please give it a watch if you haven't yet. You will not be disappointed, I promise you. I'm not gonna lie, when I first decided to watch Takopi Destiny, I really didn't know what to expect. I love music and I make music quite often if you didn't know, so I thought this was just gonna be an anime that incorporates a lot of musical terminology and ideas with some decent fight scenes and nothing too special or groundbreaking about it. But I'm really happy to announce that I was wrong. Takopi Destiny was an amazing watch and surprisingly packed a lot of story content and entertaining action sequences into its 12 episode run. I binged it all in one night. I mean, that should say something. And I must say that I'm pleasantly surprised, and this anime left me extremely satisfied. So let's talk about it. So, you know how we do things around here. We start off with the story. The story in the show is actually really good. It's not as predictable as you might think, and everything connects and makes sense by the end. Literally every question I had when I was watching this was answered. So there are literally no complaints over on this side about the story. Our story follows our main protagonist named Takt, who is this very antisocial music addict. All he thinks about 24/7 is music and the piano. We learned that his father was a well-renowned musician and that pretty much everyone that listens to music in the world knows. We also learned that in this world, music isn't really as common as you think it is because of the presence of these monsters called D2s. D2s are basically drawing the music, and they've killed a lot of people that's chosen to dwell into music anyway, including Takt's father. One day, two of his friends, Anna and Cosette, take his piano out of his garage and bring it to this park so he can play for people at this festival. Eventually, Cosette and Takt play this beautiful, very beautiful duet in this very cool and heartwarming scene. Shortly after, tragedy strikes and D2s attack the park, killing Cosette, but in the process turning Cosette into a music art now known as Destiny and turning Takt into a conductor. So, to explain this in simple terms, music arts are basically these beings that are created to fight D2s that use music, and they're born from music. And conductors are, just as it sounds, people that control them in the fight, which is a pretty cool, unique way to kind of like approach fight scenes, which is pretty cool. They're basically taking this big road trip to make it to New York to be able to tune Destiny so she doesn't take up Takt's life force and end up killing him. The story ended up being way better than I anticipated, I'm not gonna lie. There are a lot of subplots intertwined with the main story, which I think is super dope considering how short this anime is. Along with the main goal of stopping the D2s for good and finding the root of the D2s, there are also a few like mysteries that'll keep your interest on, like early on in the show. Like what happened to Takt's father, who is Lenny and what kind of connection does he have to Takt, what's going on in Destiny's head, and is there a way to bring Cosette back, or is Cosette still alive in there somewhere? Will Destiny stop breaking shit? There's a lot of stuff to think about in this anime. That's what really kept me interested throughout the whole watch. Not even mentioning the fact that this is just a super unique concept that screams, hey music nigga, come watch this. I really enjoyed my time with pretty much every aspect of the story. Watching Takt and Destiny's relationship improve, watching Takt and Destiny develop into better beings individually, and the whole deal with Symphonica unfold. Even the small things like looking at the music terminology and enjoying the classical musical references. Gang, they had a section where he was in a jazz club and they was full out playing jazz music in the anime. It ain't regular jazz, this is like nigga jazz. And I was super satisfied with I seen that saying because I didn't think that they were gonna do this. The story was really good and I definitely loved every bit of it. I'm not gonna lie, the story was amazing in this show. Now, let's move on to characters and character interactions. By no surprise, the character writing in this show is actually really great. All the important niggas are written stupidly well, and it makes you cherish every moment you have with them since the anime is so short. Takt is a really well-written character that gets a lot of development throughout the anime. He starts off as the shut-in musician that only spent his time working on something musical, and that's it. It was to the point where Anna and Cosette kind of had to forcefully make him go outside and get out of his comfort zone, which really sounds just like me for real, keep it a bean with you. He's not just this goody two-shoe ass dude either though. He can come off as a very rude, snarky, and dismissive asshole, to the point where you really think he's an asshole. But as the story went on, in kind of the same way that Ray from Buddy Daddies did, he came out of his shell. You see him willingly take breaks from his musical endeavors to take walks and go outside. You see him willingly check on Destiny, even though seemingly every exchange in between those two ends up in bickering and name calling. You see him actually develop a soft spot for the people around him. And you see him carry on his pop's legacy, which is pretty cool. And realize that music is still super important, but only if people that he loved can hear his music. And he believes that the whole world should be able to experience music without fear, just like his dad did before he put on his last show. His journey changed him a lot, and by the end of it, we see that he was willing to sacrifice a pretty extreme amount to save music, and I think that's really cool because it's really selfless of him. Destiny is written great too. Just like Takt, she got hella character development. She started off as this kind of hollow and unaware and sort of robotic personality, only being able to fight D2s and no other functions or interests. But throughout the story, we see her go off on her own quite a bit, and in that time, she starts to help people and actually become a functioning member of society. Her relationship with Takt also improves drastically. You start to see her actually care for him from that scene in the cave. That scene in the cave was like really cool. It's one of my favorite scenes in the whole show between the two. Takt wakes up from like damn near dying, and him being a dickhead, the first thing he say like, "Hey gang, you did these bandages bogus as hell. I could have did a better job at this." And she was like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna cap, you right." That whole exchange was funny as hell, but it shows that not much has changed between them. They still joke around and bicker and go back and forth, but they actually care about each other a lot now. It's just behind all of that, which is I think is a really cool thing. It's a really cool dynamic to display. They work so well as a main duo, and I really think that this could be one of the best duos in anime. Seeing their progression was super satisfying throughout the story, and it all happened so fast, but I still enjoyed it. The pacing wasn't a problem at all. Anna is great too. She acts as the voice of reason between Takt and Destiny. I really like how realistic they made her. She reacted to the whole Cosette thing being the music art just like she was supposed to. I like how they develop her too. She went from looking for glimpses of Cosette within Destiny and trying to figure out how to turn her back to Cosette, potentially, and to her actually accepting Destiny as her sister and loving her for who she is now. She wasn't really able to help them fight, but she's a super essential part of the team, and she's committed to seeing Takt and Destiny happy. She's definitely a super solid character. And the little twist at the end of her joining Symphonica is actually really cool. I didn't see that coming. I really didn't. Lenny is great. Like, Lenny is actually a really great character. His connection to Takt's father is really cool. I like his execution. He's a really cool character, man. His whole role in the story is pretty vital. Since that day that Takt's father died, he vowed to protect his son. And it was just cool to see like those little flashbacks of after Takt's father died, him being outside of Takt's garage when he's trying to learn piano and like really frustrated when he was trying to learn piano. Like, it was really cool to see Lenny actually being a part of that and him actually have like a deeper connection to the main character and his family. That was really cool to me. The whole thing about him becoming a whole Symphonica member and him realizing how corrupt the organization was a great touch too. It's another subplot within this story, which is really crazy. Like, it's really a lot of stuff that keep you interested in this show. His sacrifice was actually really goated too. That sacrifice scene was really goated. It's probably one of my favorite moments in the show, if I'm being honest with you. Lenny was actually a really good character. I really like how they executed his character a lot. The rest of the characters are pretty solid too. Titan and Valkyrie are cool. It's cool to see that magic arts can exist without their conductor or any conductor. Charlotte is super understanding of the situation, but it makes sense because she works for Symphonica and she's seen stuff like this before. Not like Takt and Destiny situation exactly, but She's been around music artists pretty much her whole life. All these characters are pretty good to me. There's no one I really dislike in this anime, and all the vocal performances are phenomenal. I just realized that Takt and Ray from Buddy Daddies had the same exact voice actor. Actually, he's a lot of niggas. He's Meruem, Toge, Ren, Shigaraki, and Soul. He really be doing his shit. But shout out to the whole voice cast of this, because y'all all did an amazing job. Like an extremely amazing job. I'm really happy that y'all like put on this show for this anime, and actually like y'all made a really good anime. Like y'all voice acting is really make or break. Like you can't really have bad voice acting. So y'all really did y'all shit and made this really memorable. Now, let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. As far as I'm concerned, this show looks really good. And that's not a huge surprise considering that this show was done by MAPPA themselves. You can tell this wasn't like a big budget project like they would have with a Jujutsu Kaisen or any other major project that they're working on, but it still looks wonderful. The animation looks great. The fight choreography in this show is actually amazing too. All the fights are super flashy and creative. The best ones are, I think, between the music arcs, obviously. The last fight between Destiny and the fused Heaven and Hell was great. They used so many visual effects and instances of color that they just make these fights look beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. This anime looks great, and since this show is about music, you shouldn't be surprised to hear that this music is great too. All the classical music that plays during the fights, the jazz song at the jazz club, the small moment where Takt is playing the piano in the garage, the beautiful duet with Cosette in that park. There are a lot of scores that can just stick with you throughout this anime. Impact sounds are on point. Once again, there are no complaints about anything in this show. I'm super impressed how this show looks and sound. The sound design is on point. It's always nice to go into an anime blind and come out with an absolute gem. I really didn't hear much about Takt Top Destiny, but once again, I'm glad that I took the time to binge it. And once I got one episode in, it was up. Like I was super hooked in and super interested because of the concept. If you're an anime fan and you love music, this is pretty perfect for you. I'm not gonna lie. The way that they fight is pretty creative. The story is really good. There's a fair amount of variety in the music department. Watch this if you love music easily. And honestly, even if you don't, this anime is really accessible to everyone. You don't have to have an unhealthy love for music like me to enjoy this. The fight scenes, the story, and the characters are more than enough for an average, reasonable anime fan. Watch Takt Top Destiny, gang. It's yet another 12-episode anime that gave me everything that I wanted, even though I came in with no expectations. This show blew me away, man. This show is really good, and I recommend it to a lot of people. And what do you got to lose, man? It's a good anime. So, nah, gang, I ain't gonna lie. I really got set up with this one. I just watched that Ferris wheel scene again, and I don't even want to do this video to keep it a bean with you. I've been meaning to watch something sad for a while, but man, Plastic Memories was rough, gang. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This is easily one of the saddest anime I've ever watched. I know I exaggerate a bit of my titles, but man, I genuinely don't think I ever fought back tears that hard before. I fought them tears as hard as Martin fought for our rights. Plastic Memories can really sneak into your heart as you watching this, so don't be lacking while you watching this, gang. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. But besides all that, it still provided a godlike experience. This show was so goated, gang, I really mean it. I've never had so many emotional reactions to something before. And I'm not a very emotional person. Actually, I would say that I don't really feel anything most of the time. But man, that changed a lot when I watched this show. Pull up a chair, let's chop it up, gang. Today we're gonna be talking about Plastic Memories. So, you know how we do things around here. First, we start off with the story. I'm not gonna lie, the premise of the show was already a sign that this is going to be a setup. But I must say that it's very unique and it's very well executed, so I can't even be mad at it. Our story follows a boy named Tsukasa, who lands his job at a company called the SAI Corporation in their Terminal Service Division 1. Their job is to retrieve these androids called Giftias. Giftias are these androids with synthetic personalities that people use to fill voids in their lives, essentially. That's pretty unhealthy. Just go ahead and start off with that. You can already see where this is going. Problem is that Giftia have a shelf life that they need to be retrieved and have their memories and personalities wiped before that time runs out so they don't go rogue and turn into a wanderer. There's also another setup here. Every terminal service division has a team. There's a team of spotters and there's a team of marksmen. And there's one spotter and one marksman each pair. The spotters are the humans and the Giftias are the marksmen. Tsukasa gets paired with this girl named Ira. The story is essentially them growing closer and doing all these retrievals. I'm not gonna lie, from jump I already knew where this was going, but man, I still wasn't ready. They did this in the most beautiful way possible, and they really hit you right in the heart from the first episode. I know I've been saying that this anime is a setup, but no, I'm dead ass. Like, this is some of the saddest shit you'll ever watch. There's so many sad things that happen in this show. You genuinely like are curious if happiness is even truly possible to achieve in this show. If you look at it from a wide angle lens, like even before the first like retrieval, I know this show doesn't really touch on this, but it doesn't really need to. Nigga, half of the office is gonna be gone eventually. Like, bro, even my nigga Zach is gonna be gone for, like, it's a wild thing to think about. But bro, off rip, when they had that retrieval for that lady's granddaughter, I'm like, man, here we go. Like, damn, nigga, the anime just started, bro. Why are you doing this to me already? Ira's talking to the girl in the bath, and she's telling her that she knew that she was coming for her, and the girl's really strong as hell about this whole thing, but it only makes you sadder throughout the whole moment. The entire scene where she's telling her grandmother while shedding tears, like where her medicine is, how to take care of the flowers, and making sure she take care of herself, was literally just the tip of the iceberg, but it was still super sad. I'm not gonna lie, I damn near stopped watching here, cause I knew it was only gonna get worse from here, and bro, I was not wrong. The whole thing with Marcy and Sota was a double whammy like shit. Bro, not only did we have to watch Sota treat her like shit and her just sit there and be nice about it and care for Sota till her time was up, Sota was questioning if his memories of his parents are even real because he was trying to detach from everything to appear like he doesn't care, when in reality it's the exact opposite. We see them throw Sota a birthday party and make his favorite dessert that his mom used to make for him before she passed, and you see all his memories just come back instantly. We had to watch this really sweet girl just turn into a monster that almost killed Sota. We had to watch Tsukasa make a promise to Sota that he couldn't even keep, and later on he had to apologize for it, and that was a painful scene to watch too. We had to watch Sota remember a promise and try to hold on to it. We also had to think about how much he regrets treating her like that after all that shit went down. Then them niggas had the nerve to reveal what happened to Michiru's father while this was happening, showing us like why things are the way they are in the office and why Ira is so distant now. Like, man, this is a tough ass watch, and genuinely, gang, I was like, it can't get no worse than this, right? Should've shut my goofy ass up. Most of the show is centered around Tsukasa and Ira's relationship. And man, you can see where this is going, but I promise you, when it gets there, you still won't be ready. The whole time you see them start to get closer and closer at the back of your mind, you know what's coming. And this show just keep on showing you more of those happy and those funny moments between them. You see Ira letting out her defense bit by bit until she's all in on my boy. We're supposed to be happy, but hell nah. Leading us on with this false sense of security, then they RKO'd our stupid ass several times, and the last one really beat our ass. When Tsukasa let her know how he felt, we was cheering him on like, yeah, bro, let's go. Do your shit, gang. In the back of my mind, we like, damn. That was actually a double damn because she turned him down after he did that too. Bro asking E knew if there was a way to get Olivia's memories back. She was like, hell nah. We was like, damn. We seen them go on a date that was happy as hell. And then in the back of our mind, we, damn. Then they finally get together, do this little cute shit. They cook together and make memories together. The show was at least decent enough to give us a little grace period of temporary happiness, but I think you can take a wild guess on what happens next. Kazuki gives Tsukasa his next retrieval. He opens the folder, wham. Fat ass picture I read in that bitch. Damn near fell to my knees like Dirt did when the law came. I'm not gonna lie to you. Then wham, he brings the paper to her and she tells him to sign it. Like, good Lord. Like, fuck going on here, bro? Then we fast forward to their last job together. Then that shit started getting real. They were in their office party playing this happy ass music, showing that they was having fun and shit. And I'm just sitting there like, oh, it's damn near about that time. At this point of the show, we're at the point of the show where the happier as shit looked, the sadder I got. It was really getting treacherous at this point. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm keeping it big. Her last day, bro. Boy, that motherfucker last day. Oh my God. Nothing in the world could prepare me for the finale. That motherfucking Ferris wheel scene had me fighting tears harder than Uncle Ruckus' fault being black. Gang, when she put that ring on his finger and told him to do it before the Ferris wheel finished rotating, tears dropped. Not gonna lie, immediately. Then the blue line shines in the cart and he carries out her lifeless body, walks over to Kazuki and just breaks down. And then they had the nerve to go straight into Ira's voice actor reading her final words to everyone while showing everyone's reaction. Everyone crying and shit while she's talking about how much fun she had and how she's thanking people for making her feel like her time was worth it. Bro, I'll damn near go buy a mop so I can mop the lake with a Raw Wave playlist in the background. I might go buy a black tank top so I can sit in the middle of the street and sing It's So Hard to Say Goodbye to Yesterday in the middle of a thunderstorm. I might go sit in the parked car just to sadly look out the window. This was some sad shit. It's gonna take me a while to recover from this one, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you. The story ended on a somewhat positive note though. We see Tsukasa return to the division and get assigned a new partner, and they didn't even show her, but it was definitely Ira's body, so it was bittersweet that he used the OS option and actually used her body to have his next partner. It was pretty cool. The story was great, man, but you ain't ready, gangster. You are not ready, and I can promise you that. But regardless of it being sad, this was gorgeous, and I never seen anything like this, so it was really phenomenal. Good job. Let's move on to characters and character interactions. They blacked out on the characters in this, man. Everyone in this show is spectacular, and I really appreciate how much they let us connect with them through how much they used each one of them. Tsukasa was great, man. He was a strong dude. He was a G. When they said that he smiled because he was sad, gang, that was so real because I do the exact same shit. He's so relatable, bro. It's painful to see him go through all this shit. He set himself up for failure for sure. But I mean, you can't really control how you feel, so I'm not finna tweak with folks like he did some invalid shit. And I'm not gonna act like this is not something that couldn't happen to me. So he willingly still made it his top priority to stay by Ira's side, knowing that the longer his attachment is there, the more it's gonna crush him at the end. But even through it all, he still smiled. Tsukasa really a black man for real. That's exactly what we be doing. We could be going through the most unbearable and unbelievable pain in the world, but we're gonna put on that smile for sure, no matter how unhealthy that shit is. Tsukasa is probably one of the most relatable niggas in anime, and his pain is something that I would hate to endure, but man, he really a G for real. Ira is a G too. Watching her go from this cold and emotionless being to actually acting like she cares about people made me extremely happy. I'm not gonna lie. I can relate a decent amount to her too. Before, she didn't want to make any memories with people because that only made the pain harder to deal with when she left. And nigga, that's real. Attachment can be very scary, especially when you know you have a limited time being there like she did. I see why she pushed him away at first. Honestly, if she stayed like that, I wouldn't even blame her. But man, she's so strong for actually taking the optimistic route. And I know that shit was eating her alive on the inside, but she did the same thing that Tsukasa saw her and smiled. She even took the point on their final day, and she made sure to let Tsukasa know that, hey, although it may not seem like this now, but in the future, you're going to cherish these memories and smile when you think of me. Her situation was not only heartbreaking, but it was unavoidable and inevitable. But she handled it in the best way possible, which is wild. Michiru is really cool. Although she likes Tsukasa, she completely respects his love for Ira. And she even goes as far as helping him deal with her. Her story of her father is sad as shit, but she still keeps her usual vibe going while peeling that back sometimes, showing her compassion, which is dope. I really like her as a character. Kazuki is really cool too. She appears to be this really violent and hyper-realistic person, but actually there's way more to her than meets the eye. She didn't stop being Ira's partner because she was a hindrance. She stopped being her partner because she cared so much for her. So much to the point where she didn't want to risk her getting hurt or Ira seeing her get hurt. Although that point wasn't clearly represented in her actions, she made sure not to let her make the same mistake, and she supported Tsukasa and Ira all the way through and pushed them in the right direction. She was a really solid character. I ain't gonna lie, shout out my nigga Zach, man, for being a comedian of the group. Him being a funny dude really made this show way more bearable, because man, without Zach, I might not have been able to finish this. I'm not gonna lie to you. Shout out to the whole office too, I'm not gonna lie. Constance cool, Ren cool, Sherry cool, all of them cool. All of them are really great characters, and I love how supportive they were throughout the whole show. The rest of the characters are great too. They really made you attached to niggas in this show, and then they beat your ass for doing so. So, you know, thanks, I guess. Let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. The show definitely looks really good. There's a lot of gorgeous ass scenes that really add to how emotional the moments actually are. I'm honestly about to start breaking pianos around this bitch because I'm tired of them making me emotional. I'm not gonna lie. Like, damn, dude, every single piano song comes on at the perfect time in this show, and they didn't use too much. That's the kicker right there. Actually, the saddest moment in the show didn't have any music in it. It was dead silent, which was an amazing choice because they really didn't need it. Like, great job on this one, man. Whoever did the music and the OPs, great job. I think it's safe to say that I'm cool on the sad shit for a while after watching that last scene twice. Watching that last scene twice was very unhealthy. Truthfully, I didn't even want to grab the clip for the video, but I kind of have to, so you're welcome. Overall, Plastic Memories is an experience that will probably stay with you forever. I got pretty emotional after a silent voice, but my nigga, this was damn near too much. I love this show though. I'm probably not gonna watch this again because, you know, I love myself, but this is something that can potentially change how you view life. This shit can make you more thankful for your time because some people don't have the time that you have. This is gonna break your heart, but it's okay because it's beautiful. I loved every moment of it, and I think you should check it out. Go check it out, get sad, nigga. Come on. So in this video, we're gonna be reviewing Darwin's Game. The first time I watched this anime, I stopped around the 3rd episode because I think me and my homie started watching, like rewatching Dragon Ball Z or something like that. But it was a shame because like the show was actually pretty good at that point. It was actually setting itself up pretty well. After spinning the block, I'm glad to say that it's a really good show. I'm really glad that I got back around to it. So, as usual, we're going to lay out the story, the characters, and the looks, presentation, and music. So, without further ado, let's get into it. So, you know how we do things around here first? We start off with the story. The story is great in this show. It has a pretty straightforward premise. Our story follows a high school boy named Kaname, who gets an invite for this app called Darwin's Game from his friend. He accepts it and has a hallucination of a snake coming through the phone and biting him. He later finds out that he's now enrolled in Darwin's Game and essentially he has to fight and run to survive. A cool little detail about Kaname is he is participating in this game without trying to kill anyone, and that decision actually grants him quite a few really helpful and useful allies by the end of the story. All the games and the battles were super interesting in this story. I like them all. The first battle against the rookie killer was good. The battle against Shuka, the treasure hunt, his fight against the number 1 and number 4, and the final battle against Wong in the 8th. They're all great. The sigils are a really cool part of this story. I really like the wide range of abilities the characters can have in this show. I also love the unique ways they actually use their sigils in battle. It makes me enjoy the action sequences much more since there's an actual sense of strategy behind every single fight. The story in this show is very reminiscent of things like Alice in Borderland and Squid Game if you watch those, in the sense that you can't really be passive when you play these games. You gotta take risks. And you constantly putting your life on the line. At the end of the day, this is like a death game. I really love the story in this show, and I like how they handled it at the end. Kaname started off the show trying to find any way possible to get out of the game and didn't want to fight at all, so by the end having a whole clan and a territory completely banning Darwin's Game within his territory. I think that's actually a pretty unique idea that I didn't expect to happen. And a nigga like me loves when the show is unpredictable, so that was definitely fire to me. The only complaint that I have about this show is there's no season 2. That's the only complaint. This show leaves a lot to be desired. Not because the story is bad. It's not because the story is bad. You just want to know what happens next. They have this goal that's established and they set up the main antagonist at the end. So I might actually end up going to the manga for this, since there doesn't seem to be any announcements for a season 2. And that says a lot, because I don't read manga. The story of Darwin's Game, the anime, is still satisfying though, even with it being incomplete. We get to see Kaname grow so much. We get to see him gain allies with pretty interesting backgrounds. So there's really no complaints about the story here. I mean, it's making me consider it read the manga, and a nigga like me, I don't read manga. I'm not a manga reader like that. So that should say something. Now, let's move on to the characters and the character interactions. I actually enjoy the character writing in this show a lot. I actually enjoy every character in the show, even the villains. Wong was cool too. Kaname is a very well-written main character. He gets a lot of good character development throughout this story, and he's part of that elite strategist character archetype that I really enjoy in anime. So if you like characters like Shinpei, Shikamaru, and Subaru, I think you'll definitely like him. He's a dynamic character too. He kind of reminds me, he's kind of reminiscent of David from Cyberpunk, if y'all watch that. Kaname starts off as this like weak and nervous type of nigga that strictly followed the no killing rule, like on some Batman type shit, to completely saying, you know what? Fuck that. And got the ending niggas. Like, I love what happened to him at the end of the story. Well, it was bad, but I love his like changing character on some goodbye my nigga, back to the lobby type shit. Like he said, what he say? It's 4 niggas walking up and it's just me. Now it's just 3. Now it's just 2. Now it's just me type shit, nigga. By the end of Darwin's Game, Kaname is a complete badass. I like how protective he is of his friends too, and Shuka too. His little relationship with Shuka is actually really cool. I always like it when it's like a straight up partnership and there's no like damsel in distress type thing. Shuka and Kaname are more than capable of taking care of themselves, but they're stronger when they're all together. That line when he was talking to the number 1 player, where he was like, if you end up betraying us, betray me first. I was like, man, that shit is raw as hell. That's a hard ass line, folks. That was a raw ass line. Like, whoever wrote that was a great idea, because that really had me smiling. I was like, damn, bro, Kaname loyal as hell. And speaking of the number 1, we got to kind of see her thoughts of Kaname come true. So when they were in a limo, number 1 was telling Kaname that he has potential to be an assassin, and Kaname was like very reluctant, believing that he would make a good assassin because he didn't want to kill people, of course, obviously. But once his friend died, once Wong killed his friend, we seen that she had a point. Cause it looked like he could pursue a career in block spinning by the end of that fight. I ain't gonna lie. Kaname is an amazing MC. I love his character. Shuka is a great character too. She's strong. She's really crazy. She's extremely loyal to her clan and Kaname. It's crazy that they ended up being so close because she was literally just trying to kill this nigga in the first episode. She had a decent bit of mystery behind her too. Kaname definitely asked the question that I was thinking of the entire time when she was on the screen for a while. I'm glad we got to see her motives and her backstory and her reasoning. Like, it was actually pretty cool too. It was actually pretty unexpected. She didn't really expect Kaname to understand her, and I think her letting all that out ended up drawing them closer anyway. Shuka is super fun and her sigil is super cool too. All of her fight scenes are super fun to watch and I definitely enjoy every moment she was on the screen. Rain is a super cool character too. Her backstory is really cool and I like how useful and smart she is. I also like how she got involved with the florist guy's daughter. I thought that was pretty cool that short amount of time when they were talking on that roof end up like putting something in her to make her feel the need to go do that, because she didn't really have to. She's a really cool ally to have and I'm glad she stuck around. I'm really glad she did. She's really good to have around. Ryuji actually ended up being great too. This one was surprising because I didn't think he would stay around. I thought he was gonna die. He didn't seem like he was gonna be a major character in this show, but he ended up being like Kaname's right hand man, and he actually ended up being a really good character. His sigil isn't the best, but he's another level-headed and talented fighter on the team, so you really can't complain about having him around, and he's super cool too. Sui and Sota are a really cool concept. Like, I love how they executed their character. Their sigils aligning with their personality is amazing, and I like how they fight too. So Sui is the timid, nervous girl that doesn't want to kill anyone, so she just manipulates the liquids. And then Sota steps in, and he's the more aggressive and battle-savvy twin, and he solidifies the liquids and delivers the killing blow. The detail they added in that Sota is actually Sui's sigil, and she essentially got her wish of wanting him back because her brother died through her sigil is really raw as hell. Like, that's some depth right there. I didn't expect them to do that, and that's something that they didn't even have to add. Like, it's a small detail that they don't even like stress like that. It's just really cool how they designed. All the characters in this show I love. I love number 4, love number 1. I even love number 1's butler. Wong was a great villain. Every character in the show is written well. I love them all. Now, move on to looks, presentation, and music. I really like the animation in this show. It's not the top of the line, but it's great. It's still great. The fight scenes are really pretty, even without the sigil abilities, but once you add them in, you add some really cool looking visuals. Like Rain's like Laplace thing, that shit look fire. Shoka's chains, those look fire too. Like, every single fight scene with these sigils look really good. I really enjoy how this show looked. Like, the facial expressions are really clear. They didn't cut any corners, none of that like slideshow shit where niggas didn't want to animate the sequence, so they just show scrolling pictures of what happened. It's just basic, good looking fights. So great job to all the workers over there at Studio Nexus. Y'all did a really good job, and I really appreciate the work y'all did on this. The music in this show is actually pretty enjoyable. The intro and the outro tracks slap, so shout out to the artists that did those. The in-show score is actually pretty good too. As always, for anime music, like, as long as it's not too distracting, it doesn't take away from the experience, it only adds to the emotional aspects of the show. That's all I really want in the anime music. So overall, there's no complaints here. This music was really good. Shout out to everyone and the composer that worked on this score. Overall, I would say Darwin's Game is an amazing show, and it flies under the radar a lot of the time. I didn't really hear about it before I watched it. I got a recommendation from my homie, but besides that, I didn't really hear about it. So I would say it's a pretty underrated show, and I would definitely 1000% recommend this. I think this show deserves a lot more love. I think it's a pretty unique show with a pretty unique concept. I think its execution is really great. The only thing I wish I had from this show was more. That's it. I think this show is great for any place in your anime journey. You might think it's an essential watch after you watch it. It's simply that good. You will not regret watching Darwin's Game, I promise you. Please go watch this.
All right, so I just finished Cyberpunk Edgerunners, and well, they did they shit. I was actually really hesitant to try out this show at first. I was like really hesitant because like I didn't hear much from it, but I like the art style. I definitely love the art style from the little clips that I've seen of it before I actually watched it. And I heard it was decent, but I didn't hear it was decent from a lot of people. So one day I just said, fuck it, what's the worst that could happen? And me and my homie started watching it. And my nigga, this shit is goated. Like, this shit is amazing. For as far as a non-sequel anime from this year, I think this is along like the top dogs of 2022, like alongside Blue Lock, Chainsaw Man, Spy Family, and Kotaro Lives Alone. If it isn't obvious already, there will be spoilers. So from this point on in the video, you've been warned. So you know how we do things around here. We're gonna start off with the story. Let's talk about the story a little bit. Quickly before I start, I'd like to show love to Bartos Stybor. I know I didn't pronounce that right, but you know, we can dream. And all the other talented staff members that work on the show. You niggas did a phenomenal job on this show. Like, a really good job. Now, I really gotta lay out the beginning of this show because this shit starts off like insane. So our story follows the main character named David Martinez, who lives in a futuristic dystopian city called Night City, which is based on San Francisco. Yeah, nigga, I did my research on this motherfucker. David is a regular human boy that's barely scraping by at Night City with his mom. Like in America today, being poor makes everyday life exceedingly abundantly, above all, difficult. So David can't even properly attend school. And this school is a school that his mom is working really hard to make ends meet to get him in so he can get a really good education. So one day, him and his mom get in between a attempted murder, literal attempted murder. And you can tell it's attempted murder because the niggas that was trying to shoot at the other niggas shot through David in his mom's car. Like, excuse me, sir. Nigga, I'm driving here. And mom, put on the fucking brakes. What the fuck is wrong with you? Long story short, David's mom ended up in the hospital and dies because she doesn't pay a high enough insurance premium so they can keep her alive. Gang, imagine getting to the hospital with the worst pain that you've ever endured, and a nigga got the nerve to ask you, do you have the silver or gold package? Bitch, if y'all give me the bed and the meds, what the fuck? Like, I'll beat your ass. That's not even the worst part about it, fool. That's not even the worst part about it. I'm sorry. They put her fucking ashes in a fucking protein tub and dumped her out the machine like she was an ice cold Pepsi in the vending machine, gang. Like, yo. Yo, gang. Like, can I at least get a shaker cup since you disrespected the fuck out of her, gang? A little blender bottle or some shit? So after all this, David drops out of high school, gets this cyber implant that his mom had in her possession, implanted him to defend himself. And the thing about cyber implants in this show, like as you will see as you watch it, if you have too many of them, it will literally drive you insane. And there are specialized forces of it called Max Takt for cyber psychos. Like, they have precautions for stuff like this. And you see it in the first episode, like the first part of the first episode, you actually see as a cyber psycho. So I'm not going to explain the whole story. I'm just going to explain up to that point. But after that, you meet the crew and David finds out his mom was on some shady business here and there. And from that point on, David is doing jobs and growing closer with this crew. I want to keep some surprises at least. So let's move on to the characters. I love the characters in this anime. You got Dave, the main character, who gets some crazy character development throughout this show. He starts off in the crew as some soft, hesitant, like really inexperienced rookie type guy. But as the story progresses, he turns into this cold-blooded, crazy, psycho-ass killer dude. Like those cyber implants literally drove him insane, and insane to the point where he actually killed innocent people. I don't care. This nigga raw as hell. I love David's character. Then you have Lucy, which is David's super ride or die companion. Like, she ride or die for David, like Rim ride or die for Subaru. Like, she's a really cool character with a really interesting background. Her backstory is really cool. Her main motive is just to keep David like safe and make sure he doesn't have to go through any of this, and the feeling is reciprocated. David's main motive is pretty much to keep her safe. Then you have the leader of the crew, Maine. He gets a shit ton of character development, and David gets to see firsthand how badly the cyber implants can fuck you up, and you just see him spiral into madness. It's so wild to see, but it's like poetically beautiful, and the way they present it is really cool too, like the hallucinations and shit that he be having. Like, it's really cool. Then we have Rebecca, which is a super funny, really animated, and well-written character who really cares a lot about David too. Too bad Adam smashed her, Goomba stopped her shit. Did her ass filthy, for it hurt to see her die, for, but the way she died was wild, for like I had to laugh. My jaw was dropped though, but that shit was funny. Then we have the rest of the characters like Faraday, bitch ass nigga, Doc, Kiwi, Dorio, Falco, Pilar. Like there's a decent amount of really good characters in this show. Like there's a lot of characters you could actually fall in love with this show. This story has a lot of really good characters, bro. And I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. There's a decent amount of unexpected death in this show, so be very, very careful to who you get attached to. I'm just gonna throw that out there now. Treat this like you would treat a comic that got killed. Now, let's move on to the looks, presentation, and music. First off, hats off to Studio Trigger and CD Projekt Red. If you don't know CD Projekt Red, I think they're responsible for making the Witcher games, and the Witcher games create these big, vast open worlds. Like it really makes sense that they will overlook something as great as this. So hats off to both of them for making this really unique looking and beautiful anime. This show does a really good job at mixing in a lot of 2D and 3D elements to make them look like they coexist perfectly. I don't think there's one moment in this show where I think something genuinely looks bad, like at all. It's just different. Like it's a different, unique art style that you will have to like get used to. It's good though. I promise you, it's good. That's what kind of drew me into this show to begin with. I love how this show looks visually, bro. I love the art style. I love the colors and the settings. Like the futuristic post kind of like sort of post dystopian setting looks really good, and the colors look amazing. Like all the neon colors and the neon streaks of light they use, bro, it just looks really good. It really sets up the night city. It really sets it up to look really amazing during these set pieces. The actual setting, Night City, looks so cool. It's kind of scary because like that could be America in 100 years. Like it's very scary. Like hopefully they don't put my OG in no protein tub. I'd be mad as fuck. Like you gonna have to get one for me too. Double scoop that motherfucker. The action set pieces in this show look and sound amazing. Hats off to Akira Yamaoka for the music in the show. I really love the music choices made, especially bringing in the end theme during those really super important moments. Like it's just fucking chef's kiss. Like it's beautifully done, bro. I really love the music choices and the sound design in this show. All in all, bro, this is one of the best anime of 2022 in my opinion. And I'm so glad that I didn't put this on the back burner for any longer. As far as the shorter anime experiences out there, like the 12 episoders, this is definitely towards the top. It offers a bunch of story in a small amount of episodes, and they're all paced really well. Watch this show. You will like it. I promise you will. Like, this is a really good fucking show.
Lycoris Recoil was a show on my radar since I seen it nominated for a whole ass Anime of the Year award. This is one of them shows that really just came out of nowhere. When I seen it, I was like, Lycoris Recoil? Well, what the f is that? Simply because I've never heard of it. And for it to just pop up as an Anime of the Year nominee, it was kind of wild to me. So I kind of had to check this out. Unfortunately, in true Vine fashion, I've been putting this up quite a bit, despite the praise it received. But now that I finally watched it all the way through, I can honestly say shit was straight, my nigga. I ain't gonna lie. This is a really good watch. There's a lot of really deep messages in this, surprisingly. You would never guess that based off the overall tone of the show and like the first 4 episodes of the show. It's really cool. So let's chop it up and talk about Lycoris Recoil. So you know how we do things right here. We start off with the story. The story is actually really good and pretty deep, all things considered. It's crazy because Gray's story was not the vibe that I was getting from the first couple episodes, but it ended up being a decently complex and surprisingly super creative show. Our story follows a pair of Lycoris named Chisato and Tanika. Lycoris are basically this all-girls group who are tasked with keeping order and peace in Japan by any means necessary. And I'm really mean by any means necessary. They kill niggas. Chisato is Lycoris that has a strict no-killing rule, which in the field that she's in is highly frowned upon. Tanika's Lycoris is working for the DA being the official group for all the Lycoris, but she gets kicked out after making a decision on her own during a really tense standoff against these armed dealers. And even though it provided the best outcome, it didn't really matter. They tried to use it to cover up something. She ends up getting paired with Chisato since she's the best Lycoris out there, with hope that she can return to the DA one day, and she works beside Chisato and ends up growing closer to her and learning more about her in the process, and that's pretty much the basis of the whole story. Lycoris Recoil has way more to this story than you might think at the first glance. I thought this was just going to be like a pure action anime with some good ass fights and a somewhat passable story, but nah. Lycoris Recoil actually got a pretty engaging and well thought out story with some pretty surprising twists in it as well. There are also some really interesting themes and avenues explored in this show too that I didn't expect at all. Actually finding out about Allen Institute was pretty cool. It's a good premise, you feel me? It's a philanthropist organization that provides free support and assistance to geniuses that's dealing with obstacles like poverty, health, etc. Sounds like they're good people, right? Until you get to the whole mission system they have and realize that they don't want you to do anything alike but fulfill that mission. You see that Chisato's mission was to be a killer. When you see she didn't want that mission and found other things to live for, instead of being like, okay, that's cool, things change, I'm happy, and I'm glad she found her true purpose, I'm gonna leave her be. They tried to smoke her shit instead. It makes me wonder what Majima's mission was and if he took the same route as Chisato and found something else that he wanted to do. Speaking of Majima, I think Majima's philosophy is really well written because you truthfully can't say that anything he was saying was a lie. I'm always the one that will advocate and say that a good villain will always level up the field and to level up and improve the field of the story. And Majima was a good ass villain, man, that made a lot of sense. DA were literally playing God. And their existence definitely throws off the balance, even if they are doing it for the right reasons. They disrupt the whole natural order of things. Of course, I don't think the terrorist approach of add more negative was the way to get that message across, but he was definitely telling the absolute truth. You can't blame him for thinking that the DA and the Lycoris being able to play God and being able to twist the narrative and manipulate the media at their own pleasure, even when they make mistakes, is unfair. He has a perfectly valid point. It's just his methods were way too extreme. We see shit like this in America all the time. People playing God, twisting the narrative, and manipulating the media through tactics like switching up language to fit a headline. Majima even does quite a bit of propagandizing and fear-mongering that causes a bunch of people to panic in this show. Anytime a villain makes this much sense, it impresses me because a lot of anime villains don't have nearly as good as writing as this. It's really appreciated when I hear a villain talking. I'm like, damn, he not wrong though. Finding out that Chisato had an artificial heart and learning about her origin and why she got it was actually pretty surprising and very sad. It got even sadder when the battery got destroyed. We found out that Chisato only had 2 months left to live at that point. Me and Tanika tried to stop her from moving around and like doing her usual regimen on missions and shit to get the maximum amount of time. It was really depressing because at this point she's a different person because of Chisato. Chisato taught her a lot. We learned that she was gonna die of a heart disease before she got it. And we found out that the only reason that Mika and Shinji saved her was because of her talent and ability to kill. I think that what hurt the most out of this sequence was watching how positive she was through all of this, even when everything she loved was about to be taken away from her. But she didn't show a glimpse of sadness because she held on to this image of Shinji being a hero and him being the reason that she had all this stuff to begin with. We get to see that innocent reality that she sees get crushed right in front of her too when he called her as a dog. And to make it worse, she still tried to defend him up until the very end, which was really wild. Like, it's really good storytelling. I really love what they did there. And speaking of the end, props to y'all for the end of the sequels. That last battle between Majima and Chisato was so fire. And we got to see Teach beat Shorty ass and send Shinji ass straight to hell. That shit was perfect. It was cool to see the cafe back open, and it was cool to see them bring back Silent Jin and make him a part of the gang. It was a real cool touch. The way that they found Chisato was pretty fire too. Having that same lady they were being bodyguards for, and she caught the arms there in the background of that picture, she called her in the picture in the background on vacation. That was pretty cool. I love that little touch. The story in Lycoris Recoil was way better than I thought it was gonna be. I felt conflicted and confused most of the time because everything is not what it seemed in this show, and I really enjoy that. It makes me think a lot. Now let's move on to characters and character interactions. It's so many cool characters in Lycoris Recoil. They did an amazing job with every character in this show, and I do mean every. I'm honestly impressed how every character feels optimally utilized. So let's run through a few of them. Chisato is the first half of our main duo, and gang, she is cool as hell. She's extremely fun and an extremely lively character. She tries to keep people happy even when she's facing certain death. She's really the glue of the whole cafe, and she had this irreplaceable vibe that was very vital to that cafe and the DA. She's really like the big hero of the city, but she doesn't act like it. She treats people fairly, even her worst enemies, which is wild. It's cool that she's at the top of the Lycoris and she doesn't kill anyone, since that's damn near all Lycoris do to begin with. I love that front she be putting on too. She be on some goofy shit and giving off the impression that she don't take anything seriously. But gang, when it's time to lock in, her ass lock in, gang. As Sakura Fuki, she's also super compassionate. That ended up working against her when it came to Shinji. But regardless, that's something that's never gonna change. It's really empowering to see her overcome all her predestined purpose that was put in front of her and having her find her own way of living despite all the challenges that she faced on her journey. Chisato is a really great counterpart to Takina. You can see all the positive influence that she had on her after all this time. Speaking of Takina, she's extremely cool too. She started off as this cold-blooded killer who thought DA was her entire life, and she couldn't see life past that because that's all she knew. Over time, you see that she's mellowed out tremendously due to spending so much time with Chisato. She's definitely the more smart and strategic one of the duo. She meshes with the flashy and fun nature of Chisato very well. She doesn't align all the way with her because she's definitely still trying to kill that nigga Shinji, but that's primarily because she looks at it from more of a realistic approach. Once he said that Chisato was just a dog, it was up, and for good reason. Shinji was a piece of shit. He just so happened to be that piece of shit that allowed her to meet her best friend that she's ever had in her life. But even when Chisato was in like full delusion about him, she still respected her wishes because she knew that Chisato didn't want to be responsible for her life getting taken. Their friendship is really entertaining to watch, and Takina is a perfect balance. Like, she's a perfect yin-yang type thing to balance out her character. She's a really cool character. My nigga Teet's so raw, folk. What do you say? I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, and black, and black, black, y'all. He has a really good story. He's super chill and wise, and he's real as fuck. Yeah, he didn't come clean immediately to Chisato, but how can you expect him to? He was tasked to turn her ass into John Wick. He raised her as his own. So it was inevitable that they were gonna bond and get closer. He changed a lot after taking that assignment too. Kinda also responsible for her whole no killing policy. He has a part in that because he gave her the rubber bullets to begin with. He treated her like his own flesh and blood, and he loves her more than anything in life. And you could tell because he killed Shinji and he was prepared to receive any hate for it that he got. He's a raw ass actor too, gang. I could have swore one of his legs needed a new alternator the way folks' ass was limping. He played that role so well and he really beat Shorty ass. That damn near was like one of my favorite moments of the show. This is how you make a black anime character. Take notes. Kurumi was an amazing character too. She was the brains of the operation, and although she didn't say it very much or at all, she really cared about everyone in that cafe. She is clutch as fuck, because without her tech prowess and her abilities, they would have never knew that it was a second heart to begin with, and this story would have ended in a very depressing manner. So shout out to Kurumi. Hey, he didn't do much, but I rocks with Silent Jen. Folks was just by his money, nothing more, nothing less. Yeah, he murdered folks' family, but it's cool to see that he ended up being part of the crew and ended up being on the good side of things. And as I already said, folks, Majima is goated, gang. I'm not gonna lie. He might be the best antagonist figure I've seen in recent anime. I know that's a bold claim, but I definitely stand by it. He has an extremely understandable argument. He's raw as hell at combat. He's pretty funny. His character made this story like even better in my opinion, and I really appreciate what they did with Majima. They did extremely well on all these characters. I love pretty much everyone in this show. Everyone in this show did a great job, and shout out to all the voice actors for these great performances too, man. Y'all did an amazing job with that. Now let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. This show looks really good. The fight choreography on Lycoris Recoil is really next level. That's really impressive considering that most of the combat in this show is done with firearms. So they had to get really creative and imaginative with all the fight scenes in this show, and they did. A1 Pictures did a phenomenal job at this show. The visuals of this show are great, I cannot lie. The music is really good in this show too. There's a lot of big orchestral pieces during these action sequences that I'm really into. And it's also got a really good intro and outro song. So shout out to all the musicians, the composers, and the music artists that worked on this. This show looks and sounds wonderful. They really did their shit on the visual and audio department of this show. Gang, I know I said this a few times already, but this show was way better than I thought it would be. It's damn near crazy how far above my expectations this show went. I heard this show was in the same conversation as stuff like Cyberpunk Edgerunners. With how much love I got for that show, it was pretty inevitable that I checked this out, and I am not disappointed one bit. Lycoris Recoil is a phenomenal show. It's super approachable with it only having 13 episodes, and if you watch a bunch of action anime and you just had a little thought in the back of your head about venturing into the slice of life genre, this might be the perfect gateway anime for that. But even outside that, I think this is something that everyone can enjoy. I think no matter where you are in your anime journey or what genre you like, I think Lycoris Recoil is still like a good story overall. Even if you aren't an action junkie, and if you are, you're gonna love it. I think that everyone should watch this if they have a chance, in my opinion. It's a really great experience, and I'm so glad that I finally gave it a chance. Let's get this out of the way before we start this.
I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, and black, y'all. All right.
I'm not gonna lie, the first time I watched Afro Samurai with my homie Tyler a few years ago, she asked me how I liked it. And all I said was, it was raw, and it was actually pretty funny. This is back when I first started watching anime again, so I didn't really have the capacity to appreciate it like I should have. Then I watched it again with my homie Temaje and my homie Matthew, either last year or the year before that. And I was like, yo, this is way better than I remember it being. And now fast forward to now, and I just watched it for the third time, and this might sound crazy to say, but Afro Samurai is easily one of the best anime of all time. I haven't seen any anime put on for the culture like Afro Samurai has. This show has so much personality in it, and I haven't seen an anime come close to having the identity just like this one. It's truly one of a kind. It's absurd how much story content and how many gorgeous fight scenes are packed into a mere 5 episodes. Like, that's absurd considering that a lot of anime have a hard time fitting a lot of content into 12. There's so much shit to talk about, so pull up a chair, let's chop it up. Today we're going to be talking about the black anime, Afro Samurai. But before we get into it, as always, make sure you hit the like and subscribe button for more anime analysis and review videos just like this one. Also hit the notification bell to know when I post in the future. So, you know how we do things around here. First, we start off with the story. So the story in Afro Samurai is simple, but it's extremely effective in its execution. Our story follows my nigga Afro. The story starts off with Kid Afro watching his father fight the number 2 since he was the current number 1. His dad ends up getting killed right in front of him and losing the fight, making Justice a new number 1. He takes a number 2 headband for himself and goes on this long journey to get revenge for his father and to become number 1. And the way they did this story was really great. So you would think in 5 episodes shit will eventually feel like extremely rushed, right? But that's not the case here. Yeah, things move very fast in this anime, but it never got to the point where I felt like the fast pace is ruining the story. Actually, I kind of like how they did it. They keep things pretty vague and mysterious when it comes to Afro, so they can give us the background information when it's needed. There's a lot of goated ass moments in this show, so I'm gonna try my best to talk about them. So let's get into it. So boom, first fight in, we see Afro surrounded by 20 niggas, all trying to take that number 2 headband from him. They all trying to take it from him. From the untrained anime watcher eyes I had before years ago, I wondered if he was gonna get out of this alive. I mean, that's reasonable, right? It's 1v20. It's a pretty fair thing to think, right? Now that I'm an experienced anime watcher, I noticed that before the fight even started, Afro was already using the classic technique. The technique that I'm referring to is the ancient I'm that nigga stance. The ancient I'm that nigga stance is a technique simply used to flex your dominance without doing anything. You see multiple iterations of the I'm that nigga stance. Legend says Michael Jackson once said fuck it at a concert and used this technique to make numerous bitches fall out. You probably seen one of your homies pull up this technique after getting the and-1 during a game of basketball. We've also seen this technique get used in SpongeBob after Squidward broke that tent. Once I seen this stance, I knew that the fight was already over, and boy was it. This nigga Afro is disgusting. One of the dudes fired a bullet at folks. He cut it into like 6 pieces, smooth as hell, and killed like 6 dudes by him. We are 2 seconds into the fight, and the remaining 14 niggas are already nervous as hell. The one that fired a bullet was like, hey yo, what the fuck? But Afro wasn't done. He treated these niggas like vegetables on a hibachi grill. He treated these niggas like ox treat ground beef. He treated them like Trunk treated Mega Freezer. Bro, he did that one dude so filthy, gang. He stabbed folks in the neck with the sheath of his sword. Nah, that is crazy. Afro could damn near stab you with a rubber ducky if you're not careful, gang. I'm not even gonna lie to you. He did that, smoked the rest of them, and then he put the sword back in the sheath while it was still in his neck. We love the disrespect. It's crazy, but we appreciate it on this side. This fight set the tone for the show. Side note, Brother 5, aka Brother Foot Crust, really nasty as hell. He really single-footedly added snow to the forecast. Shit was honestly despicable. When Afro pulled up to that bar, cool as hell like it wasn't shit. Everybody in that bar talking about, I'm ready to take that headband. As soon as he stepped in, it got mad quiet. One buddy tried to step up, but Afro swiftly let him know that he did not know the frame data and told his ass go right back to the lab. After they seen that, seemed like it wasn't any more issues going around because he walked out that hole just fine. I just want to talk about the next dude he fault's creative class that he grabbed when he grabbed his loadout. Gang, in all seriousness, where the hell did you find this? Folks got a crossbow with a switch, extended mags, an underbarrel grenade launcher attachment, loaded with a Bluetooth speaker, mid dispenser, and a bidet on that joint. This is the oddest weapon combination I've ever seen in the anime, but it actually did some damage. Shout out to bro, he knew something that I didn't. Afro isn't just a fighter too, he's a master persuader. Suru's really planning on killing folks until she got her back broken. Afro hit her with that, ooh, yada da 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 da, and made her rethink her whole plan, dog. Too bad it ain't the only power pole she got hit with. For RP to Suru, showed it was bad as hell. The fight with Afro Droid was fire too. Naturally, the swordsmanship was gonna be raw because it's literally his swordsmanship they got from his memory, but it's raw how Afro actually ended up winning. He actually backed off his own stubbornness for a bit and listened to what his master taught him, and he corrected his mistakes mid-fight and started to strike without thinking. It took a while though, cause folks, Afro Droid was really not trying to stay down. Samuel Jackson had a funny ass line during the last part when that nader popped out of folks' chest. He was like, now we done came all the way to look down the barrel of that shit. Nigga, I was crying. Every time folks opened his mouth, it was hilarious. I'm so glad you was a part of this. The Gino versus Afro fight is arguably better than the last fight in the show. It's just super emotional. Like, it was super emotional seeing what happened to their master and how all their friends died while fighting one another, even though at a point in the past, they were like brothers. This was low-key sad as hell, probably one of my favorite anime moments ever now. Afro let go of my homie during this fight too, which was also a pretty sad ass scene as well. I know I'm not supposed to talk about this until another section, but the music in this fight is nothing short of incredible. It matched the vibe of the fight so well, and I genuinely didn't know if I should tear up or rock my head, or shit, both. The music artists in me really appreciated how much care was put into this. The whole Gino versus Afro sequence was fire. From the fight to the backstory, everything about it was on point. The last fight against Justice was amazing as well. This was definitely the epic battle that we deserve. Osuru's comb, like saving Afro, was such a raw detail that I missed in my first two watches. The first time that I watched this, I genuinely thought Afro just got smoked when that spike went through his hair. I was like, damn, roll credits, I guess. But seeing him get off that spike and give folks the mecha freezer treatment was hype as hell. I know that shit hurt though. That spike split through all them naps and that new growth. Afro didn't show it, but I know he tender-headed as a bitch. Seeing them tease another Gino fight definitely made me smile a decent amount too. I hope to see that in the movie when I watch it tomorrow. Seeing him covered in the bands was raw as hell too, showing that he was like dead ass about his revenge. In all seriousness though, Afro Samurai did some shit that even some longer anime can't even seem to do, and they did it in 5 episodes. They gave us a cohesive storyline and a bunch of beautiful looking action for our troubles. Something like this will be unheard of nowadays. And it's crazy to think about that this came out in like 2007, bro. That's really insane. Now let's move on to characters and character interactions. Afro Samurai really gave people the blueprint for black characters. I'm not gonna lie, Afro Samurai gave us 2 of my favorite anime characters of all time. So I'm really excited to talk about the characters in this. Afro is definitely one of the best, if not the best, black character ever. I just found out that Samuel Jackson voiced him too. And that's really insane to me, because him and, I'm gonna just call other folks Samuel. Samuel and Afro don't sound nothing alike. He's a man of few words, but man, he done been through some shit for real. It's hard to see because he has it under this cool ass persona that he has, but under all that real nigganess, bro is hurting for real. He deals with a bunch of guilt. First off, he's still hurting from watching his dad die right in front of him. That event turned him into a cold-blooded murderer who's dead set on revenge. So dead set on revenge to the point where he was willing to let his loved ones die to get his revenge. And he's been living with that reality every day, and you don't see it. Shit, one of his last opponents was his brother growing up. That same brother that blamed him for all the bad stuff that happened. That's some heavy shit to deal with. He's been carrying this stuff since he was a shorty. I mean, look at, he even carried his dead dad's head around him when he was a little kid. Like, he was hurting, bro. Bro, think about it. Afro even created a friend to help keep him company, to help him cope with all the trauma that he was dealing with. My boy Samuel wasn't even a real person, and he had to deal with letting him go, probably making him feel even worse, which is insane. And I think a lot of black men are going to resonate with this, because we do the same thing. It's super unhealthy, and it deteriorates our mental state over time to the point where at any moment people don't see us, we could break down. But just like Afro, we got to be strong and make sure people don't see anything that could be used against us. That's how we think. Afro's mental fortitude is reminiscent of a lot of niggas like me, and that's definitely one of the reasons why I love him so much. He's such a good character. Although he wasn't the actual person, my boy Samuel was funny as hell. Bro, every time folks said something, it was nothing short of hilarious. That RPG line will forever be funny to me when I hear it.
Hey, that a motherfucking RPG? You got a motherfucking RPG? A RPG in a motherfucking backpack?
Him and Afro were the perfect pairing gang if you think about it. Afro is a superhuman nigga that does a lot of stuff that he's simply just not supposed to do. He defies all kind of logic. And Samuel is literally the exact opposite. He's super logical and he really be trying to respectfully get the fuck on somewhere. And I completely understand. I would too. I love the comic relief that he brings to the show. I still think the show would be dope without it, but I'm so glad it's here because he lightened the moves so easily. And whoever thought Samuel L. Jackson was the one to cast deserves a damn raise because, man, he was perfect on this. He was such a good addition to the show. I like Gino and Osuru too. They have some really tragic stories and they basically showed the two completely different routes to take when it came to dealing with Afro. Osuru actually saw the good in Afro because it does actually exist. It's actually there. He was just dead set on his revenge mission. Gino said, yeah, forget all that. He ruined our lives. He destroyed our home. He killed our friends and our master, and he wants to kill him. Just plain and simple. The same thing he told Afro to stop pursuing, he ended up pursuing the same thing himself. But I like how Afro Samurai depicts that both sides ended up bad. They definitely added to his guilt too. I really like what they did with both of them. We didn't get a lot of notable characters, but man, we really got some really good ones that will be remembered forever fondly. Let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. Gang, this show looks so good, and the art style is so unique too. Haven't seen a show like it yet. The mostly grayscale style with certain colors showing up in the frame is just a cool look, like the blood and like fluids and like this background, some background stuff sometimes. That looks really cool when it's just that's the only color in the frame. It's such a good idea. And the animation, shit, my God, it's fire. It is crazy good. Bro, once again, this came out in 2007. Bro, this looks better than most modern anime, bro. That is really crazy to me. Shout out to Gonzo, gang. You did an amazing job on this, seriously. This still holds up 16 years later. Think about that. And don't even get me started on the music, bro. RZA is really that nigga, dog. The hip-hop music and fight scenes has always worked out. Like, we've seen from the Boondocks that it worked. But it's different in Afro Samurai. It's so difficult not to nod your head to the beat while the fight's going on. Like, the music is so raw in this. That track when he was fighting Gino was gorgeous, man. It almost made me cry. I'm not gonna lie to you, folks. And I'm gonna find it on Spotify if I can, for sure. I'm gonna need that fight song for the Afro Droid fight too. The music and anime can add so much character to a show, and a lot of anime don't even take advantage of it, but I'm so glad they let RZA do this because, man, it would not be the same without the music choices made in this. Like I said earlier, bro, it's safe to say that Afro Samurai is one of the best anime of all time. It's cool to see black influence in anime, and I hope we get to see more shows that go in this direction, especially if they end up even being remotely close to as good as this. Afro Samurai is a nasty show. Like, it ain't no reason for this to be still this good in 2023. Like, it's really timeless type shit. I'm not gonna lie, you need to go watch this right now if you haven't. I haven't watched the movie yet, so you know what that means. Possibly look out for that video the day after this one drops. Afro Samurai is really one of one, and I'm really glad I decided to give this another watch. I truly see how great it is now, and you need to go watch it so you can truly see how great this is too.
Okay, so if you haven't seen any of my recent videos, I'm basically running through all my favorite anime from the winter 2022-2023 season. This season has been really solid, and we've already ran through a couple of my favorites like Buddy Daddies and Trigon Stampede. Today we're going to be talking about another one, Spy Classroom. I actually really enjoyed this anime. It had a really unique concept and actually gave characters individual time to get shine, which is always a plus if the character's interesting, of course. Today we're going to be sneaking into the anime Spy Classroom. But first things first, you know how we do it. We're going to start with the story. The story of this anime is pretty cool. The story follows this cool ass spy from this prestigious spy group named Inferno named Klaus. He's from this group called Inferno that went on this impossible mission, but unfortunately the rest of his team died. He's challenged by his teacher to become the best spy in the world, the strongest spy in the world, and he accepts. Klaus assembles this team full of bottom of the barrel washout female spies called Lamplight. This team consists of 8 members. There's Lily, Greta, Thea, Sibila, Monica, Annette, Erna, and Sarah. Each member has their own reasons to be a spy, and they all have vastly different personalities, and they all have their own unique skills and add to the team. Klaus wants to train them to take them on this impossible mission without having any casualties. And impossible missions are missions where there's a 90% chance that it was gonna fail and the mortality rate is gonna be very high. But there's one issue with this. Klaus is actually a pretty shitty teacher. He's bad at explaining things, so he finds an alternate way to teach him, which is having them team up on him and then attacking him and making him surrender. I know that there's a similar situation going on in the Assassination Classroom, but I haven't seen it, so it is what it is. So I'm not really gonna draw comparisons. It's a pretty cool concept, and this really helps us see how raw Klaus actually is as a spy. They eventually go on this impossible mission, and Klaus actually finds out that the reason that everyone in Inferno died was because his master Guido betrayed him and betrayed the team and got them all killed. So they end up fighting him, winning, and then Guido got killed by a sniper, and they still don't know who did it to this day. After the mission, the girls decide to stay in Lamplight to keep improving and keep doing missions. The cool thing that Spy Classroom does with his story is how they give attention to his characters while going through his like regular regimen type shit. The way that some episodes are structured throughout the season, it's a setup. So it was a setup so the episode would be for like a specific team member. They either lead the attack on Klaus or they go on a mission with Klaus, or both. I really like this approach because we really get a deep look into each character. They all gonna eventually have an episode where they get shined. And they even have an episode for developing Klaus, since he was taking on missions by himself for so long. He haven't given himself a rest day in over a year. I think he said in the anime that the last day he took off was like 465 days ago or some crazy shit like that. And he even gets to the point where he actually depends on his team eventually. The next impossible mission after this is them taking on this politic killer named Corpse. This little arc was really fire, and the storytelling was like shockingly good. Like, it was kind of uncharacteristic for the show because the show set a completely different tone to start off, and the storytelling in this was phenomenal. I have no idea where this came from, but I'm glad they did it. The story approach is really cool. They put their character development in the forefront while they work towards being the best spies they can. Like, so we learn about them while we watch them train at the same time. It's really cool. Now, let's move on to the characters and character interactions. Like I said, they show every member of Lamplight lives and they give them all time to shine. So we're gonna go through a few of the members because they haven't did everyone yet. Lily is really cool. She's the leader of Lamplight. She's a super animated, super energetic member of the group, and she can definitely be slow at sometimes, but at all times she's gonna be unapologetically herself, and she's self-aware as well. As far as her motive, she just want to help people because the spy helped her. She's really good with poison. During this war, the Empire was testing a weapon, and they released deadly poisonous gas on her village that killed her parents and almost killed her. But in the end of it, made her completely immune to poison altogether. She works pretty hard to carefully craft poison that paralyze people. A funny thing is, her ass be snitching to Klaus a lot, or her team be coming up with plans. Klaus be by her as like Italian beast or something on the side, because they know what she be ratting her team out like that. It's just crazy. Sybilla is cool too. I really like her backstory and motives a lot. She's really like the tough and / violent one of the group, and she prefers fighting niggas. Like, that's just her character. She's not like the brainless brawler type though. She actually has a soft side and is surprisingly understanding depending on the context. She was the daughter of a leader of a huge crime organization and was forced to help out until she turned her father in. She grew up in the orphanage after that and even donated her first paycheck to the orphanage that she grew up in. She's a really good fighter and an expert pickpocket. I really like her character a lot. She's very cool. I like Erna too. She's the most quiet and least talkative member of Lamplight by far. Her lack of communication isn't due to her having a dislike for human beings as a whole. She just has a lot of fear and anxiety. She has terrible luck. That's her power. But she has terrible luck to the point where it's so constant to the point that she can weaponize it. Her parents, brother and sister, died to a fire when she was young, and she kind of made herself an outcast because she's taking full responsibility of it. She actually feels guilty that she survived it, which is a sad thing. She really blames herself for a lot of stuff that's not in her control, but since joining Lamplight, she's grown to become a little more social, and since she's learned how to show a little bit more mercy to herself. I really like her character too. Her character and her backstory is actually really good and interesting. Greta is who they really put focus on that last arc. She's a really good character. Her character has way more depth than I expected. I thought she was like more in the background, more quiet. So she grew up as a daughter of a politician, and she actually had this birthmark on her face that doesn't get revealed till later. And it's really beautiful how they incorporated her real face into the end of the mission. That was goated. Like that story right there is goated right there. Her father used to call her ugly all the time, tell her that she will never be loved, and basically forced her to enroll into a spy academy and abandon her altogether. Klaus actually seen her real face and called her beautiful, and since she loved Klaus, she finally decided to stop wearing the mask for good. She's an expert at quick thinking. She can come up with phenomenal ass plans in less than like 5 seconds, and she's super smart. Her character is amazing. They wrote her phenomenally. I really love what they did with her in that last arc. And Klaus, come on, Klaus is that nigga, gang. He's the best spy in the world. That shit is not just the title, gang. He's the real deal. He's always one step ahead of everyone. It only seems like up until recently, he just doesn't make mistakes. And he only really makes mistakes because he's tired. Remember how I was explaining all the members' backstories? They all came from a troubled past, right? Klaus is the GOAT of looking at the positive things about them and reassuring them. He constantly reminds them of how valuable of an asset they are to the team. He acknowledges all of their strengths and makes sure that they all feel like a valued member. He doesn't show any kind of favoritism towards any of the members. My favorite thing about Klaus is how cold this nigga is and how funny this nigga is. He got this line that he say whenever they got him cornered. He was like, I understand where you coming from, but I have a question. How long am I supposed to keep up playing this game? And that line is funny every time. That shit gets me every single time. Klaus is really one of the coolest anime characters I've seen in a while, and I really love what they did with his character. The rest of the team is cool and well written. I just don't want to make the video too long, and plus like they haven't even like given the backstory treatment to everyone yet. So let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. I mean, the show looks good. The fight sequences are very well done. The choreography is really great. The fights pretty much always keep my attention, so there's really no complaints over here with how the show looks. There's a standard that most anime should reach nowadays, and this show is definitely up to par. And I can see this show having the potential to like be above it. So this show already looks good. Like this show definitely can look better, but it already looks really good. So there's no complaints over here. The music isn't super memorable. I think it's because I wasn't really paying attention too much to it because I'm so dead set on the story and the story writing, but the music tracks aren't bad, but they're just not nothing that like specifically stand out to me. That could change on rewatches and stuff. That can definitely change. I'm not gonna lie, I thought this anime was just gonna be like decent at best. I thought this was gonna be a quick little time waster that I really wasn't gonna make a video on it, but shit, look at me now. It started off a bit slower because we had to meet everyone and get acquainted with the team, but my nigga, these niggas got something special in their story writing department. That last little arc was done a little too well, and now I want more. Like, that shit was just written way too impressively. I really hope a second season for this gets confirmed soon, because they really showed some shit at the end of that first season. Watch this, man. It's really good. The end of the season 1 was amazing, and I think that a lot of people would appreciate it. Season 1 was too good for this show to stop now.
I never thought I'd understand the terrorists this much. Wait, hold on. That ain't sound right. Well, hold up. Hey, how did y'all get here this fast? I my nigga, cool out. I'm not resisting. I. You know, it's gonna take a few of y'all to get me back up. I'm a pretty big nigga, folk. So, I found Terror in Resonance on a random TikTok post that was full of sad anime, and I haven't watched anything that made me depressed as hell in a minute. So I was just like, fuck it, let's check it out. If I had to describe Terror in Resonance in one word, I wouldn't be able to, but to keep it in main, this show has a lot of good qualities, but one of the main words that I would choose would definitely be unique. I have never watched anything like this, and bro, I loved it. Terror in Resonance offers a pretty deep and interesting story from a perspective that I haven't seen in any anime. This story is an experience from the perspective of a terrorist, and it's a pretty unexpected spin on their methods and story. I'm really excited to talk about this one, so pull up a chair and let's chop it up. So, you know how we do things around here. First, we start off with the story. The story in Terror in Resonance really hit every beat that I wanted it to. It does the heavily Delusion approach by basically giving us everything at the beginning, but in a kind of vague way, so they use the rest of the story to clear up things and expose details and make connections. I really love this approach because it encourages theorizing, and when you get certain details, it kind of makes you want to start putting those puzzle pieces anywhere they could fit. Our story follows 2 terrorists who aren't named, but they go by 9 and 12. 9 and 12 are terrorists, obviously, but they aren't the blow shit up with no regard for human life type. You can tell early on that they're doing this for a bigger reason and they have a mission. But you can tell that they aren't evil people pretty early, because if you notice throughout their attacks, they don't kill anyone. In the very beginning, they stole this atomic bomb prototype to help them get towards this big end goal. And the whole basis of the story is just them trying to work towards and carry out that end goal and get to that end goal and carry out their plan. I really appreciate the story structure and how they set the show up. There's a terrorist perspective, which is 9 and 12 and Lisa. Then there's the police perspective with Shibazaki. And then you got 5's perspective because she was doing whatever the fuck she wanted over there. We got to see a good amount of all their sides too. And it was cool to see the conflict within the 3. And it was cool to see unlikely partnerships get formed and get created from the 3 too. Let's talk about these damn plot twists because, man, it's a decent amount of them. And they were great. They were all great. Finding out 9 and 12's origin and the whole thing about the Athena project was actually pretty sad, I'm not gonna lie. But the way it connected the dots was perfect. Finding out that they were all test subjects in this effort to create military personnel was pretty shocking. I didn't expect that they were the ones that burned down the building and escaped too. I didn't expect that. I think that was gonna happen like that. It was kind of disgusting how nonchalant that nigga was when he was telling Shibazaki about all this too. Like, it didn't sound like he had any kind of regrets or felt any remorse to any of the dead kids that he's responsible for. I knew that there was a reason they were doing this, and that's what I was looking for the whole time when I was watching this. And it really was revealed at the perfect time and brought everything together when it needed to. Also, finding out that Shibazaki was right and he was demoted for being right was wild as hell too. I know he was pissed. I'm not gonna lie, 5 killing herself was a huge surprise, gang. I'm not gonna lie. When I watched this, I was like, yo, when she shot like the gas, I was like, yo, what? And I was like, wait a minute. I think it makes sense though that she didn't kill 9. She talked about how she was never able to surpass him. So I can only assume and put 2 and 2 together and say that her obsession with games came from him. Him and her were playing games at the settlement and he was winning all the time. And even outside of the games, I think they were friends too. It's messed up because you realize that even if she didn't like kill herself, she still wasn't gonna live that much longer anyway. The anime didn't really emphasize this detail that much. All the testing from the Athena project was destroying all of them from the inside, damn near the entire time. That's why you see them like fall out or having this crazy like ear ringing. It's like same goes for 12 too. If he didn't get shot, he probably didn't have that much time left either. That's how 9 ended up dying at the end. And speaking of the end, the last episode really put a bow on this shit, dog. It's scary how accurate the depiction of the US is in this anime. Finding out that 9 and 12 were planning on getting caught anyway, and they tested Shibazaki to make sure that he was smart enough to catch them was a fire-ass idea, and it was fire in practice, and they did a really good job in execution. And in true United States fashion, them niggas came in on some absolute bullshit. They were planning on killing 9 and 12 to cover their tracks and wipe their hands clean for the airport and the train incident, so nobody knew that they were involved in it. It's scary accurate because I definitely wouldn't put it past our country to do some shit like this in real life. It was definitely a downer ending for sure, with 12 getting killed and the side effects of the testing catching up to 9 and him dying. But at least we got to see them achieve their goals and expose all this nasty shit the government was doing behind the scenes. So it still ended up ending on a positive note. This story was really phenomenal. I really love the approach they took to it. It was already structured in a favorable way that I'm familiar with, but doing that while telling it from a perspective that I've never seen before, you niggas were begging me to fall in love with this show. Great job. Now let's move on to characters and character interactions. The characters were done really well in this anime. There are a lot of notable characters, but the ones they gave us were really good. So let's run through a few of them. 9 is really cool. He's a more serious one of the duo. He seems like he's really cold-hearted, but he's really like considerate under all that. And he don't want anybody getting involved with him at 12 because they're bound to get hurt. That's why he didn't want Lisa around. He didn't think she was a nuisance. He just knew that she was innocent, and he knew that their plan involved them going away forever. So he didn't want himself to get too attached to her, or he didn't want her to get too attached to him. You can see in the last episode that he actually enjoys her company. He even let her listen to the music that they hinted out early on, which is another cool little detail, by the way. I really love that. Another part of him probably didn't want to be too weak again and lose someone else he cared about, since he thought that 5 died right in front of him when they escaped. That's why he didn't trip when 12 snitched. Hey, I just realized that's funny as hell. They really made the nigga named 12 snitch. I see y'all, gang. I see what y'all did there. But I digress. That's why he didn't trip when 12 chose to save Lisa's life. I think that he actually ended up happy that he did. Of course, in that moment, he didn't realize it because he had to, turn himself in. But at the end of it, I think he realized that him and 12 finally saved someone, which is fire. 9 is an amazing character. 12 was cool too. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't vibing with him when he ratted out 9 and didn't want to face him. But considering his name now is just his nature, all right, I'll stop. But 12 is really cool. He's the more fun and energetic one of the duo. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and it definitely works against him. But he's just a super genuine nigga that cares about Lisa. Like I said with 9, he probably had those same feelings, but he just showed them more than 9. I think he mainly suggested stopping because she was involved, and since they connected with her, he didn't want her to get hurt. He was still loyal to the cause to the very end, and I still respect him for that. Speaking of Lisa, I'm glad her useless ass ended up surviving. Nah, I'm just playing. But nah, she's solid. I think she's got a pretty unique story. You really gotta like think about how ass your life gotta be to just go willingly just shake up with some terrorists. She had to go through some real rough shit. She's extremely strong for surviving it. She left her old life because she didn't feel wanted. And she found a place where she felt wanted with 9 and 12, even though 9 wasn't very vocal about it. She also gives the show a grounded feeling too. Like during that downtime, she be trying to cook for them and shit. It's ass, but it's just it adds a little comedy to it, like a slice of life feel. It's kind of cool. It was cool to have an innocent figure in this whole ordeal. She's a really cool character, and I really like what they did with her. She had a really unique perspective in this show. Shibazaki was really cool. I've seen this archetype a few times, and he fits that role perfectly well. The whole go-to detective, but niggas had to hang it up because this one case made him look like he was insane spill, really worked for him. He definitely the coolest policeman I've seen in anime so far, unlike some niggas. I honestly think if the circumstances allowed it, he wouldn't have tried to arrest 9 and 12 because he knew everything they went through, and I think he genuinely felt bad for them after that conversation. Shibazaki was a really cool character. 5 was really insane with her fine ass. Her story was really compelling though, and she made for a really good main antagonist figure. I really like 5 characters too. We really got some good ass characters in the show. Shout out to all the voice actors that worked on this. Amazing performances across the board. Now let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. I didn't know that Mappa did this show, but it does make sense because this show looks really good. That explains why all those action sequences look like they were made with love. It's because they were. Great job yet again, Mappa. The music in this show was surprisingly solid. This is the first anime that I've seen just have full out songs in it instead of like background music. And it's not just during like important moments either. They're just like scattered everywhere throughout the show. And I really appreciate the switch up. The intro song was really good too. Overall, they did a great job with the music too. Shout out to both the animation team and the sound and music team. Y'all did a really good job on this one. Overall, I think Terror and Resonance offers an absurd amount of story content in a mere 12 episodes. 11 episodes actually. Terror Resonance was one hell of an experience. It hit the ground running from the first episode and it never stopped. You would think that I would feel unfulfilled from it ending in only 11 episodes, but honestly, I don't feel that at all. This show was perfect to me. That being said, I think everyone should watch this. This is definitely amongst the top when it comes to short anime, and it's well worth the 4-hour or so binge. It's a really good and memorable experience. I can guarantee that you haven't seen anything like this, so go check it out. I've heard some positive things about No Game No Life, but honestly, I expected it to be like a lot of the other isekai that I've seen up until this point. But I was actually pretty wrong. I'm not gonna lie, it does give off mad Konosuba vibes, but that's really only because they share the same silly and extremely unserious comedy style. No Game No Life actually carved out its own identity as I was watching it, and considering that it's in the isekai genre, that's extremely impressive because a lot of shows, even a few that I thoroughly enjoy, struggle to do the same. No Game No Life has managed to become one of the smartest and one of the dumbest shows I've ever watched simultaneously, and it's probably the first anime that I've watched to accomplish this. So pull up a chair, let's talk about it. So, you know how we do things around here. First we start off with the story. The story was pretty good. It's a shame that this doesn't have a season 2. I would definitely love to see way more of this. Hopefully it gets renewed for a season 2, but considering how long it's been, I think we'll fuck around and see the end of One Piece before we see a second season of this. And that's extremely unfortunate because this is a good ass show. Our story follows 2 sibling shut-ins named Sora and Shiro. They're both gods at games, and that's not an understatement. This nigga Sora was using both hands and feet to control 4 different characters and still shitting on everyone. It's really insanity. Imagine getting flicked on in Valorant and finding out that the nigga aiming with his little piggies. I'd damn near retire, I'm not gonna lie. The sibling duo calls themselves Blank, and they play all their games as one entity. One day they get this email that asks them questions about how they like their current world, which they don't. I mean, they're shut-ins. There's a reason they'll go outside. The email has this link and they click it, and it's this chess game. Shiro beats the person, and then they're transported to this new world. Turns out that they beat the god of the world, and this world's decisions are based off of games and the condition of them. With the end goal being to challenge Tet, the god of this world, they work to conquer all these continents and species to eventually challenge him for his #1 spot. So that's the premise of the story. For a comedy isekai that rarely takes itself serious, this show has a pretty great storyline. Even though this show is about games, it's pretty surprising how they touch on ideas like dismantling social hierarchy, economic partnerships, and becoming a nation that treats each other equally. Like, it's on some that time I got reincarnated as a slime type shit. And I love it. And once again, this is a comedy, isekai, fan servicey type anime, so I think that's really cool. When I tell you this show is funny as hell, I really mean it. It could be the most serious shit going on. They definitely gonna find a way to make a joke out of it. They really just like me for real, in real life. They having this whole chess game to determine who's gonna be the next king of Elkia. And this nigga Sora was like, you know what? Nah. And started giving these niggas a motivational speech like Optimus Prime. He was like, brothers in arms, they beating y'all ass. Now me personally, I ain't no bitch, so I wouldn't know what to do if I was in y'all shoes. Hey, I'm not a bitch. Yeah, I ain't no bitch neither. Let's beat their ass. Bro, the TYB, the queen on the other side, like this is a completely sophisticated game of chess turned into some of the slowest shit ever, and I love it. Same thing with the last game against the Beast People. Games for the entire continent, and the ownership of Elkia, and all they people. And the game is fucking waifu House of Dead, like bro, what? I love how unserious this show is. They actually did have one serious moment that was super unexpected, I'm not gonna lie, and really creative, and really fire. So they can really flip that switch whenever they please, and I think they use this moment to show us that. Sora's game versus Kurami was such a good part because it was a drastic change in tone for the show, and you really didn't know what was going on at all. All of a sudden, Sora is gone. Shiro has fleeting memories of him, and everyone else forgot him. Him set it up so Shiro can finish that game to get his existence back, and he can gain their trust by giving them his memories and altering Fee's memories, so she gives the elves a false report so they don't know any details about the War Beast game, guaranteeing them the victory if they try to invade. It's some crazy shit. And some crazy good storytelling, I'm not gonna lie. And that's not it. It's a decent amount of thought-provoking stuff in this anime, which is rewarding to people like me who like to guess when and why stuff is happening. It's a lot of genius-ass strategy and a lot of crazy displays of intelligence, thus creating this smartest, stupidest title that I gave it. They did the story really well, and again, I hope we get a season 2 eventually, because something that's unique definitely deserves it. Now let's move on to characters and character interactions. They did a really good job with the characters in this show. Nobody feels wasted, which is always a plus over here, so let's run through a few of them. Sora is a really good character. He's extremely funny, smart, and compassionate, but man, the wildest qualities he got is how smart he is and how much of a risk taker he is. He has a crazy amount of faith in his sister. So much faith to the point where he gambled his entire existence on her finishing the game and bringing him back. Seriously, think about that. He risked never existing again, and it was actually a small period of time when he didn't exist, just because he had faith in his sister. Now, I got faith in my siblings, but I wouldn't trust them with no shit like that, and they shouldn't trust me with no shit like that. I really like his relationship with his sister too, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, at first, I thought they was gonna be on some other shit, like, I thought they were gonna be like romantically involved, and if that was the case, you wouldn't be watching this video right now. Cause I wouldn't have finished this shit. But their relationship is actually pretty cool. It's literally like they say, they're one being. They depend on each other. They can't be too far away from each other. They just gonna start tweaking. This type of codependency is definitely a little bit unhealthy, but it's sweet at the same time. Its depiction of it is sweet. I like how he is with Stephanie too. He spends hella time thinking over the old king's strategy when he didn't understand it. And when he thought that he was just a dumbass, he did it for her sake. Her faith in her grandfather's beliefs and his seemingly stupid actions ended up being the missing puzzle piece to all this. And it all started with Sora stepping back from logical thinking for a second and moving based on his care for Stephanie. Sora's a cool dude, gang. Shiro is really cool too. She really takes after her big brother. She's goofy as hell and super smart too. They're like each other's #1 fans too, which is super dope. It doesn't matter how crazy of an idea either one of them has, they still support and trust each other. And Shiro, being the smart one, isn't scared to depend on her brother either, which is really cool. She kind of acts like a chill pill for him too, because Sora really be tweaking in this show. He be over-warning on some really like dangerous type timing, and she bring that nigga back down to earth, so she's needed. They just have this funny ass dynamic that's so alike and complement each other so well that you have no choice but to like them. Steph was really cool too. She really be getting her ass fried, but she's always a good sport about it. And she knows it's all love at the end of the day. She's definitely smart as hell sometimes, even when they be thinking her ass slow. And she definitely, just like her grandfather, cause her ass be gambling crazy. She got some strong ass willpower too. Niggas was disrespecting her grandfather to her face for mad long, cause she didn't black out or nothing. She really has this genuine love for Sora and his sister. And you could tell she did once she realized how much work they were doing to progress the kingdom and expand the kingdom. Her little crush on Sora funny as hell too, cause every time she feels something, she get the headbutt and shit, and that shit make me laugh every single time. Steph was a really cool character. We didn't get a lot of characters, but man, the ones that we did get were great. Shout out to the voice cast. Y'all all did an amazing job on this. Now let's move over to the looks, presentation, and the music. Madhouse did a really good job on this anime. This anime looks really good. The action sequences are all really well animated. I really like the pinkish hue that's over everything. I don't know if that was like an original decision from the start, but regardless, I really like it. It really gives the show a unique look that I've never seen before, and I really vibe with it. There's also a lot of different references in this show. There's references to stuff like Doraemon, there's a Yu-Gi-Oh reference, there's a Phoenix Wright reference, and there's a JoJo's reference in there too. I think that's really cool, and they showing nods to other franchises and IPs. The music in this show is pretty solid. Nothing too crazy, but I do really like the intro theme to it. Shout out to the animation and the sound teams and the artists for working on this. Y'all all did a really phenomenal job. Overall, I think that No Game, No Life did a really good job at creating something that stands out in the isekai genre. It's a very silly show overall, but they let us know pretty fast that there was a method behind their madness. And they let us know that they aren't scared to flip that switch and hit you with some slick genius and slick serious shit going along with it. So it definitely keeps you on your toes. I really hope this ends up getting a season 2, and I'm definitely going to check out the movie eventually as well. If you're a fan of the isekai genre, I would say give this a shot, especially if you like ones like Slime, Overlord, and Konosuba. No Game, No Life was a really good watch, and I think you should watch it too, gang. It's plain and simple.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I thought Kotaro Lives Alone was gonna be like a little wholesome break from all the horror movies I was watching around the time that I watched it, but I was wrong as hell. Holy shit. I'm not gonna lie, man, this show hit a lot of personal beats for me because like I'm really like empathetic and sympathetic towards Kotaro's situation. I can really put myself in his shoes because I kind of been there, you know. And I thought this was gonna be one of them wholesome slice of life shows that I could just smile and laugh at. It's gonna be some cute shit, you know, some real wholesome and real happy shit. But my nigga, this show explores some real adult shit for a kid. This show is really dark, but it's like beautiful at the same time. Like it definitely gonna get some emotion out of you, 1000%. So, you know how we do it around here. Start off with the story. Title says it all. Kotaro, a little 4-year-old boy, barely getting into kindergarten. He lives in an apartment by himself without his parents. And he lives next door to his soon-to-be guardian and father figure named Shin, and also another guardian figure named Mizuki. This show is basically their day-to-day lives and interactions while unraveling Kotaro's traumatic past and the stuff that he went through in the past. Kotaro, his whole deal is to live to be strong and one day reunite with his parents, but unfortunately his mom actually died, and pretty much everyone around him is trying to keep that secret from him and not tell him that she actually died, which is already a tough start to the show, man, because this is really messed up. Everybody's trying to protect his feelings around him, and like he's kind of aware. We're gonna get into that in a little bit. So that's the basis of the story. Next, we'll talk about where this show really shines: the characters. Kotaro is an amazing character, like amazing. One of my favorite anime characters of all time. Now, surprisingly, first off, I didn't expect to watch this show in general. Second off, like I didn't expect to like resonate with a character so much. Like I shouldn't have so much in common with this nigga at all. But I cannot help but to be sympathetic and empathetic towards him. But he's also very aware of his situation. Like he's extremely aware of like what he goes through and what's like happening in his past and shit. But he's still like, it seems like on the outside that he got it all together and he's all cool. But as the show goes on, you can see like that kid side coming out. You can see like he's just a kid, and the pressure gets to him, bro. Like, what do you expect? This nigga's 4 years old. So, like, you can see, like, the difficulties that he faces. There's some certain moments in this show that really fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, really fucked me up. I'm gonna just talk about a few of them. So, the one where he goes to the balloon guy in those different costumes and gets those 4 different balloons. He has his neighbor, Shin, draw faces on him because he's a good artist. The same balloon guy that he got the balloons from sees him playing at the playground with the balloons like attached to him. He's wondering like, did this little nigga just scam me or something? But then the balloons turn around and it says mother, father, sister, and brother. He labeled them. And you just look at that scene, you be like, bro, fuck. Cause he's playing by himself. Like, fuck, man. That's so sad. That's so fucking sad, man. It's really fucked up. The flashbacks The flashback showing him like talking about his mom. So his mom just sitting at the dinner table crying and shit, and she tells him that she's not gonna be able to live with him and his dad anymore. And then she packs her bags and she walks out. Before she walks out, she says, "Be strong so one day we can live together." And Kotaro, since that day, made that his purpose, just to reunite with his mom. He's like strong just to reunite with his mom. He made that his whole purpose for life. He's doing this for her. The way that he is, the way that his personality is, and how he's trying to do everything by himself and take on all his burdens by himself, he's doing this just for his mom. And he don't even know that she's gone. Like everyone else knows. Everyone else knows around him that she's gone, and they're keeping it from him, and he don't even know, bro. Like that is so messed up. Oh, that hit the heartstrings, bro. That really hit the heartstrings. Cause you can't help but to feel bad for the nigga, man. Cause that's a really fucked up situation to be in at such a young age. The scene where Take, whatever her name is, tells him to throw away them gloves that his mama left him. The gloves that she used to like bathe him and like help him get dressed and shit. And then it cuts to, and you wonder why she's like reacting like that, why she's telling him to do this. But then it cuts to a flashback of her childhood, and her mom used to dress her up with gloves on and wash her with gloves on and shit. But the reasons were different, cause she overheard her mom and her dad having a conversation, and her mom was like, "I can't stand to touch her. It makes me sick, and I can't stand to look at her." Honestly, like completely irrational, completely like, I really don't like my child type shit. What makes this show so beautiful, that Kotaro helps them, like the people that he's around, he like indirectly helps them. And they actually came to a conclusion. She was like, "So your mom used those gloves and she didn't want to touch you, but you still love her." And Kotaro was like, "I don't look at it that way. I look at it as these gloves were a tool to make my mom be able to touch me." Pause, that sounds bad. But these gloves helped her like be able to dress me and wash me and shit. I don't look at it as like she didn't want to touch me. I look at it as she used these so she could. And that really changed her perspective on everything. And she getting this from a 4-year-old. Like that, it's so cool how they wrote this show. The last one, man, this is the worst one, I'm not gonna lie. The graveyard scene. Kotaro is saying his prayers and revisiting his grandma and grandpa's gravesite. He writes his mother's name on the tombstone and shows Shin like what his mom's name is. Shin looks at the tombstone like slightly to the right, I think, and his mom's name is on the tombstone. And he immediately stands in front of it just so he can't see it, and he doesn't realize like what happened and how his mom is actually dead. Like and Kotaro tells him like, "You messing with my focus, like can you not stand there, and why are you standing there?" And he just freezes up and just doesn't let him know, because he's doing everything in his power to protect his feelings and help him from not finding out. Like it's such a like heartbreaking scene, bro. It's beautiful how they wrote it though. Like, it's really beautiful. It's not all sad shit though in this show. Like I did see some of the moments that I wanted to see, those wholesome moments. Like when Kotaro's class was performing that song for their parents and shit, and he was down there sad and singing with like little to no energy. He wasn't really into it because no one was there for him specifically. Then he looked back up and Shin was sitting in the front seat. He appeared in the front seat, and this nigga just started singing all loud and proud and confident and shit. That shit made me so happy, man. Like it's such a little heartwarming moment. Like it's so cool. Another one is when Kotaro, he'd been sending money to his childhood friend that he grew up in the group home, and Kotaro knew he was lying, but his friend didn't know that yet. So Kotaro's friend confronts him and asks him about like his neighbors telling him that he's lying and like he's not actually being truthful about him living with him and shit like that. And Kotaro says, "Yeah, like bro, I know. Like you twitch your finger a lot when you lie. You've been doing this since we were kids. I just believe in you so much that I just still sent you money anyway, because I'm that loyal of a nigga." Like Kotaro is such a cool ass character, bro. Like he has an unwavering loyalty to the people that care about him. He really like, he's a ride or die nigga. For Kotaro's so cool for a little kid. And he's 4 years old, bro. Like the way that he reacts to shit and the way that he's like so smart, but so like he's still a kid, bro. Like he's so human, And I think I love how they wrote him. He's just so human, and he acts his age, but he doesn't act his age at the same time. Like it's so raw, man. This show is so good. Shin's also a cool character too. He's a really good father figure and guardian figure to Kotaro. I like how he's always there for him, and I like how he knows how Kotaro is, so he acts accordingly. Kotaro feels a void in his life too, and he feels a void that he didn't even know that he had, really. Like it's a really cool dynamic. And Shin also feels a void in Kotaro's life, but that one was a little bit more obvious. It's just so much in this show that I like, man. And I ain't gonna lie, bro, I really didn't expect, like, cause after watching Saw, all them damn Saw movies with my homies, Saw 3 traumatized me for a little bit, cause that shit was wild. I wanted to watch a little slice of life that, you know, make me happy, make me smile and shit, make me forget about that shit. But although this wasn't it, and this shit ended up being pretty sad, this shit was beautiful, man. Like, it's funny how the world works and how God works, bro. It's funny how it works, because this show like resonates with me so much, and it's such like a good eye opener for like the stuff that I went through as a kid, and it's so beautiful like how it came at a time that I was like scared of everything. I don't know, some ways indirectly this show kind of led to like an emotional breakthrough within myself. And I know that's wild to think about, but it was actually like, this is actually one of the driving forces that helped me like really truthfully get over like some of the stuff that happened in my past. Please watch this. Please. I beg of you. I know if you have some childhood trauma, it's gonna be some triggers. It's gonna be some triggers. It has some emotional triggers. But I promise you, if you can get past that, this is a really good watch. Like, it's a really good watch. It's dark. It's definitely dark, but it hits you in the feels in a good way. Like, this show don't end off sad. It does end off sad, because you see Kotaro still there, strong and smiling. It's kind of motivational in a sense, and that's what makes it so beautiful, to see a little 4-year-old like be so inspirational and be so cool. Please watch this show. This show is really fucking good, man. Honestly, bro, this is a show that I never thought I would watch either. Like, if I didn't watch Saw, I probably wouldn't have watched this show at all. But I'm so glad that I did. And I think that you will feel the same after you watch it.
So it's about that time again. Your boy's mental health is at an all-time low, and there's only one thing we can do when things get this bad. Make music. Hell no, boy, I don't do that no more. Just kidding. Nah, again, we're gonna watch some wholesome slice of life anime. That's what we're gonna do. Now, usually when things get this bad, I just rewatch High School Girl, but considering that I've watched it 4 times already, I think this time I was thinking about watching something completely new. As you can tell by the title, I stumbled upon More Than a Married Couple But Not Lovers. I already heard of this show before. Don't ask why. That's not important. And I've been seeing clips of it pop up on my TikTok, so the time was damn near perfect for this. But that's enough intro, again. Let's talk about it. So, we do this right here. We start off with the story. I'm not gonna lie. Even with this show being pretty unconventional compared to the stuff that I normally watch, I can admit that I love the story in this. This is the first time I've watched anything like this, any like rom-com type anime. Our story follows our main character, Jiro, who's enrolled in this school that's doing this marriage simulation where they have a partner and they earn these points to get a good grade. Jiro wants to get partnered up with his childhood friend, Shiori. He ends up getting partnered up with the popular girl in school named Araki, who's basically his polar opposite. Shiori ends up getting paired up with the popular boy in school named Minami. Since Araki wants to be paired up with Minami and Jiro wants to get paired up with Shiori, they decide to fake it until they make it and they reach the A rank amongst the couple so they can actually switch partners, because that's the privilege that you get once you reach the A rank. That's the basic overview of the story, and I'm pretty sure you see where this is going, right? I really enjoy watching Jiro and Araki grow closer throughout this whole process. It started off just as you think it would, like very dysfunctional, communication just simply wasn't there. But over time, they make that whole fake marriage thing start to look more and more real as time went on. Jiro and Araki end up being super compatible since they're so different. Jiro is like a really nerdy and timid dude with very good intentions, and Araki is a loud, confident, and very playful type. It was very fun to watch their dynamic play out. It'll be moments where Araki will be like dead ass about something. My nigga Jiro would not fold simply because she's already tricked him into getting worked up over shit several times and he don't want to fall for that again. But in Araki's case, to put it in the simple words of the GOAT J. Cole, all good jokes contain true shit. Araki was dead ass a lot of those times. She was just very confused about what she was feeling. And her and Jiro kind of kept up this front that this was all for the point with the intention of switching partners. And it kind of ended up hindering and hurting them both in the end. They also both believe rumors that were spread about one another as well, but I like how they actually talked about that and hashed that out. That was actually pretty cool. I like how they handled it though. Jiro had a backbone too. He wasn't just a pushover. He actually like got mad a couple times and he was tired of her shit. This show gave me some super wholesome ass moments that I was looking for too. Those small moments are so pure. Like when Araki was scared of the spider, she didn't want Jiro to leave her side throughout the house. When Jiro started calling her by her first name, even the little first kiss they had was cool and it was funny too, cause Shorty like fell to her knees like Jiro just like laid pipe. I was like, damn, Gio, was just a kiss, dude, relax. Even moments like when Araki got stood up at the firework festival, she had Jiro tied a bow like he wanted to initially. Like it was just little moments like that that I really was looking for and it really provided. One thing that I really appreciate in this show is this visual storytelling through Jiro's little handheld game that he's always playing. It's so cool how the game gives some hints and how it like tells the story right in front of us. I think my favorite use of this was when they had him make a decision between the princesses, because he had to make a decision in real life. At the end, it was perfect too, because I was really trying to figure out what happened after Shiori and Araki's race. It showed them living, Araki and Jiro living together, but it showed the main character on the game ended up with both princesses. So in the end, my nigga Jiro ended up getting both of them. That's what I'm talking about, my nigga. That's what I'm talking about, gang. Now, I'm definitely not gonna ignore the elephant in the room. Gang, whoever made this show freaky as hell. So you got your normal shit, normal horny shit, right? But there's a few moments where I looked up at the screen from looking up at my phone, and I read the subtitles and I was like, did I miss something, gang? Like y'all heard Sexy Love by Neo. She make the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Just one touch and I erupt like a volcano and shower her with my love. You so freaky ass. You make me say, ooh. Like, those type of innuendos type shit. Like, I just want to warn people that I was gonna give this a watch. They on some freaky shit in this show sometimes. Overall though, the story is really great. It hit all the beats that I wanted it to, so there's really no complaints here. They handled the story phenomenally well. It was my first experience with a rom-com and it was like really good. Now let's move on to the characters and the character interactions. They actually handled their characters phenomenally well, especially considering the fact that this show is really centered around a few relationships. I genuinely love all the characters in the show, and I do mean all. Mainly because Noah has like ill will besides that one hating ass nigga that wanted to give it Arika. But let's run through a few of them. Jiro is so relatable, gang. He pretty much took the best route available in the situation. If you think about it, all Jiro did was match energy and play his role until his feelings didn't allow him to just play his role. He also isn't super oblivious like a lot of anime MCs. He was genuinely put in some pretty confusing ass situations. He also knew how to put his foot down and not fall for Arika's bullshit. And he let his feelings out in moderation bit by bit through these like small phrases, like when he told Arika that he finally wanted to contribute since he feels like she carried them to a lot of their points. He really played this situation damn near perfect. Like, my fault, gangster. I wasn't really familiar with your game like that, so my fault. Arika's a great character too. I wasn't familiar with her game either. It was some chess moves on both sides of this war, gang. It was some chess moves. Like when she told him to meet her at the beach and she had the special swimsuit on, she definitely moved up in the draft lottery after that one, folks, because she played it. She played the role for it. That was a good card to play right there. I actually like how quick she cut the like being an asshole act too. Like it seemed like in the first couple episodes, like she was gonna be like a real like dickhead to Jiro, but by like the third episode, you actually seen her genuinely try to make the best of the situation and actually try to make her life and Jiro's life easier. She's really a sweet person at the core. She just plays too much sometimes, and that's cool. I really like Shiori. She's the voice of innocence in this show, and I'm glad she didn't just get thrown aside at the end of all of it. Well, I like how realistic they made her actions based on her personality. It took a fat ass minute to finally rip that bandage off. 11 episodes to be exact. And I don't have a problem with that because she's always been this shy girl that had to be influenced and motivated to even like make her move to begin with. I love her character though, and I really like how they handled her fate at the end of all this. This nigga Kamo funny as hell, G. He really like the funniest nigga in this show by far. He just be tweaking hard as hell. That little Yu-Gi-Oh thing he did outside of the gym was a highlight of the show. He really hit the... Bro, when he was hating on Jiro for getting the hose for this nigga talking about, he was about to kiss this nigga talking about, I'm about to overwrite your save file. Like, dude, you can get your weird ass on someone, boy. What's wrong with your ass, boy? He is definitely like the comedy MVP of the show. Like, most of the times when I laugh, it's because that nigga's on the screen. I think there's a bit of an underrated one, but Araki's friends are actually really cool. I thought they were gonna be like the you dating that nigga type, but like, nah, they actually support the hell out of her. And that's really cool in my opinion. They crack jokes and shit, but that's normal. They genuinely have her best interests in mind, and I love to see that, because genuinely, like, sometimes characters are just really nasty to each other in fictional media. So it's nice to see the switch of a pace right there. Tenjin didn't really show much personality until the end of the show, but I really appreciated when he did. He's actually a pretty cool person at the core, and I really wish they explore him a bit more, because I'm still curious about like what his deal is. The character writing in this show is executed very well. Good job to all the authors and the voice actors and voice work on these characters to make them feel like alive and bring these characters to life. Y'all did a really good job. Now let's move on to looks, presentation, and music. This show looks pretty good. It's a rom-com, so I'm not expecting like Mappa, Ufotable level animation. And they definitely animated the horny, if that's what you're wondering. So this show looks pretty good overall. The music in this show is actually really good. It's not a lot of times why you aren't like serenaded by beautiful ass piano music. The ending song is fire, and there's a couple good ass songs that play like at these like important moments in a couple episodes that are like amazing. I definitely added all three of those to the Arigato playlist. I didn't like the intro that much. This show nails it in the visual and audio department 1000%. So shout out to everyone that worked on the visual and audio components of this show. Overall, More Than a Married Couple But Not Lovers made me smile again. I know it's a title, I know it's corny, but go with it. I was looking for something that wasn't too emotionally heavy that would help with my depression. And not only did this deliver that happiness that I desired, it also opened my eyes to a romantic comedy genre that I've always avoided. If rom-coms are usually written as well, I 1000% will be looking more into them. This definitely isn't for everyone. I wouldn't recommend this to an action junkie, but if you're down and you need a comfort show, this can definitely do it for you. Check it out, gang. It's well worth the risk. I do not want to wait till next season to find out what happens in this. I might pick up the manga for this show. I really hate to see this show go, gang. I really hate it. There's still so many questions that haven't been answered yet. Heavenly Delusion was a gem amongst this season. It was a really cool concept executed in a really creative and amazing way. I was hooked the whole way through this show, and alongside Oshinoko, basically the anime Hell's Paradise or Kamikaze, this is basically like one of my favorites amongst the season. This is actually like really unexpected. Disney know how to pick the anime. Summertime Renderer, and now this anime has the potential to have like a really amazing story. If they do what I think they're gonna do and they keep this up, this show is gonna be goated. Let's talk about the story, man. The story is honestly my favorite part about this show because of the execution. Basically, the show is broken up into two timelines. So there's a current timeline and there's the past. This is Heaven, and then there's Delusion. The current timeline follows our main duo, Maru and Kiriko, who's looking for this place named Heaven in this post-dystopian world. This is the Delusion part. Kiriko is looking to reunite with a childhood friend named Robin. Bitch ass nigga. And she also looking for the doctor that operated on her. There are these beings in this world called man-eaters or Hiriko that are extremely dangerous. Maru and Kiriko basically go around hunting them for money. In the past timeline, follows this group of kids that's in this like boarding school type vibe when they're basically learning and like getting raised for a specific reason that we don't know yet. The cool thing about this story is that it unravels and bridges the gap between the past and the future as the episodes go along. I think that's really cool. It's wild, because we 13 episodes in, and we still don't really know shit for real. We don't know anything. It's very minimalist with its like storytelling, and I like it. It encourages theorizing and leaves stuff up for interpretation. I really love that. This show really sells the mystery of the world extremely well, and they're kind of rewarding us for continuing to watch each episode. Bit by bit, they're kind of bringing the two sections of the show closer together, and I'm really excited for the moment where it all connects. I know it's gonna make me really happy when that moment comes. This anime has left me extremely curious, and that's actually a really good thing. Towards the end of the first season, they literally just started to make connections between the past and the present. And it's definitely left me with a bunch of theories. It's crazy that a couple things, like small things, have kind of been semi-confirmed maybe already. Like Mimi Hime being a girl that was being kept alive by Shiro. and Shiro being Dr. Usami. But there's a lot of other things that I want to know. Like, how does Kiriko fall into the whole heaven thing? Is Tokyo Maru's mother? Because the baby definitely looks like him. Are the kids Hiriko? And if they are, why do they have a human form? Can Hiriko transform? Why are these kids getting conditioned like this? What's up with Maru's ability to kill Hiriko? What's up with Mikura, the lady that taught him how to kill Hiriko? What's up with Maru's twin? What made Robin turn into a weird ass nigga, or has he always been like this? Where's the doctor that did that damn surgery, and what version of surgery simulator did he have to pull that shit off? Like, it's a lot of questions that I have that I can't wait to be answered. That's why I really want to pick up the manga for this show. All this while developing the Delusion world and having a bunch of cool stuff going on in the outside world, which is really cool, man. All this while also furthering Maru and Kiriko's relationship. One thing about this show's story that I really enjoy is how hard the reality of it hits you. Watching Mimihime's final moments, if that was actually her, of course, and watching them look at that tablet after she died was rough. But that's simply the world they live in. Like, tragedy like this happens very often, and no matter how many times I rewatch some of these moments, I never get used to it. They actually, like, eventually find Robin, and he's on some absolute nut shit. I mean, folks is like weird. That reality hit again because this nigga is basically the main goal of Kiriko's journey. Just to find him and get put in a situation like that is really fucked up. I really hate his ass, I ain't gonna lie. So I kind of wrote most of this before the finale actually came out, and I must say that finale did a wonderful job at answering a few of those questions that I had. And the best thing about it easily, the fact that Maru pulled that solo mission, smoked all them guards, and beat the dog shit out that whole ass nigga Robin. Should've smoked them. They definitely should have smoked them, but that was satisfying. The way that they did this story is extremely wild. It's like wildly good, and I really love shows that make me think like this. I really think it's really creative how they did the storytelling, and the finale was amazing. Like, perfect. It's everything that I wanted. Let's move on to the characters and the character interactions. The character writing in this show is actually really good and rather unpredictable. Kiriko is actually a pretty cool character. Her backstory is super interesting, and it leaves me extremely curious of what her connection to heaven actually is. Like, who are her parents type shit. She has a really cool personality. She's really battle smart. She's kind of like carefree. She's super protective of Maru. But there's this internal conflict going on, of course. That twist that her little brother's brain being in her sister's body is pretty wild, I'm not gonna lie. Wasn't expecting that one. Makes me wonder though if she's part Hiriko since she was like successfully able to go through that surgery, if that makes sense. I'm really excited to learn more about her in the future. I really want to know how her and Maru actually met, and how she ended up being his bodyguard too, because I don't think they ever like really touched on that. Maru is really cool too. Maru is a funny ass nigga. Kiriko said that she'll let the nigga touch on her titties for that nigga jumped off the beam like Jeff Hardy. That shit had me cackling. He's a pretty chill dude, and he's a raw ass fighter. I'm super curious about him too, strictly because of the whole Maru touch thing, his ability like to kill Hiriko with just a touch. And his teacher that taught him that. I'm super curious about his twin or his clone or whatever that is. I think it was a twin. And I wonder how deeply connected he actually is. I really want to know his origin and essentially how the Maru touch actually works. I really like his backstory too. I don't think I was paying attention enough on my first watch through, but Maru really been through some shit. He had a guardian that was looking over him and a group of kids. That guardian got killed by a gang member. And he went with the killer and worked for his gang since he was like a kid, like a shorty type shit. I wonder if his twin is actually still alive. I wonder if Tokyo is actually still alive. And I wonder like if it's in a human form or is it in like full man-eater type shit. Maru is a savage too. When he flipped that switch on Robin, I loved every moment of it because he ain't say a word, not a damn. He ain't say nothing. Straight hands and embarrassment. I loved every moment of that scene, dog. I don't think you understand. Maru actually seems like he's gonna be a major part of the solution to the man-eaters as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to see how his story unravels, 1000%. That nigga Robin a weirdo, my nigga. Folks was on some other shit within his first 15 minutes of screen time. From now on, every time Robin pop up on my screen, I'm gonna spit on my monitor. He low-key way sicker than I thought he was. I really want to know like what was in that room and what was he on for, like how sick was he type shit. I actually want to learn more about the kids in Heavens especially too. Especially Tokyo, since I think she's Maru's mother, and Mimihime. Mimihime has had this really odd power that hasn't really been explained yet, and like I wonder what happened to her for her to end up in that condition. If that girl in that hospital bed was actually her, I wonder what happened to her for her to end up like that. These characters haven't even been fully fleshed out yet, so I'm super curious about learning more about them, but at the same time, they've shown enough for me to like or dislike them. The dialogue between the characters has been great so far, so I definitely think they did a great job with the characters in this anime, and great job to all the voice actors, man. Y'all really did some powerful work on this. Y'all made this feel so real. Now, let's move on to the looks, presentation, and music. The animation in this show is actually really good in my opinion. Most of the fights in this shit look amazing, and they're not lazy in this show. They did the little slideshow thing in one of the Hiriko fights with Kiriko, but that was more of a style choice, and that shit was raw as hell, to be honest with you. I ain't gonna lie. They be throwing hands in this show too. Like, actual hand-to-hand combat fights in this shit look amazing. The characters are really expressive. The animations has a really fluid and like bouncy feel. I really appreciate like what they did visually with this show. The music is pretty minimalistic, so it doesn't take anything away from the emotional moments. It only adds to them. But there's this one, they doing it again, bro. There's this one piano track that they play during these like really like important sad-ass moments, and that shit be getting me, folks. That shit be getting me really good. That shit damn near make me fall to my knees, put my hand on my head to look to the sky, folks. Like that shit be hidden. That piano track hits every time. The intro is really fire. I ain't gonna lie. The intro is really amazing. The outro is good too. So both of these definitely going on my Spotify, 1000%. As far as looks and sound design and music, I would say that I'm really impressed at how they like what they did with this show. This show looks and sounds amazing. Overall, Heavenly Delusion went a very different route to conventional anime storytelling, and they kind of left us to interpret and theorize about certain things, and I honestly love that decision. It's reminiscent of shows like Summertime Renderer and like The Promised Neverland, and I really I really enjoy shows that make me think and like encourage people to like come up with their own theories and then find out if they're actually true or not in the future episodes. I really like shows like that. I've heard some really good theories so far, and as of now, I'm basically just waiting for them to get confirmed. The mystery behind everything in this show and its approach to storytelling makes this a really unique and fun watch, and I can't wait for season 2. I've really had a great time watching this anime week by week. I hope a season 2 confirmation comes very soon. I mean like within the next week or two type shit. I definitely recommend this anime to any anime fan. This shit was a gem. Like, this shit was really good. Thank you to the whole team that worked on this, man. I'm really excited to see what you come up with next, and I'm so excited for the next season. It better be a next season. It better. Now, this is the comfort anime that I should have found when all 3 traumatized the hell out of me. If you don't know me, one thing you should know about me is I love retro gaming. I've only been to an arcade a handful of times in my life, but whenever I went to one during my childhood, it was definitely one of my favorite places to be on earth. And I still get that same feeling today when I stumble upon a random machine, or even when I emulate games and use my arcade stick to play them on my computer. High School Girl is an anime that combines 2 of my favorite things, anime and retro gaming. So I was bound to watch this multiple times, so let's chop it up and talk about it. So, you know how we do things around here. We start off with the story. The story in this show is pretty straightforward and simple. Our story follows our main protagonist named Haruo, who's this diehard gamer who devotes his all to any game he plays, and he pretty much any game he plays and pretty much any game he can get his hands on. One day he meets this rich girl in the arcade he usually goes to named Ono. Ono has this crazy natural talent for pretty much any game that they play, so they end up playing each other in Street Fighter 2, and he realizes Ono's talent firsthand because he gets his ass beat a few times before he gets a cheap dub. This makes him pretty curious about her though, and they end up running into each other pretty often at this point. So they eventually become close friends and they develop feelings for each other, and they bond with each other through the games that they play or watch each other play. The anime takes us through quite a few events throughout the gaming world as well, which is pretty cool. It takes us through the console releases and the big fighting game boom that hit all the arcades in the 90s. Ono doesn't say a word this entire series, so it's really up to Haruo to figure out what she's thinking or feeling. They eventually keep bonding and spending time with each other, but there's a problem. Ono's teacher. All my niggas hate Ono's teacher. Once again, all my niggas hate Ono's teacher. She's super strict and she made her fly to California to pursue a better education. While she's gone, a new girl named Hidaka gains admiration for Haruo, and she wants to start playing games herself just to get his attention. But Haruo is completely oblivious, as all anime MCs are, and he's still thinking about Ono at this point. And speaking of Ono, a little while later, she comes back. Hidaka ends up playing Akuma against Ono, and Ono ends up smoking her shit. She declines the game against Haruo though, and Haruo ends up accidentally playing Final Fight with her. This is one of my favorite scenes in the show because this is one of the very few times we get to see Ono express herself outside of body language and facial expressions. Now mind you, Final Fight is a co-op game, but she was beating this nigga ass. She throwing knives at this nigga when he got low HP, and she's sitting there waiting for him to pick up the health pickup, snatching them shits away from him. It's kind of cool, because I believe Ono's mad because Haruo didn't really check for her when she came back and when she got back in Japan. They share another heartwarming moment after that Street Fighter tournament when they on that hill that's in every anime that's ever been made. Haruo finally lets out his feeling and realized that Ono kept that ring he gave her before she left the first time. Whole time, I don't think it would have mattered if he checked for her though, I ain't gonna lie. Cause her teacher, once again, all my niggas hate Ono's teacher, has only gotten stricter at this point. She pressed too hard though because Ono ended up running away not too shortly after. Her teacher literally only made her life school and she had this little family name to live up to and she's doing it basically for her parents. That's why she's in school like this. She doesn't want to do this. Ono's driver ends up sending Haruo to find her. While this is going on, Hidaka is still trying to get in between the two, but Haruo's not folding at all. At the end of the show, Ono and Haruo have their final match before she moves overseas once again. And once again, all my niggas hate Ono's teacher. I'm gonna keep on saying that. Haruo loses and then leaves him depressed, so depressed to the point where he didn't want to do anything. But after some subtle motivation from Hidaka and Ono's sister, he ends up going to see her at the airport before she takes off again, vowing to keep the rivalry going, vowing to marry her when they meet again, vowing to get a passport to go see her. I was definitely here for like all the video game stuff in this story, but the love triangle thing they had going on was actually pretty good. And I watched this shit in dub, so it was a perfect amount of like cheesy and funny to keep me entertained. And I got more than enough video game stuff in this anime. They went through the shit that I didn't even think they would talk about, like the Virtual Boy, getting in the Virtual Fighter, MK and Darkstalkers and shit like that. Shit was fascinating for real, but I definitely enjoyed how cheesy and fun the story was. I definitely enjoyed this show even after my third and fourth watch of this show. This show always like satisfied me. Now, move on to characters and character interactions. The characters in this show are written pretty well in my opinion. I think the character interactions feel really genuine. They're always entertaining. And they literally sound like gamers. They use the fighting game lingo and shit. Everything feels really natural in like a really nerdy way, which is cool because I'm a nerd. Haruo's a really good character with more to him than you get at the first glance. At first glance, he seems like an irresponsible gamer who abandons all his responsibilities and doesn't care about anything else, but you will actually be wrong. Haruo just deals with his problems as they come. If something requires attention, he's gonna give it the attention it needs. He has his priorities straight for the most part. When his grades were slipping and he was at that parent-teacher conference, he made a vow to his teacher, his mom, and himself that he was gonna put games down for a while until he fixes it. He also made a vow to Ono to try to get into the same high school as her, and he genuinely tried his hardest. He failed, but he still put his all into it. He deals with this whole love triangle in a very realistic way too, if I'm keeping it a bean. If you think about it, he's in a pretty rough situation. Look, he meets this girl, connects with this girl through the same thing that he loves the most in the world, which is video games. The girl that he likes has a guardian that doesn't like him at all and doesn't want her to see him at all. And she's super strict, so you don't even see her often because she basically controls her day-to-day activities. And she's always moving, so that's even more time apart, plus the inconsistent time that you get to see her to begin with. Then you got this other girl that you have absolutely no interest in that forced herself to make video games a common interest between you two, that wants you, and that'll never change because she's gonna be by your side, but she knows your feelings are already occupied at this point. She's forcing it. You have zero interest, but you still hang out with her because she's cool. There's a certain point where you take a step back and look at that situation and you like feel bad. And then the girl you actually love is now moving overseas at this point. Like, gang, that would definitely fuck with me. And honestly, it's already hard enough dealing with one girl, so you're definitely bound to make a mistake or two in this situation. And that's why I like Haruo. He dealt with this in the most human way possible through trial and error. He wanted to run away, and gang, I don't blame that nigga. But he would rather not hurt both of them further and deal with like regret later on. I really appreciate how they wrote Haruo. He's a passionate nerd just like I am, and I think his writing stands out because how realistic his experience actually was. Ono didn't even have dialogue, and I still love her character. She doesn't even need to say anything. Haruo pretty much spends the whole time trying to figure out how she feels or what she's thinking, but she definitely still communicates even though she doesn't talk. We often see how she feels through various facial expressions or just actions in general. She a little violent motherfucker too. She got this nigga Haruo kidnapped so they can hang out at her crib. Like, you could have just invited me, my boy. Like, what you on? And like, she be beating his ass. I'm serious. She really be giving Haruo them bitches in this show for, I ain't gonna lie. In the game and outside the game. But she's a super cool character. She seems like the perfect being to Haruo and everyone around her. She's pretty, she's good at everything she does, she's rich, and she's really smart too. She's actually pretty strong-willed as well. Being put through all that rigorous tutoring and managing to somewhat function like a regular human being is beyond impressive in my opinion. But that's honestly where you start to see cracks in this perfect image that people have of her. She hates her situation in reality. She uses video games as an escape from the bullshit she lives on a daily basis. She hates her tutor. She just wants to play games with Haruo, and that's really it. but everything else was getting in the way of that. She's actually really nice to understand to Hidaka was actually a really cool thing that I didn't expect. She viewed her as an actual friend at the end of the day. She wanted to keep her around regardless of the conflict of interest in Haruo. And she like tested Hidaka to make sure that her feelings for Haruo were genuine because she cares about Haruo that much. So I think that was a cool little detail. Speaking of Hidaka's a pretty great character too. She's a really good influence on Haruo even through all their issues and problems. She's pretty stubborn about having Haruo, and it makes it a competition between her and Ono naturally, but she actually was cool enough to back down and play her role for some parts of this story. She genuinely cares about Haruo, and she was even strong enough to put her feelings aside and tell Haruo to go see Ono before she went overseas. And she gave Ono the blessing to go to Kyoto with Haruo alone. Hidaka's really cool. Ono's sister is really cool too. Ono's sister's really cool. She's definitely the more talkative one. She's very energetic, very expressive, and very animated as a character. Pretty funny too. Her interactions with Haruo are really cool because she has the perfect balance of care for him and care for her sister. And she's like a big part of the comedy in this show, so I definitely enjoy whenever she's on the screen. Haruo's mom is funny as hell. She a cool ass mom. She always be looking out for him, and she try to make like a soap opera out of his life, which is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. She be beating Haruo ass too. Like, she really German suplex that nigga, and that shit look like it hurt. Ono's driver is a really great character. Ono's driver is my nigga because he has Ono's like best interest in mind, even when sometimes that could be risky. He constantly bends the rules for Ono, and he's one of the only adults around her that knows what makes her happy and lets her experience it as often as he can at that point. He even put his job on the line for her. I definitely like her driver. Ono's driver is really cool. And once again, in case you forgot, all my niggas hate Ono's teacher. All my niggas hate her. Overall, the character writing in High School Girl is pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie, it's probably one of the last shows that I would expect to have this good at writing. I thought this would be kind of like a novelty type show, but I ended up getting way more than I expected. Thank you to all the voice actors on the vocal work for this. And I watched dubs. I watched dub on this. I watched English dub. And this is definitely 1000% one of the better dubs out there. They did a really good job on this. Now, move on to looks, presentation, and music. Seeing a lot of people complaining about the CGI in this show, and I don't have a problem with it at all. I don't know what people are complaining about. I really only have a problem with CGI when it looks like really unnatural and stiff. This isn't like bad in my opinion. And honestly, when CGI models are doing something like very basic, like they're not doing any crazy movements like in the action sequence or anything like that, I don't really mind that either. They're just playing video games or walking around in this show, so the animations aren't that complex. And they did good on the facial expressions too, so I don't really care. This show is like very reminiscent of shows like Holyoke in my opinion, and this show looks pretty solid to me. I don't see what people are complaining about. Show looks good in my opinion. The character design doesn't bother me either. I see a lot of people say that they look like Rugrats characters, but I don't care. Like, you just finding shit to complain about. Definitely shout out to the animators of the show and the artists of the manga. Don't listen to them niggas. People just like complaining about shit. Y'all did a really good job on this. Now, this is the one of the rare moments where presentation is probably one of my favorite things in the anime. The presentation is one of my favorite things about this show. The amount of scenes where video game stages are implemented into the scene is crazy, and I love every single one of them. And it's a lot of them. It's not just in the actual show too, it's in the OPs as well. They show all the characters in the beginning OP, the first one, and the OG Street Fighter 2 character select screen, this nigga Haruo, and they get like a small detail, they get like alternate costumes and shit. I was like, man, this is so cool. That nigga Haruo just be sitting there talking to Guile and Zangief and all these other video game characters, like the actual 2D sprites on the screen. At the end, when Ono was leaving, they had that little emotional ass moment. They had all the 2D sprites cheering on Haruo. I was like, man, this shit is amazing. Like, this made my nerdy ass so happy, dog. It's so charming and it's so unique, and I'm glad they were actually able to use like the actual characters from these games. It made it feel so much more authentic. Shit, it made me nerd out a lot, and I really appreciate the presentation in this show. Like, I really love it. The music is pretty decent in this show too. It's not too distracting, and it doesn't take away from the scenes, and it only adds to the emotional tone of the scenes, which is a simple recipe that every anime should follow. And once again, a damn piano. Y'all did a really good job at making these emotional ass moments with these slow ass piano tracks. It's the same track, but it's good. It's really good. It really does what it's supposed to do, and it does it really well. The OPs in the show are good too. I love all the video game sound effects they implement into this. This show has so many familiar sounds from my childhood that gave me huge hits of nostalgia over and over and over again. Shout out to all the musicians and the Foley artists that worked on this, and the digital sound creators too. This is my comfort anime now, gang. I'm not gonna lie. I love this anime. I've already watched it like 3 or 4 times now, and I'm gonna revisit it again one day. When I watched it the first time, I was really expecting a lot of like forced and cringy dialogue about fighting games and arcade games, but this anime delivered a great story, great characters, and great character writing, and it felt natural all the way through. You can tell that the creators and the contributors to this anime actually love retro gaming. They actually put a lot of love into this. I see why Evo backed this. This show isn't really for everyone though, in my opinion. I think older anime watchers will enjoy this, or if you like arcade games like me, but there's something to appreciate for everyone, I think. If you like generic, like, well, not generic, if you like your basic slice of life anime, I think you will like this one. And plus, especially if you're a nerd like me, I really appreciate all the old arcade game stuff and all the Street Fighter stuff that was in this. This is really good. But I mean, give it a shot. Like, see if you like it or not. I think you would. I think this is a really good show, man. It really scratched that itch that I had. This is a pretty unique one too. This is like a one-on-one thing. I haven't seen another anime like this. And like, it was good. It was actually really good. Usually when the stuff is back, when stuff like this is created, it's kind of like, you would kind of think that it's going to be like cheap and like novelty and like not that much effort and love are put into this, but they actually did a really good job on this show. Like, I'm actually pleasantly surprised, and I actually love this anime. I've seen this anime 4 times now, bro. 4 times, and there's some shit that I never thought I would watch. Like, I'm a former like action junkie. I used to just watch action anime over and over and over again. I've seen this like 4 times now, dog, and it satisfied me every single time. I love the characters in this show. I love the dialogue in this show. I love the comedy of this show. The looks of this show, they look good to me. They don't bother me. Like, this show is good, man. Watch High School Girl, man. Forget all that. Watch this show. I definitely recommend it, bro. I think you'll have a good time with this. And it's approachable for everyone. Even if you're not the biggest fighting game nerd, I think the story is good enough to satisfy any anime watcher, or any slice of life watcher, I should say. I don't think regular action junkies are just gonna watch this. But if you feel like trying something new, I think you will like this. I think it's pretty good. But that's all for me though, man. As always, man, have a great day. Peace.